Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order for day number 1. National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022. Deferred division on the second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order 133, I shall now proceed to put the question on the motion moved on the second reading of the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with the Standing Order. No further debate is allowed. The bells shall now be rung for 4 minutes. Morning. Welcome. Clarissa. Doors. The matter before the House is the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill 2022. The question is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 53. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. Members can resume their seats or leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. And I call the clerk.
Second reading A bill for an act to establish the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Speaker, I move the amendment as circulated in my name, and that, for clarity, is at clause 63, page 39, after line 3, at the end of the clause, add prohibited investments. 3. An investment of a corporation body must not A. directly finance the extraction of coal or natural gas, or B. directly finance the construction of pipeline infrastructure primarily for the extraction of natural gas, or C. directly finance the logging of native forests. And 4. In this section, native forest does not include a plantation, and plantation means an intensively managed stand of trees that is created by the regular placement of seedlings or seed. Public money should not go to making the climate crisis worse, and public money should not be invested in coal, gas or the destruction of our native forests. That is what people across this country expect. What we have seen in the past is that when government bodies are established that allow the government to go and invest, we have seen previous governments try to use that money to go and support making the climate crisis worse. The Liberals even tried to use the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the Renewable Energy Authority to finance coal and gas. So we know that governments need to be stopped from financing the climate crisis and making it worse. We know that amendments that were put in the Clean Energy Finance Corporation that were agreed to by the Greens and Labor stopped the destructive Liberal government from investing in coal and gas that would make the climate crisis worse. Public money should be going to public schools and hospitals, not to coal and gas corporations. But we know that every time there is money put aside to increase investment in manufacturing, to make the country more resilient, we know that what will happen is that the big corporations will line up with their hands out and try and take public money and use it for more coal and gas. That is why the Greens have insisted that if the government wants to establish a fund to support manufacturing in this country, which we support as well, we want to see manufacturing in this country supported and grow and get off its feet, that money cannot be used for investment in coal, in gas or in native forests. So I'm pleased to advise the chamber that it's my understanding the government will support this amendment and make sure that this does not turn into a slush fund for new coal and gas. And on that basis, the Greens are prepared to support this bill. Today is an important day because today the Greens have stopped public money going to coal and gas and the destruction of our native forests. We know that that has happened in the past, and through these amendments it will not happen again in the future. This country has massive potential for a revitalised manufacturing industry that thrives in a zero-pollution economy. The best jobs, as we have said, and we said consistently during the election campaign, in many places the best job for a coal miner is another mining job. We have opportunities to grow green steel in this country and be world leaders in manufacturing steel without the need to make the climate crisis worse. These amendments, secured today by the Greens, will stop public money going to coal, going to gas and the destruction of our native forests. And of course, part of the reason that Senator Allman-Payne from Queensland, our spokesperson on this issue, has pushed so hard for this is that she, living in Gladstone, knows that every dollar of public money that is spent on making the climate crisis worse is a dollar that goes away from investment in regional jobs that this country needs to ensure that workers in Gladstone, everywhere around this country, are able to have high-paying, secure jobs as we move to a zero-pollution economy. We can have both. We can have both. With public investment in public manufacturing, we can provide secure futures with high wages for people who are currently working in coal and gas industries. Every dollar that goes to coal and gas from the government takes away from the jobs and the wages of workers in regional Queensland and right around the country. That is why these amendments, which I'm pleased to understand that the government supports, are so critical to ensuring manufacturing, jobs, high wages and tackling the climate crisis.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
Speaker, I agree with my colleague on a necessity to restrain the exponential growth in CO2. I do not agree with my colleague on abolishing coal. And if my honourable colleague seriously thinks this country can do without coal, well, let me say that we have only 3 exports: iron ore, coal and gas. We gave the gas away, so we get nothing out of it at all. All these things are over 100 billion, right? The next thing down is maybe gold, maybe cattle, maybe aluminium at about 15 billion. This is the last time I looked anyway. So you've got the big 3, you've got nothing else. One of them, this House gave away for nothing. Gave all the gas away for 6 cents a unit. And we're now buying it back, our own gas, for $49 a unit. And I speak with authority because I was the Mines and Energy Minister in the biggest mining state then in Australia, which was Queensland. Now, Madam Speaker, if you take away coal, you bankrupt this country. Start picking out the hospitals that you're going to close. Just pick them out, because there's no money. Already in Queensland, they've closed, for the first time in 110 years, the outpatients, because they've got no money. Because where we were opening up coal mines again and again. Now, there's a second issue here. Von Clausewitz, in the best book on warfare ever written, he said, if goods do not cross borders, then guns will. And if you think a tiny little country of 24 million people in the middle of Asia, and happens to be Anglos or Europeans in the middle of Asia, is going to tell China and India that they can't have any coal, well, mate, you're asking for trouble. You're asking for big trouble, and you haven't read many history books, I can tell you that, right? Now, in concessions to your point of view, surely if you're going to let the coal go, you say all of the stations have to be heli stations, which halves the amount of coal. Surely you get off your backside and your coal-fired power stations in Australia are converted over, and you have to do this, I'm not being patriotic here, but in North Queensland, because we've got all the water. And I bless the new minister, Tanya Plibersek, because she told me the name of the algae that you use. Michael Kelly, prominent minister in this place, was advocating algae some considerable time ago. But we can take all of the emissions from a coal-fired power station if you've got a huge area of land and a lot of water, and turn them into a profitable product. So let's not be, believing that coal is the great evil, when in fact you can convert that coal into food through algae. And no less a person than the minister, who is a great advocate for the environment and climate change, a great advocate, but the great advocates now are looking at where the answers are. But to cripple Australia and bankrupt Australia is not the answer. And to provoke a fight with China and India is just the act of an imbecile, quite frankly.
The question is the amendment to be agreed to. Give a call to the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill is an important bill. It's a no-brainer. We do have to reconstruct our manufacturing capability. It's a matter of national sovereignty and urgency that we have to rebuild our manufacturing capabilities across a whole range of things. Now, the government is putting up a bill to tip $5 billion in and add another 10, but they have changed the mix of what is going to be supported in the form of either loans, guarantees, equity, all the things that interventionist governments love doing, and a lot of people in business are seeing cheap money. Now, it won't be cheap money if it's borrowed money, where the government has to pay the value of the bonds or the borrowings every year and then try and get money out of their investments or their equity. But I certainly agree with the concept that we need to reconstruct manufacturing in this country, expand it. It is value-adding jobs when we use our resources to process them into aluminium, steel, copper, all those things. We are going to process critical minerals for all sorts of things. Now, the common thread in all this is that all these things that you want to do with reconstructing manufacturing won't happen unless we have cheap, available energy all the time. The member for Kennedy has just pointed out the bleeding obvious that even though trillions of euros, trillions of US dollars, trillions of Australian dollars, countries around the world have spent trillions of their nation's wealth on the mirage of being able to totally get rid of fossil fuels. I hate to disappoint the member from the crossbench, but fossil fuels are part of the modern industrial world. Coal will be needed to make steel. You can replace using coal and gas to produce electricity, and that is something that I want to point out to the ministers on the other side, is the investment mandate is critical. We need to, if we are going to spend this money, we need to reconstruct our electricity grid because it's been moth-eaten away and it's about to collapse. The Callide Power Station in Queensland is still not ready to generate electricity. Liddell is about to be destroyed, and in a couple of years' time, Eraring, and there will be regular blackouts because there is no reserve capacity left in our grid to keep our cities working, to keep hospitals running, to keep refrigeration, food processing, cities, sewerage, all those things rely on constant energy in a grid. And our grid has been moth-eaten away, and we will end up like South Africa. But trust me, Mr Speaker, that is coming soon to a city near you, because Liddell is threatened to close. They have put in for approval to basically disassemble it, blow it up and put a battery there. Instead of 1.5 gigawatts of electricity coming out 95% of the time, there'll be a 500 megawatt super battery. That will be chewed up in a couple of minutes. Now, the other thing is we should remove the prohibition on nuclear energy because we know it's the lowest footprint in terms of CO2, lower than wind and solar. I'm not making this up. The United Nations say this. The European Commission for the Economy says this. The Nuclear Energy Agency has shown this. There is much less steel, concrete and critical minerals in a nuclear power plant. The waste is very manageable, but we need to remove the prohibition. And if we are going to reconstruct our manufacturing, we can have green steel. We can have green aluminium with nuclear power. 5 grams of CO2 per kilowatt. That is lower than wind and solar. There is no destruction of vast parts of the country, our beautiful native forests and mountain tops and plains covered with short-lived renewable energy and mineral-intensive renewable resources. The sun is renewable, the wind is renewable, but solar panels and wind farms are very short-lived. So put the money into reconstructing our grid, and manufacturing will get cheap energy and will thrive again.
The member's time has concluded. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is incredibly important that this National Reconstruction Fund Corporation Bill pass, and I commend the member for Melbourne for this amendment and for the government in its negotiations and engagement with this process. It's incredibly important that the National Reconstruction Fund be used to support emerging technologies and key manufacturing sectors, not propping up mature technologies such as fossil fuel extraction or infrastructure relating to those, like coal and gas or logging native forests. These are all mature technologies. If they are not standing up on their own now, then they have passed their time. What is important for Australia's future prosperity is a roadmap on how we are going to grow our wealth. Where is the world going for export industries? And it is not nuclear, and it is not coal or gas. It is going to be green hydrogen when it comes to really an export industry that we must engage with. We know from the Inflation Reduction Act in the US that is creating a race to investment that is going to be key for Australia's future prosperity, that we also get in that race. The EU has now responded to the US in that respect, and so it's incredibly important that this fund and through this amendment makes clear that we are focusing to the future and emerging technologies. It will be incredibly important for the Minister and for the corporation and the Commission to make sure that in its funding that it is looking to supporting projects where proof of concepts have been established, they are ready to scale and they will deliver. I've had discussions with the Minister the importance of also looking to small and medium businesses, not just so that we enable capturing innovation. I would like to ask, though, in this amendment, the inclusion of the word directly, just to understand clearly, because obviously there's a lot of infrastructure that may well ultimately be converted to green hydrogen use, and that is where our ultimate export opportunity is. And so I would like maybe a clarification from the Minister as to how he sees this amendment and the reconstruction bill working towards enabling those new technologies to prosper. Thank you.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thank you, Speaker. May I just at the beginning extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the government for those who've wanted to engage constructively on this bill. I have said to all people that have wanted to talk, this is a national reconstruction fund, and it's a moment in time that we can all play a part in ensuring that the support required to drive the economy longer term, particularly with the challenge that we're facing, be it with respect to the climate, be it with respect to the geopolitical strategies, challenges we have, be it to the economic ones we have, be it to the ones coming out of the pandemic, this is a point where we can all work together. There's an expectation that we will, and I've approached it for those people who've come to the table with that view in mind. I have sought to match that approach, and I've very much valued it. I know we can't agree on everything, and I don't think we expected to, but there are some things that we can work through. This is what we've sought to do today. And if I may also extend, Speaker, my apology to the member for Lyne who wanted to speak last night. I inadvertently cut him off, and I was quite happy for him to make his contribution today. Don't agree with everything he said, but I understand where he's coming from. In respect to the amendment moved by the Leader of the Greens, the government is accepting this. The reason why we are, and I might pick up on some of the points that the Leader of the Greens raised, but also the member for Warringah. This is a fund designed to support the evolution and the reinforcement and the diversification of Australian manufacturing. It's a fund that's designed to help Australia be a country that makes things. We want to back investments for those firms that have got a concept that they've commercialised, they've got to the point of commercialisation, they're ready to scale up and they're ready to broaden out that manufacturing activity of what they're intending to do. We want this fund that will be managed, and I emphasise again, by an independent board. I will not be making the calls as the Minister for Industry or anyone who follows after me. This will be an independent board made up of experienced people, guided by an investment mandate, delivering a return to the taxpayer. And the reason I mention this, Speaker, is because it's not just about delivering for the taxpayer, but if they're delivering a return, they're delivering for the economy and the communities they serve. And in terms of some of the issues that the Greens have raised, the intent of the NRF is not to deal with some of the things that have been raised in the amendment. There may be other vehicles that support that type of activity, but this is about manufacturing activity, so we've been quite open to supporting that. And in reference to the member for Ringa's points around directly investing, there may be some firms that particularly have levered off fossil fuels as their source of energy and they want to convert over. Unless they're preparing to manufacture the technology that they will then embed in their operations, this will not be a fund that's about supporting their bringing in new technology that's already being made by someone else that they just put in to satisfy their energy needs. If they're building the technology, yes, but if they're just bringing it on board, no, and there'll be other vehicles that can support that. So I hope that we do address those concerns that have been raised there. But there is a lot of work to do, and the fund has at its heart $3 billion dedicated within the $15 billion of the NRF that has been factored into our plans to reduce emissions to meet the targets that the parliament has supported for 2030 and net zero. It's been calculated in that modelling. We would not want to do anything inconsistent with that. Hence, and for those people that are wanting to know why the government's agreed to the Greens amendment, we are not going to do anything that runs counter to that $15 billion investment. And so that is why we've been prepared to support this. It's why the amendment is phrased in the way it is. And again, anything that is about supporting the manufacture of some of those new energy technologies that come with low or zero emissions, and we can scale that up onshore. And importantly, as the Prime Minister has often remarked, Speaker, we've seen the intellectual property that has underpinned the development of solar technology emerge from this country, and then some other country has gone off and manufactured that. We are rightfully proud of the fact that we have more solar panels on our roofs than most other countries, and yet most of those panels were not built by Australians, even though the idea came from us. We want to support ideas on this country's shores. We want to manufacture that way, and that's what this fund is about, and that's why we're willing to support the amendment.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Sorry. The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And just in brief, I thank the Minister and I thank the Greens and all who will continue to speak on this important bill. And I simply want to make a note in noting that the opposition will be opposing this amendment, how disappointing it is that an agenda that is actually going to take the transition to renewable energy backwards has been proposed by the Greens and accepted by the government. And I simply refer to the remarks of the Prime Minister recently, underscoring without doubt that gas must play a key role in the transition to renewable energy. So your signature manufacturing fund has taken one giant step backwards from a key commitment made by this Prime Minister and relied on by every single manufacturing business in this country. The opposition will be opposing the amendment.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I don't intend for this to go back and forth. We've all got a lot on and we want to get to the point of agreeing to the bill. I thank the Shadow Minister for the contribution. Obviously, we're at different points on this. Can I just make this point? It is deeply disappointing we were not able to talk on this or work on this bill together. And I continue and I maintain the invitation is open to the coalition. If they want to work with us on this, and there's still opportunity to do so, we will do so. And I say this too, if I can extend this point to the crossbench. Just because we work with the coalition does not mean we will not work with the crossbench. My point is this is a National Reconstruction Fund. We welcome the opportunity to work with you on this. There are a lot of good things that can come out of this. I also make the point, because I acknowledge the presence of the former Minister for Industry at the table. As you know, when you put forward things, we had disagreements on speed. We didn't ever oppose moves to reinvigorate manufacturing in this country. So if there is a point at which the coalition wants to re-engage, you have my personal commitment in front of this chamber and on the record. I'm not going to be crowing about it and saying, and laughing about the fact that we've found a way to talk again. I think it is important that we work on this, and it's important we work with the crossbench and the Greens on this, and that we build something that ultimately will be enduring, will work into the longer term, and will be something that we can collectively be proud of. I will not respond to every coalition position, but I will flag in advance. If the coalition has amendments to put up now, we will unlikely support them, because the time to do this type of work was during the consideration of the bill early on and before they flagged an outright opposition to the bill with no explanation to us given before the announcement on the opposition to it. But if they change their mind, I commit our door remains open and we will work collectively.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the Leader of the Australian Greens be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 84, noes 54. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Members can leave the chamber or resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
I move the amendment circulated in my name. I was elected in part on a promise of promoting gender equality. And as I said at the Jobs and Skills Summit, we're in danger of limiting ourselves to high-vis solutions to what is clearly also a pink problem. I believe that all legislation should contain a gender impact statement.
The member will just resume his seat briefly. There's far too much noise in the chamber. Members are to resume their seats quietly. I cannot hear the member for Goldstein. Reset the clock and the member for Goldstein will begin again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the amendment circulated in my name. I was elected in part on a promise of promoting gender equality. And as I said at the Jobs and Skills Summit, we're in danger of limiting ourselves to high-vis solutions to what is clearly also a pink problem. I believe that all legislation should contain a gender impact statement if we're to reboot the productivity we would get if more women, who are currently sidelined, into the workforce in higher skilled, higher paying and more secure jobs. At a time of skills shortages and a tight labour market, it is simply a no-brainer. The minds and initiative are there. Women want secure jobs and respect. Women are not waiting to be asked. They don't want permission, they want the opportunity. But given how far behind women are on wages and participation, that will require active facilitation. Indeed, it's a systems change, a true culture shift. As Chief Executive Women says in its pre-budget submission, prioritising organisations with gender-balanced leadership and forward-looking policies in government procurement processes must be embedded in gender-responsive budgeting. A whole-of-government application of a gender lens to consideration of all new policy proposals is required to deliver coherent, effective policy. The 7 priority areas identified in this legislation are largely those requiring STEM skills. And in that, Australia's record in getting women into science, technology, engineering and maths is poor, as is our lingering gender pay gap, as high as 30% in some sectors. Encouraging women into the sectors identified in this legislation ought to be a priority, but it's more than that. Government procurement, loans and grants should be geared to businesses and industries that find ways to elevate underrepresented cohorts. This is yet another building block in the process to create true equality, and that is why I'm moving the amendment circulated today. As we enter a renewables revolution with all of its associated new trades, let's not fall into the same old habits and allow women to be left behind. Women and girls must be fostered into these new industries. It is about women, but it's not just about women. We also need to foster First Nations Australians, people with a disability and people of culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds into the new, cleaner, greener technologies, manufacturing and services if we are to have the prosperous Australia we want and that our children deserve, and encourage and foster businesses and industries to do so. That is how we will correct this imbalance. And this is something that I know the Minister understands, representing a highly diverse electorate. As I said in my second reading speech, I promised the Goldstein community, especially our women and girls, that if I got into this room where it happens, I would speak up for those who are not in the room. Perhaps if we did that, our daughters wouldn't be almost my age by the time they have true equality. I thank the Minister for the genuine engagement, and I thank the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thank you, Speaker. We will be agreeing to this amendment because I think a number of us across the chamber have seen firsthand and through our work that this does some of the matters that have been raised by the member for Goldstein. I thank her for her work in this regard and for championing this amendment. A number of us have seen that this is an issue that we have an opportunity to correct. Last month, Member for Goldstein, I was in the US. I had the very real honour of meeting with Australians and Australian companies doing incredible work there. One of them, and one of the most eye-opening conversations I had was with Marissa Warren from Allevia, a California-based venture capital firm with Australians in it who are early-stage investors, but importantly, they're early-stage investors in businesses led by female founders. And Marissa pointed to the fact that less than 3% of venture funding goes to female-founded companies, which is frankly a shocking number. But interestingly, for the ones that do get the investment, their investments deliver 35% higher returns on the investment compared to those led by men. So here in Australia, Women's Agenda issued a report recently that said that just 1 in 3 of the top VC firms here invested in a female founder in 2022, and 2/3 of the country's top venture capital firms didn't invest in a venture led by a female founder in 2022. Which, again, this is something that has to be addressed. So clearly, we do need to acknowledge that there's a funding gap there. There's an opportunity for the NRF to crowd in funding, and there's also a need for a whole stack of underrepresented groups too to have that chance, to have the backing, the financial backing to grow their firms. We want to make sure the NRF can back these diverse businesses and to give people a sense that this is something that governments champion, the creation of these firms, these new enterprises. This is really important to happen. We need that stream of investment made available for a wider group of people, and we also need to embark, as I've discussed with the member for Goldstein, a bit of culture change within the mindset of some VCs. If this can provide an opportunity to make that happen, then let's see where we can go to progress that. So again, I welcome the contribution. It is a great amendment, and we look forward to working further on this to make this a tangible reality.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I give the call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name.
Is leave granted? I call the Minister for Industry and Skills.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
I move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together. I recently stood up in this place to speak about the National Reconstruction Corporation Bill 2022, and while broadly supportive of this bill, I raised my significant concerns about the integrity of the fund's board appointment process. I also asked a question of the minister in question time about this, and I wasn't completely satisfied with the answer. And so I bring forward this amendment today to inject into the bill a more robust and independent process for the appointment of members to the board of this corporation. After all, this board will be making investment decisions for a $15 billion fund. We recently heard— over the last decade, the integrity of many institutions that underpin our democracy has taken a battering. In recent years, we've witnessed the Jobs for Mates culture flourish here in Canberra, as rates of political-friendly appointments to public boards and entities have soared. Last term, one of those entities, the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, was so heavily stacked with political appointees at a rate of 40% of those appointments that the current Attorney-General has made the decision to abolish it. How can the Australian people trust the decisions that flow from institutions that have had their independence compromised in this way? We also recently heard about a minister who had received donations and gifts from an industry she was conducting an inquiry into and making regulatory decisions about. And last term, we saw millions of dollars worth of grants handed out for party political reasons without any semblance of proper process. It was no wonder then that at the time of the 2022 election, Australia had dropped to its lowest ever level on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. This behaviour has to stop. At the 2022 election, the people of Australia voted in droves for greater integrity in our political system. The best solution to this issue of corruption and cronyism would be the enactment of comprehensive legislation that requires transparent, accountable and an independent process for all major Commonwealth public appointments, such as I introduced earlier this week with my private member's bill ending jobs for mates. This is a gold standard process which balances an appropriate level of ministerial discretion as the final decision-maker with ensuring a short list of candidates is independently selected based on their expertise, experience and integrity. In the meantime, however, I have no choice but to introduce this amendment to this bill. And so, to the bill currently before the House and my proposed amendment. At present, the ministers responsible for the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation, the Minister for Industry and the Minister for Finance have complete discretion over who is appointed to the board. The ministers are required to have regard to the expertise, experience, professional credibility and standing of the board members they propose to appoint. This is, of course, something that is expected. However, there is no mechanism or oversight committee to guarantee that the board member selection process is actually competitive, fair and equitable, as would occur under my Ending Jobs for Mates legislation. And so my amendment requires that in the selection of the National Reconstruction Fund board members, the positions and selection criteria be publicly advertised for a minimum of 10 consecutive days, that the assessment of applications is undertaken by an independent selection panel with at least 3 members and a former Superior Court judge as chair, that the panel shortlists at least 3 candidates for each position and certifies that they meet the selection criteria, and that the minister chooses the successful candidate only from the shortlist. And lastly, the certification of the successful candidate must be tabled in the Parliament. This amendment strikes the right balance between ministerial discretion and public accountability, and it will not result in undue bureaucratic burden or cost. What it will do is ensure the integrity of the National Reconstruction Fund Board and that thus the important decisions they make on the disbursement of the $15 billion in the fund. The people of Australia deserve a political system they can trust.
Time has concluded. The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is, the amendments circulated number 1 to 3 by the member for Mackellar be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the members for Mackellar and Fowler as tellers for the noes. Dave, don't ever walk. Order. The result of the division is aye 67, noes 15. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
I move the amendment in my name, Mr Speaker.
Is the member for Kennedy seeking the House's leave to move amendments 1 to 7 in his name?
Yes, Mr Speaker.
Is leave granted? I call the Minister for Industry and Skills.
Yes, Speaker, leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I'll ask the member for Kennedy to move amendments 1 to 7 on the sheet revised.
Mr Speaker, this bill is singularly relevant to the electorate that I represent.
I just need the member for Kennedy to say, I move the amendments 1 to 7.
I move the amendments 1 to 7, Mr Speaker.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, this bill is particularly relevant to the Kennedy electorate. The town with the biggest income for Australia, of anywhere in Australia, is Mount Isa, where we produce around $5,000 million a year in export earnings for our country, a little tiny town of 20,000 people. Now, that's because we have minerals. Now, we have the new age minerals, massive lithium deposits at Georgetown, massive vanadium deposits at Julia Creek and Richmond, and arguably at Winton, Mr Speaker. We have phosphate, Mr Speaker, and I just want to refer to my notes here. Vanadium, lithium, cobalt, copper, lead, silicon, phosphate, uranium. All of those minerals proliferate, and many others of the rare earths, which I'm not going to enumerate, proliferate in our area. Now, you have a choice. We are not a mining country, Mr Speaker, even though 2/3 of our exports, 3/4 of our exports are mining product. We are not a mining country, because a mining country mines it out of the ground and sells metals. We mine it out of the ground and sell the ground. We are a quarrying country. Now, we were once described as an advanced industrial country. Well, I can't see any evidence that we're an industrial country at all, let alone an advanced industrial country. But God bless the people of my homeland that were determined that Australians would sell pure copper, that Australians would sell extremely high-grade lead, and that Australians would sell zinc, not ground, Mr Speaker, not ground. Now, we are on the cusp of opening up all these new minerals, and this parliament has a choice of either letting the minerals go, as you have done with bauxite at Weipa. I cannot believe that the Queensland government and the government of Australia have allowed bauxite to go out of Weipa. Now, when Comalco approached the Queensland government in the form of Sir Leo Hilcher, 2 of the 6 biggest bridges in Australia are named after Leo Hilcher, and quite rightly so, arguably with Jockey Peterson and Les Thies and 3 others, the architects of the Queensland economic miracle. Right? Now, when Comelco came in and said they wanted to export bauxite, Leo nearly killed himself laughing. How funny! How funny! You think you're going to export bauxite, do you? That doesn't happen in Queensland. Now it does. Now it does. Now it does. Now, Gladstone is one of the most vibrant cities in this nation because that government spent $1 squillion building the biggest power station in the world at Gladstone at the time, the biggest power station in the world, economies of scale that we can compete against anyone, and unlike the governments of Australia, the much maligned Bajocki-Peterson government said, we will take 1% of your coal for free. So our electricity was run on free coal. Free coal, negligible labour costs, even though they were on more money than members of parliament, probably deserved to be on more money than members of parliament as well. But because there was so much power going and the units were so big, so efficient, that labour costs were minimal, the coal costs were nil, absolute zero. Now, Mr Speaker, we're sending out bauxite.
Order.
Now, all I can say is,
The
if
members'
this initiative
time
makes a difference to that, then
has
that is a very, very good thing to happen.
concluded.
But
Thank you. The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I'll give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. And I do really want to appreciate the passion of the member who's moved these amendments. He is a regional MP. He's been in this place a long time and does acutely understand his electorate and regional Queensland and the importance of manufacturing. And is right to point out that in our history in Australia, we haven't always got things right. And it does sometimes feel like a bit of reverse engineering, like we're now talking about value-adding, when really we should have been value-adding all along. And does point out the case of bauxite and iron ore. But that's exactly what we're trying to address in this bill, is to be able to bring some of that value-adding back on shore. There's a dedication within this, and one of the key areas is how can we value-add in terms of our rare minerals and our mining. Believe it or not, and the importance of regional manufacturing. My electorate is a proud manufacturing electorate, and despite at the moment only employing about 10% of the local population, its output in terms of the economic value is so much more, and the jobs that are attached to it is so much more. One of the key areas in this bill that my manufacturers are very keen to tap into is that focus on mining. People may not realise, but we're going through another gold rush in Bendigo. We've found gold again. We have one of the richest seams of gold in the world and producing such high-quality gold that we are requiring. We've now got up to 1,000 gold miners, workers underground. You know, it's hard to believe that, you know, as you got it, and the gold is actually literally underground coming back in towards Bendigo. So on top, you have no idea that we're finding all this gold underground, but what is bringing with that is a lot of expanding manufacturing and trying to look at modern ways, innovative ways to mine that gold. So it is it's an exciting time, but what they are keen for and what they've reached out to me about is, in this bill, is that capital, is that partner, that equity partner in government that they are looking for. And that's what this bill really tries to do. It encourages innovation in our manufacturing. It encourages and supports that. Deep Core Drilling is one of the mining companies that we have, working closely with Fosterville Gold Mine on how they can, you know, use their advanced manufacturing methods into developing new mining equipment. And we have JL King, who isn't in gold mining. They are actually in food manufacturing. We are a big food manufacturer in my part of the world, and sometimes those jobs get recognised as manufacturing jobs, and other times they get recognised as agricultural jobs. We have more people working in food manufacturing in our area than all other manufacturing put together. There's over 1,000. There's our biggest employer in Victoria, a private employer in regional Victoria, is actually in my electorate, is Castlemaine Bacon. Don KR is in my electorate. They are really excited by what is being put forward in this bill, because that ability to be cleaner, greener manufacturing, looking forward to seeing what opportunities that they have under this. JL King, who I mentioned, have literally built a facility on the other side of town. They are looking to expand. They're being asked by aged care facilities. They do a lot of the ready meals that we now buy from IGAs and from other supermarkets. They're being asked to get involved in aged care because they deliver good food that's nutritious, that is going to help aged care facilities meet the needs of their residents, but they need to expand, and the cost of the equipment to expand is so high, and the banks aren't interested. They aren't interested. So they really like the opportunity that comes in this bill. Hoffman's Engineering, known for their manufacturing engineering operation in Perth, actually exist on the East Coast in Bendigo. They refurb the wind turbines. They make them more efficient. They receive in Bendigo wind turbines from Europe, but they're the best in the world at doing it. The ability to be able to tap into the most modern forms of manufacturing capability, looking for that investment partner that this government's got. Even this week, while we're debating this bill, I've had 2 different manufacturers reach out and say, how do we get access to this fund? And they're heartbreak to say it's not through the parliament yet. So I appreciate what the member's saying, but the bill that it is and where it's at is going to deliver the best opportunity for our local manufacturers, particularly in regional Victoria.
The member's time has concluded. The member will get the call. I'll just state the question that the amendments be disagreed to. Give the call to the member for Kennedy.
I just want to make the point that if there is, the minister has agreed to minority representation. Well, you and I both know the biggest minority in Australia is people that don't live in the big cities. And what I want is that minority to be represented. So we'll have all these other minorities, which really is not relevant to most of those people. They're not in Bendigo and they're not in Mount Isa. They're simply, I don't think any of my first Australian people will be selected on the board, and I don't think any of the women from my electorate will be on that board. And I hate to tell you, but I don't think there'll be many from Bendigo either in those categories. But the one category that's not there is representation from country areas. The last government set the NAIF up, Mr Speaker. They did not have one single person from Northern Australia on the NAIF board, the North Australia Investment Fund, and they had no one from North Australia on it. Now, it was jobs for the boys, and that's what my colleagues over here are trying to overcome, jobs for the boys. All right, but if ever there is a group that should be represented here, it is the member for Bendigo and the member for Kennedy's mob, where the mining and the great opportunities for processing into a refined product takes place. We are buying, in Queensland, all houses now have to have solar panels on them when you build a new house. Well, that's great, but this government and the last government have done absolutely nothing to see that any of those solar panels are built in Australia. We don't even provide the high-tech silicon from Australia. We don't even provide the high-tech silicon, and yet we are the cheapest silicon sources in the world, and it's crushed up. It's insane. So, we can provide the cheapest base product in the world, but we do no upgrading whatsoever. We just let it go. Same as we're doing with the bauxite at the present moment. Speaker, but I fear that this money will go where it shouldn't be going. Where it should be going is member for Bendigo and the areas that I represent.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker. There is a lot, Member for Kennedy, you've said. I think there'll be a lot of people, regardless of their politics, they agree with. The biggest thing has been I think the biggest problem has been a failure of ambition in this country to think ahead and to go, well, we can actually do this stuff. We've just thought, oh, well, there's a lot of things that other countries do better than us. And I've often said, Member for Kennedy, one of the big things we've got to do is back Australian know-how. It's not a cute line. It actually flows through to a whole lot of other decisions that get made, particularly by investors, that need to start thinking that what we do in this country matters, that it delivers longer-term economic value and commercial value, and where it happens too. And that failure of ambition and that failure to back know-how, I am very aware. It's affected people in your neck of the woods. It's affected people in the member for Bendigo's area, particularly hard for people in remote and regional Australia to get that look in. Now, we want to make sure that that happens. There's some parts of this bill, and in particular priority areas, Member for Kennedy, for instance, the value-add in resources, the value-add in agriculture. And if I can come to the resources, you made a hell of a lot of good points, or heck of a lot, I don't know if hell of a lot is parliamentary, but you made a heck of a lot of good points around the value-add. You made reference to bauxite. One of the other big things, as you well know and many other people know, we have so much of the critical minerals and rare earths that are needed that the rest of the world is chasing. And we're just mining it up and we're not doing any value add. It's part of the reason, Member for Kennedy, we're doing this national battery strategy and developing that so we can go, we do the mining and refining really well, but all the processing gets done in one country, the bulk of it, and we don't do anything in terms of cell manufacture, and we don't do anything in terms of recycle and reuse. And so thinking longer term, really important. So that the things that you're saying, we're backing that in. $1 billion of this fund is about going to value add in resources, right? So we get that. And the other thing is too, when we set this thing up with the will of the parliament, and I obviously don't preempt the fact that this is going to another place for a final vote as well, when this happens, we're not going to go, the NRF's done and brush our hands and that's it. There's a lot of other work that needs to feed into this. And so, for example, the development of co-investment plans to line up with the priority areas is really important. And the other thing that we do need to do is work out within those co-investment plans, have a thread that's running through them. And the thread is basically what you've said here today. Where does remote and regional Australia get a look in so we understand the strengths and otherwise of the regions, and we give them a much better look in to the way that the fund will make decisions. It will inform the board, but the board, again, is independent and will make its decisions. But coming to the crux of your point, you've asked us to set aside a big chunk of money of the NRF dedicated solely to remote and regional Australia. And
order.
Okay, if I'm not intending to misrepresent you, just let me.
Member for Kennedy will resume his seat. The member for Kennedy will resume his seat, and he may have to call up. He can speak again during this process, and I'll give the call to the minister.
I'm just making the point. There's this thing, constitutionally that prevents us from being able to provide mandated amounts in that way, but it's not that we don't want to do it. We very much do, and I'm flagging to you my commitment to do so. And I also want to ensure you made some points, as did the member for Mackellar, around board representation. If I can let you know, I want the board to be diverse. I don't want it to be the same old people that end up on the board. I want one that reflects the community, has broad range of— this is a national reconstruction fund, as I said. I want a wide range of people involved in that board with a wide range of skills. I do apologise to the member for Mackellar that I didn't respond in detail to her points, but I get where she's coming from. We're working on that whole way in which we do the board selection process, and the Minister for Finance and the Public Sector is leading that work. But I can assure you this is something that is very high in my thinking around how we select the board to make sure, in particular, that regional Australia gets a look in. This is about— there are 900,000 workers that owe their livelihood to manufacturing. There are 90,000 businesses. 1/3 of them are outside of the capital region. And in your state has the best record in terms of regional manufacture, the number of regional manufacturers that exist. And in actual fact, we should get the rest of the country to replicate what you're doing. And I am very keen to see if we can make that a reality. But unfortunately, we cannot support your amendment.
Order.
But I completely understand where you're coming from.
Time has concluded. The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Amendments 1 to...
The member will just resume her seat. We'll just deal with these amendments moved by the member for Kennedy, and then we'll move to the next ones. The question is the amendments be disagreed to, moved by the member for Kennedy. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now give the call to the member for Wentworth.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 4 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thank you, Speaker. Leave is granted.
The leave is granted. I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
I move amendments 1 to 4 as circulated in my name together. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have 3 substantive amendments to the bill, amendments which I believe are constructive and will improve the bill. I support the bill because I believe that it's absolutely incumbent upon us to help drive the decarbonisation and digitisation agenda for this country to help our long-term productivity and prosperity. However, I'm putting forward these amendments because I believe that we need to ensure integrity of government spending, because the money that goes through this parliament is not ours, it is of the people of Australia, and because we're facing interest rate costs on our borrowing that are extraordinary, so we must ensure that every dollar is spent incredibly effectively. The first deals with priority areas in which the fund can make investments. Under the bill, the minister can designate whatever industries or sectors he or she likes to receive investments from the fund. There is an opportunity to tighten the designation so that investments can only flow into those sectors where there is an economic justification for doing so. My amendment would require the Productivity Commission to consider potential priority areas before a designation could be made. This would prevent public money being invested where capital markets are already working and where there is no justification for government intervention. It would also prevent Australia investing public money in propping up industries where legitimately this country would like to make more things in Australia. But we also need to recognise that if the cost of making more things in Australia means that consumers bear an unreasonable cost and actually cost of decarbonisation increases, we need to be careful about continuing to support industries where we cannot be cost competitive with other countries in the long term. The second deals with the investment mandate, which sets the rules by which the fund can make its investments. With this bill, we are being asked to support the creation of the fund without knowing what the fund's investment mandate would be. I accept there are circumstances where this is appropriate, but I believe it is best if Parliament has the power to disallow mandates which would not be supported by one or other chambers. The counter-argument to this is that the government's other off-budget investment vehicles do not have disallowable mandates, and the National Reconstruction Fund should not be treated any differently. It's a fair point, but I believe that there's an opportunity to improve the accountability of these vehicles through the disallowance process. Rather than allowing future investment vehicles to adopt an inferior practice, we should insist on improved practice and work to raise standards across the other already legislated funds. And finally, the third deals with a statutory review of the fund. The bill requires independent reviews of the fund every 5 years, which is a sensible provision. But I would like to go a step further and require that the first review is completed before the government can provide any additional resourcing. Simply ensuring that the fund is working as intended before it is provided with additional $10 billion of public money is a sensible and reasonable requirement. As I said in the beginning, my goal is to be constructive. I believe that each of these amendments is constructive, sensible and reasonable. I believe they enhance the integrity of this off-budget spending and improve the confidence the community can have in this fund, and I believe they're worthy of your support. Thank you.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I note the amendments moved by all honourable members. The Coalition has indicated from the outset of this flawed bill that we will move and consider amendments in the Senate. This is a bad bill that has been rushed. Parliamentary scrutiny has been sidestepped and industry consultation—
Just pause the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. We are dealing with the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth, specifically her amendments at this stage. Does she wish to speak about those amendments? The way committee consideration detail works is we go through amendments, and under the standing orders, we will deal with the amendments one at a time, and the debate follows the amendments. I thank the Deputy Leader. I thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for a contribution. And the question now is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thank you, Speaker. And I also want to thank the member for Wentworth, who has engaged across a range of areas. This has obviously been one of many areas we have discussed, and I've noted her eagerness to pursue, to understand in particular the various mechanisms of the bill and how they'll work in together. In respect to the priority areas, if I can, before I get substantively to your point, but related to the points that you've raised, Member for Wentworth, as mentioned to you, and I just would like to reinforce to the House, the priority areas themselves that have been selected in the bill have been informed by work of the CSIRO and their Recovery and Resilience report. They indicated that these areas were important for longer-term economic growth, and we also believe that a lot of the work that can be done within there will have a huge impact or potentially huge impact in addressing some of those supply chain issues that we believe have driven inflation and have also set us on a trajectory for these interest rate increases that we've experienced. We've got to be able to tackle inflation and put downward pressure on interest rates. So these priority areas represent in large part what that work has put forward to us by the CSIRO. Some has been put in, for example, on transport, because frankly, we have seen some state governments decide to offshore work that was being done onshore by existing firms, creating good work for people, and they missed out on those contracts, and then that work came back and had to be fixed anyway. So we think that scaling up that manufacturing effort onshore to meet the needs, which I'm sure you share, to improve accessibility of public transport, and particularly locally made ones, it's a win all round, is really important. So we included that, and obviously there's a lot of work being done not just on light commercial electric vehicles but heavier industrial applications as well, so transport's important. But in setting those priority areas, if I may say, we don't want them to be chopped and changed. There needs to be certainty for industry, and there also needs to be certainty for the NRF board in making investment decisions. So we do want to ensure that there is that degree of stability and allow for that momentum to continue. That has been something I've been very focused on as a Minister for Industry. I didn't agree, for example, a lot of the things that the Coalition did in terms of the way they managed the MMI, but I was not about, as a new incoming minister, to rip up contracts or announcements that had been made, because my view is just keep momentum going, right, and keep building. I don't want to play politics with it. Just make it happen, right? So it's the same sort of thing here. Certainty for investment, certainty for industry is something that we do need to do. So we're not going to chop and change the priority areas. I note there's been reference a number of times to market failure. We are not talking about market failure here. We're talking about there is capability that exists in these areas, and we need to scale them up. And if there are people that are working in these priority areas that have now commercialised a concept, they're ready to scale up, and we want to be able to provide that investment, the independent board, conscious of the priority areas, will make that happen. So we do want to make that occur. We do want to ensure that in making that happen, it's done in a healthy way. That is, that it's across the board, that it's not just the cities, it's not just one part of the country, but it's many. And there are a lot of things that we need to do if we want to support, diversify and transform the industry and the economy and deliver financial returns as well. And if I can emphasise, with respect to your point around market failure, I mean, it's a lot harder, as you could appreciate, member for Wentworth, if you're trying to invest in areas of market failure without fixing the fundamentals beforehand, getting a return on the investment is incredibly harder. That's why I'm saying that a lot of these priority areas reflect capability that currently exists and can be scaled up. And similar to what I made the contribution earlier in the debate, I was also very conscious of the fact that delivering a return is not just important for the taxpayers, but it will be important because those firms are successful on the ground in the communities in which they're operating, providing jobs and economic and commercial viability and health for communities, and that is very important too. So while we can't support your amendment, I completely understand what is driving that, and I look forward to our continued engagement. There's a lot of work to be done here, and as I said earlier, Speaker, this is not the end of this work. There's a lot of work that needs to be done here, and I open the invitation to the parliament.
Order.
If they want to talk, we're happy to listen and work.
The time has concluded. Thank you. The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
Thank you so much. And I just want to, Mr Speaker, I'd like to make a few quick remarks in reply to the Minister. Firstly, I wanted to say, which I should have said in my first speech, is thank you so much for your engagement on this. It's been incredibly constructive, and I appreciate the genuine openness to the conversations. I think in terms of, the couple of points I want to make is the reason why I'm focusing on market failure is because we have a $3 trillion super industry in this country. We have a huge amount of private money. If private money can get behind these industries, they're going to actually have a huge opportunity to drive them even further. So I'm very supportive of private money getting behind there, and I don't want public money to confuse that. I want public money to help enable that, and then private money to really take off. And so I'm really focused on where public money can be spent that will reduce the market failure, that will then later enable private money to get in there, and also from a policy and regulation point of view, understanding if there are opportunities there and there is no market failure, why isn't private money getting in there, and what can we do to actually help them drive that. In relation to the your areas that you identified, I appreciate it came from that CSIRO report. It's a very good report. My concern is it was written in 2020. It's some distance ago, and we were in a very different time. And secondly, that and also, as I understand, the fund has not been completely allocated. So there is still money that may go into different sections, and it's my particular concern that money that goes into different sectors is allocated effectively where there is market failure or on the basis of really rigorous analysis. Finally, on your point on inflation and trying to do inflation reduction, I take your point on that, but I also think we need to note that part of the driver of inflation in this country and around the world is very high government spending out of the pandemic. And so this is why I've got a concern on this and all government spending now, because we do have there is a public sector driver of inflation that we have for good reason spend a lot of money, but that is one of the drivers of inflation, as well as supply chain issues across the world. And then finally, just on locally manufacturing, I support local manufacturing. In my family business, we manufacture locally, which makes us pretty unusual. But at the same time, I'm conscious that if products, particularly in this green transition, if making them locally means that they're much more expensive than they otherwise would be, or they are slower or harder to get to bring to market, then we will be costing ourselves more in this transition. And so I think we have to think very, very carefully about this balance and how to make sure that whatever we are supporting can, over the long term, is either critically required from a supply chain reliability or is important is otherwise able to, at some point, able to stand on its own 2 feet, so the government doesn't always have to step in. Thank you.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
I know we're not intending to do a back and forth on this, but there are some very good points that you've raised in that contribution, and I think it is important to get it on Hansard. In terms of priority areas, they're not. I take on board your point that the report itself that informed our thinking, that there's a bit of time that's gone. But if you look at the priority areas, value-add in resources, value-add in agriculture, medical sciences, defence industry, energy, low-emissions technology, the transport arena, and also enabling capabilities in critical technologies, while there has been a lot of time that's gone, the need for us to invest in those areas is still present and will be for some time. So that will be important. In response to your point about the cost of doing that and whether or not the end cost will be very high if we manufacture locally, I guess a number of things. Advanced manufacturing, the use of automation has changed the labour component in a lot of these areas, so that the world has moved a bit. I mentioned batteries earlier. In batteries, it's been suggested by the Future Battery Industry, CRC, that our capability to manufacture locally with batteries has been improved because of automation. And the skills required to be paired, the human capital side, in international context, when you look at remuneration, very competitive. So the concerns that you have, I don't necessarily think will be the same as what we experienced in times before, where we saw a lot of manufacturing go offshore because they went to one country because the wage rates were completely different. That was 20 years ago. The world has moved, and I think the world is also determined to reduce our dependence on those concentrated and broken supply chains. So I think, and also I would add, as you are well aware, I know this for a fact, the world is thinking differently about shipping and the emissions impact of that. And if we don't have capability onshore and we're importing a lot of product, we will be importing that product at higher prices. And given that, as I've remarked in times previous, member for Wentworth, our manufacturing self-sufficiency in the OECD is some of the lowest. We have a big job to do to repair that, so we can sidestep that importation of inflation, if I could put it that way. And in terms of some of the remarks that have been made about the NRF potentially contributing to inflation, 2 points I would submit on that is, one, we're trying to deal with the very supply-side issues that have driven inflation through some of this work, and two, this is investment in capability. It is investment. It's not us putting out grants and pumping out money into the economy. The propositions have to stand on their own 2 feet. They have to deliver a return to the taxpayer, and they're an investment in capability to address some of the inflationary issues. So the way we have staged those investments too, and to put that money in, as we have privately discussed, is happening over a period of time. So there's that. So it won't all be at once. And we wouldn't be able to have the ability to pump out those investment decisions in 1 year anyway, because it's going to take a bit of time. So to give you that assurance on the inflationary side is there. And the final point I'd make in response to the points you have made, you're absolutely right. We are proud of the fact that we have one of the largest savings pools on the planet because of superannuation. It's not just been important for people's post-retirement incomes, but it's provided investment capital to help businesses here and abroad. So we need to team up with them. And VC, as you know, they've been making revaluations of their investments and pulled money out, and we've seen that translate in job losses, where firms have had to lay off people because they don't have the investment runway that they once counted on. We need to change that. So we need to have money in there that can pair up. We are crowding in. We are not crowding out. We will work with super, VC and PE, private equity, to make this happen. And I might remark, the number of times I've had venture capital firms say to me, why don't we do what other countries do and set up a co-investment fund? Yeah. We are doing just that. Yeah. We're making that growth capital available for firms to grow, and importantly, I'll end on this point, back Australian know-how. Do not have firms with good ideas leave our shore because they don't feel like they've got the support that they can get. And the number of times I hear firms say they couldn't get capital here, but they could get not just other firms, but other governments invest in their propositions. That burns so much, and I know it burns in a lot of people around this chamber, regardless of their politics. We should back our own, stand on our 2 feet, build a stronger, longer-term economy, not be the importers of other people's ideas, but the exporters of great ideas that come from Australia.
The question is the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. And I call the Minister for Industry and Science.
I ask the Leader of the House to move the third reading immediately. Is leave granted?
Is leave granted? I give the call to the member for Herbert.
Thank you.
Leave is granted.
I move that this bill now be read a third time. Friends, this is a good day for Australian manufacturing. This is a good day. If you want Australia to be a country that makes things, this is a good day. If you are a manufacturer in regional or outer suburban areas of our country that are looking for that growth capital to make sure that your firm is secure and grows, this is a good day. And this is a good day for jobs. This is a good day for people working across a range of different sectors who believe in the value of their work and want a government to believe in the value of their work. We are championing Australian manufacturing because a country that makes things, it's not just about that proposition of them making things here in this country. Australian manufacturing makes good jobs, good, secure work. Nearly 900,000 people in this nation owe their livelihood to manufacturing, and 85% of those jobs are full-time, good-paying jobs. This is something that is absolutely worth fighting for. And we had people on this side of the chamber fight for that. We had people on the crossbench and the Greens fight for that. We may not have agreed with everything, but in the end, you had the bulk of this chamber say Australian manufacturing is worth backing. And the ones that didn't sit there. The ones that want to pretend that they back manufacturing sit there. The ones who chased off auto manufacturers from this country sat there. The ones who pulled apart manufacturing programs when they were in government, many of them sit there. The ones who scrambled back to put manufacturing funding back in, many of them sit there. And then, when we called on them to support us to help Australian manufacturers who are dealing with soaring energy prices, when we said join with us to help Australian manufacturers, they weren't there. And when we asked them to back in one of the greatest investments in manufacturing capability in living memory, they weren't there. But again, contrast. When they said they wanted to bring in, when they were in government, funds to manufacturing grants to help support Australian manufacturing, they put $1.5 billion on the table. What did we do? We didn't do what they did. We agreed with it. We supported it. Because, friends, they say they're the party of the working class, but every time they need to be there, they're not. They refuse to back our ideas. We said we don't agree necessarily with everything you're doing when we were in opposition, but we backed manufacturing because manufacturing matters. That's the test. They failed the test. They had a chance to show that they truly do get it, that at a time where it's hard to get the cost of capital at the price that you need it, because they set us on a trajectory around inflation in office, their spending, their blowouts of the budget, their debt, their increases to debt, $1 trillion of debt, the way that they failed to deal with supply chains, the way that inflation went off the rails, and the way it set us on an interest rate trajectory that we're having to deal with now in government. When we try to get that fixed, they are not there. And the point I make, friends, is they are never there to support manufacturing. They only support manufacturing when there's a camera around, when they can put on the high-vis and they can pretend to. So we think Australian manufacturing deserves better than that. And in so many of when I look at my colleagues and I look at how many of them in the outer suburbs and in the regions who visit their manufacturers and are proud of what they do, each and every one of you can go back and say, we back what you do. We back Australian know-how. We back ideas. We don't want firms to feel like they have to leave this nation to get the support they rightly deserve from our own. Why is it that we have so many firms that say they can't get the capital from local investors, but they get them from overseas investors or as overseas governments back manufacturing quicker than our own did? We are determined to change this. We are determined to back our ideas, back our businesses, back our workers, back their growth, back them being able to grow communities and make a difference. We said, friends, we said in opposition we would do this. We all lived the lesson of the pandemic. When the things we needed were not there at the time we needed them most. We said we'll learn the lesson. But we didn't just say we'd learn the lesson and then do nothing and forget about it later. We said we would take concrete action. We promised the Australian people we would develop this fund. We promised that we would see that money there available for communities that value manufacturing, and we are delivering. We wish we would have had the support of those opposite, but it's clear they are the fakes and flakes when it comes to manufacturing. They are never there when we need their support. But, friends, we will do it. We will get this job done. We will make sure that Australian manufacturing gets the support you need. You all, as well as the crossbench and the Greens, can go back to your communities and rightly say, we've got your back. Yeah. And we are proud of this fact. I'm proud of the support. I'm proud of the fact that the House has endorsed one of the greatest investments in manufacturing capability. And with that, I thank the House for its time.
The question is the bill now be read a third time to give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the minister's come to the dispatch box paper-free, and I note that because it may not be well known that he uses foreign paper in his office. Here on Australian-made paper, I'm very happy to respond. I'm very happy to respond.
Order.
And in fact,
members on my right.
and make the point that his briefs are not worth the paper they're printed on. Now, I note the amendments moved by honourable members, and the Coalition has indicated from the outset of this flawed bill that we will move and consider amendments in the Senate, because this is a bad bill that has been rushed. Parliamentary scrutiny has been sidestepped. Industry consultation has been all show and no substance. Now, let me tell you about the industry consultation process.
Order.
It's been so farcical, Mr Speaker, that the government would have you believe that in just a few business days, after receiving close to 200 submissions, they earnestly reviewed all of this important feedback. Indeed, the minister began debate on this bill before the Senate inquiry process had even held its hearings. It's clear the only consultation that matters to this government, the only interests they're seeking to represent, are those of their union paymasters. The minister consulted just 7 organisations prior to rushing this bill through the House. 7 organisations. The Australian Council of Trade Unions topped the list. Industry Super Australia, chaired by Labor power broker Greg Combet. The Australian Banking Association, run by yet another Labor power broker, Anna Bligh. The Law Council of Australia, and I mean no disrespect, but what would they know about the challenges our manufacturers face? The Australian Investment Council and their own department's statutory board. Not a single manufacturer, not one. Now, the lack of consultation for a bill that's being rushed through in this manner and that is responsible for $15 billion of taxpayers' funds is beyond negligent. In fact, when asked at Senate estimates if any modelling was undertaken as to the inflationary impact of the National Reconstruction Fund, the response was staggering. No, we haven't. It wasn't necessary. Can you believe that? Now, I've been in this place more than 21 years, Mr Speaker, and in all that time I struggle to recollect such an egregious affront to the Australian taxpayer. Today, we've also seen the government selling out our manufacturers for a cheap deal with the Greens. A cheap deal with the Greens, which prohibits investment in coal, gas and native forestry. As Australian households and small businesses are facing soaring energy prices right here, right now, Labor seems determined to make it worse, with Anthony Albanese caving into the Greens and selling Australian manufacturing up the creek. Every expert in this country is calling on the Prime Minister to unlock more supplies of gas. But today's awful deal with the Greens is another demonstration that this government is utterly unable to deliver policies that will produce affordable and reliable energy. Now, the Industry Minister always claims to acknowledge the importance of gas as a transition fuel, but today he's actually preventing the investment in this critical area of our manufacturing policy and our manufacturing sovereignty. This is a bad bill that's become even worse. We will fight Labor's recklessness all the way to the Senate, then to the election and beyond, because the resources industry is the only industry singled out for prohibition in this fund. It's a damning indictment on the priorities of this bad Labor government, because we, on this side of the House, we know that a gas-led transition is critical. Once again, this government breaks its promise. Once again, it demonises gas. It's another broken promise. It's another in the long list of people who are being left behind by a government and a Prime Minister who said they would leave no one behind. Instead, they are leaving everyone behind, including our hard-working manufacturers. Mr Speaker, this dodgy, desperate deal sees the government's signature manufacturing policy take one giant step backwards. Now, these concerns, as well as a raft of others in this flawed bill, were captured in the Senate inquiry process, and I do acknowledge the good faith in which the independents have heard our concerns with this bad bill. And the Coalition does look forward to considering the report from the Senate committee, and we will be moving amendments in the Senate.
Look, just before I call the member for Kennedy, and I didn't want to interrupt the Deputy Leader of the Opposition or the Minister, but I want to remind all members about the third reading speeches. Just if I could bring this to the attention of the Deputy Leader, it's not the time to reopen debates, the third reading speeches. Practice is very clear. The scope of the debate is more restricted than at the second reading stage, being limited to the contents of the bill. That is, the matters contained in the clauses and the schedules of the bill. It is not in order to repeat those debate on matters discussed in the motion for the second reading or during the detail stage. So if the time is to debate amendments, is at the time. It is not the third reading stage to do that. And it has been held for a long time that the House, the debate on the motion for the third reading is limited to the bill as agreed to by the House. So I didn't want to interrupt, but just going forward, so all members can be aware of what happens during the third reading amendment. It is not the time to bring new material or to relitigate issues before. The question is, the bill now be read a third time. I'm going to give a call to the member for Kennedy.
Speaker, I started a very enthusiastic supporter of the bill. I have very great respect for the minister. I think he's one of the finest ministers I've served with in this place. I don't go that far, just to say that, right? But whether he's been forced to or whatever the case may be, the bill has been watered down and watered down and watered down. And if you put enough acid in a basic solution, it will then become an acidic solution. And that's what's happened here. The bill has shifted from a promotion of industry to serving the interests of minority groups and to serve the interests of the anti-coal brigade. You know, the basic element of India, which will soon be the biggest country on earth and the biggest economy on earth, there are 600 million people. Mr Speaker, this is relevant to the change that has occurred in this bill through the government process. They have no electricity, so they have to use cow dung and grass and a bit of wood that they can find somewhere for all of their energy requirements, these poor people. And you're going to tell them they can't have coal. Well, I mean, that's simply not going to fly. And I'm very sad to say that a bill which I started off with great enthusiasm for will now serve the interests of minority groups. It's got nothing to do with development. It has been corrupted to a point where it will fail to achieve its objectives, and I, with very, very sad regret, say that I'll be opposing the bill.
The question is the bill be now read a third time. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk. Order.
Third reading, a bill for an act to establish the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, Social Security Administration Amendment, Income Management Reform Bill 2023.
And I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Social Security Administration Amendment Income Management Reform Bill 2023 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Social Security and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today I am introducing the next step of the Albanese Government election commitment to reform income management, the Social Security Administration Amendment Income Management Reform Bill 2023. This bill builds on the changes made by the Social Security Administration Amendment, Repeal of the Cashless Debit Card and Others Measures Act 2022, which establishes the Enhanced Income Management Program and repealed the Cashless Debit Card Program. The amendments made by this bill will facilitate an effective and efficient transition to enhanced income management for existing income management participants who choose to use the superior banking product and ensure that new entrants into the program are provided with the contemporary technology of the smart card. This is to be given effect through 3 key reforms to be implemented from a date set by proclamation. Firstly, the bill extends the enhanced income management regime to include all of the measures that are in place for the income management regime. This will allow eligible welfare recipients to enter the enhanced income management regime that offers improved technology and access to over 1 million outlets across Australia, as well as tap-and-go transactions, online shopping and BPay. Secondly, the bill gives people subject to income management regime under Part 3B the choice to move to enhanced income management from the commencement date, thereby allowing them to access the Basics Card bank account and Superior Smart Card. Thirdly, the bill directs all new entrants to the enhanced income management regime, ensuring no new participants are issued with a Basics Card. All new participants will receive the Smart Card, and we will undertake further consultations on the long-term future of income management. Former cashless debit card participants in the Northern Territory and Cape York and Domagee regions, and those who choose to remain on the cashless debit card program in other areas, transitioned to the Enhanced Income Management Program on the 6th of March 2023. This bill offers the same choice to use the contemporary technology to more than 24,000 existing income management participants in the Northern Territory and other place-based locations nationally. It will also ensure that all newly eligible participants will be part of the enhanced income management to ensure no new participants are given the Basics Card. The more modern Smart Card provides banking functions including, as I said, the tap-to-pay payments, online shopping and BPay bill payments. Importantly, the Smart Card is delivered by Services Australia and has a PIN number for added protection. Our absolute priority is to ensure participants are supported and given access to a modern financial experience. The service offering of the Basics Card has become increasingly out of step with modern expectations, and submissions to the Senate Community Affairs Legislative Committee inquiry into the Social Security Administration Amendment, Repeal of the Cashless Debit Card and Other Measures Bill 2022 also gave us a clear message that the Basics Card is out of date and not sufficient to meet the needs of people and communities. The former government did not invest in the Basics Card because they were focused on pushing more people onto the privatised cashless debit card. We've listened, and this bill responds to a clear message that the Basics Card is out of date, that it is important for this bill to be dealt with as soon as possible. The Albanese government is working with communities on the future of income management, what it looks like for them. Any decisions about the future of income management will be based on genuine consultation with affected communities, states and territory governments, experts in the field. Until that time, this bill will ensure income management is more in tune with the needs of participants based on the feedback we've already heard. Further, this bill will specifically exclude aged pensioners and special needs pensioners as eligible payments for the vulnerable welfare payment receipt measure of enhanced income management. This reflects the Albanese government's strong view that it was never an appropriate measure under the existing income management program, and ensures that any future governments are unable to enact this change without standing here in this place and attempting to justify it. It will also specifically exclude veterans' payments as eligible payments for enhanced income management. It is important to be clear here to provide communities with certainty about what these changes will mean for them. This bill does not remove the income management program or amend the underlying policy, which is based on applying restrictions to an individual's welfare payment when they meet specific eligibility criteria to ensure a portion of their payment cannot be spent on restricted goods. This bill does not change the eligibility criteria which determined whether an individual is placed on income management. As such, no participant will exit the scheme who would otherwise be subject to income management. Any new participant who will be placed on enhanced income management would otherwise be placed on income management. This bill does not change the portion of payment which cannot be spent on restricted goods, which will remain consistent with the proportion currently restricted based on eligible measure. It also does not change the item to be restricted, which are alcohol, gambling, services, pornography and tobacco. Importantly, it also does not change the current availability for state and territories to refer people to income management where there are concerns, for example, relating to child protection. This ability exists in the income management regime and will be protected by inserting the equivalent sections into the enhanced income management. I will also be consulting with my state and territory ministers on any additional referral pathways they may wish to have access to in order to refer an individual to income management, recognising that states and territories are well placed to respond to social issues within their own jurisdictions. Feedback from First Nations community leaders told us more consultation was required on the future of income management. We heard that any change needs to be measured and responded to communities' needs. Decisions that impact First Nations people will be made in partnership involving extensive consultation. As I said in this place, when I introduced our bill to abolish the cashless debit card last year, we will continue consulting with and listening to a wide range of stakeholders, including First Nations leaders, women's groups, service providers, communities, people receiving welfare payments and our state and territory government counterparts. These diverse perspectives on local needs will strongly inform what the future of income management looks like. Consultation is central to everything we as a government do. We want to ensure changes or measures we implement are actually helping those who need it. Our focus and our objective as a government remains clear: to empower people, empower communities and provide individuals and communities with a range of supports that they can choose to use and how it best suits them. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. Call the member for Riverina to move.
Debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Notice number 2. National Vocational Education and Training Regulator Data Streamlining Amendment Bill 2023.
Call the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I present the National Vocational Education and Training Regulator Data Streamlining Amendment Bill 2023 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Vocational Education and Training Regulator Act 2011 and for related purposes.
For the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australian vocational education and training sector delivers outstanding education and training through a variety of institutions, through public TAFE and private registered training organisations, within universities and through schools. It is a dynamic and responsive sector that supports millions of students each year to obtain the skills and knowledge they need to succeed in an ever-changing economy. It provides flexible opportunities for individuals to engage in education and training.
Order. Can I just interrupt the Minister? Can the Minister move the second reading bill?
Oh, so my apologies. Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I might just recommence, if I may.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australian vocational education and training sector delivers outstanding education and training through a variety of institutions, through public TAFE and private registered training organisations, within universities and through schools. It is a dynamic and responsive sector that supports millions of students each year to obtain the skills and knowledge they need to succeed in an ever-changing economy. It provides flexible opportunities for individuals to engage in education and training as a starting point to a career pathway or as a solution to upskill or reskill. At the heart of its agenda, the government is uplifting the vet sector, including by delivering 180,000 fee-free TAFE and vet places this year, upgrading essential TAFE infrastructure through the $50 million TAFE Technology Fund and supporting new energy apprenticeships for a modern economy. Today I introduced the National Vocational Education and Training Regulator Amendment Bill 2023 to amend the National Vocational Education and Training Regulator Act 2011. The amendments in the bill will support changes to the way vet activity data is collected and submitted by RTOs to the National Centre for Vocational Education Research and modernise the way that vet activity data can be accessed and used by authorised users. More broadly, the amendments will support data reforms which will be implemented as part of the vet data streamlining program and which will help to deliver high-quality training outcomes. The Australian Government is working with states and territories and the NCVER to improve the availability and quality of vet activity data through the Vet Data Streamlining Program and its reforms. This reform will modernise the way TAFEs and other RTOs manage their collection, validation and submission of vet activity data. Deputy Speaker, there are currently data lags of up to 20 months in national vet activity data collection, which is published annually. Current data lags make it difficult for governments to respond effectively to emerging skills shortages or other policy and funding issues as they occur. Vet data streamlining will introduce modern technology that will enable progressive submission and validation of vet activity data. An updated vet information standard to replace the current statistical standard, which was first developed over 25 years, and updated regulatory, legislative and governance settings that will support the objective of better data faster. These important vet data reforms aim to enhance the transparency of changes and developments in the vet market, including responses to unexpected shocks, make vet student activity data reporting simpler, reduce reporting pathways for training providers, reduce the time delay between the collection, availability and reporting of vet activity data, improve data quality and business efficiency, provide evidence to support key policy and funding decisions to the vet sector, such as fee-free TAFE and vet, enhance government's ability to assess the effectiveness of investment in vet, improve consumer information on scheduled course offerings and ensure unique student identifier transcripts are updated sooner, which assist students and their employers. Better data faster will support government priorities for the vet sector, including the work of Jobs and Skills Australia, which relies on vet activity data to inform its advice to the Australian Government on current and emerging skills and training needs in the labour market and workforce, ensure that additional TAFE commitments are delivering skills in priority areas, World-leading training must be supported by quality information and evidence-based assessment of the vet sector. The NVETR Act will establish the National Vet Regulator and the framework to provide nationally consistent regulation across the sector. To inform the regulation of the vet sector, the NVETR Act places data provision obligations on RTOs to report data in accordance with the National Vocational Education and Training Regulator Instrument 2020. The bill engages with this legislative framework. I will now outline several aspects of the bill, Deputy Speaker. To ensure vet activity data remains responsive to the needs of governments and other vet data users, the bill will enable the Skills Ministerial Council, which is made up of Commonwealth and State and Territory ministers, to agree that a specified body or person can agree to amendments to data provision obligations of RTOs. Currently, the relevant Commonwealth Minister and the Ministerial Council must agree to such amendments. This amendment will streamline future processes to update the new vet information standard, making the data standard more responsive to the needs of governments and other vet activity data users. The amendments in this bill will authorise the access and use of vet activity data by ICT system operators engaged under a contract to collect, use and disclose vet activity data through a legislative instrument, the National Vocational Education Training Regulator Determination 2023. The amendments in the bill will remove an ambiguity by expressly incorporating the authorisation for the National Vet Regulator, ASQA, to make an administrative decision to exempt an RTO from providing specified data that is prescribed by the data provisions requirements. Finally, the amendments in the bill will permit the Secretary of the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations to release information collected in accordance with the data provision requirements if agreed by the Ministerial Council or a specified person or body agreed by the Ministerial Council. Improved vet data collection will also support other agencies and projects, including ASQA and the Multi-Agency Data Integration Project, and is aligned with the principle of open data exchange with states and territories under the Intergovernmental Agreement on Data Sharing between Commonwealth, state and territory governments. Consultation with these stakeholders and peak bodies and training providers has demonstrated the support for improving the quality and timeliness of vet activity data. I would like to acknowledge the contributions of these stakeholders in advancing these important vet data reforms. Deputy Speaker, the bill is a key step in modernising the collection and use of vet activity data. The data reforms in the vet data streamlining are important. They will enhance both the quality and relevance of vet by making timely and quality vet activity data available to governments, regulators, training providers, students and the vet sector as a whole. This bill and vet data streamlining will provide the government with better data faster, as it delivers its agenda to uplift vet, be it through fee-free TAFE and vet places, the TAFE Technology Fund or the many projects which depend upon reliable vet activity data. I commend this bill to the chamber.
Thank you, Minister. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order notice number 3. Education Legislation Amendment Start-up Year and Other Measures Bill 2023.
Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Education Legislation Amendment Start-up Year and Other Measures Bill 2023 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation in relation to education and research and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time.
Minister has the call.
The Education Legislation Amendment Start-up Year and Other Measures Bill 2023 amends the Higher Education Support Act 2003 to implement the government's election commitment to establish a start-up year program in our universities. What happens in our universities can change the world. They are ideas factories. They are playing an even bigger role in nurturing our start-up ideas from concept to commercial application through higher education-based accelerator programs. Start-ups play an important role in job creation and in commercialising ideas. In 2020, over 3,000 new jobs could be attributed to Australia's 8 most successful start-ups. The Tech Council of Australia estimates that new tech start-ups can contribute 30,000 new jobs and $7 billion in value by 2030. But creating a successful start-up requires know-how, and we need to support the development of the skills needed to drive those businesses and technologies of the future, and that's what this bill does. It will extend up to 2,000 income contingent loans each year to eligible students participating in higher education-based accelerator programs. These will be programs which build skills in entrepreneurship and connect students with the support, mentorship and facilities they need to develop their start-up ideas. The loans will be available to final year undergraduate students, to current postgraduate students and recent graduates as a new type of loan under our existing higher education loan program. The amount of assistance will be tied to the maximum student contribution amount for medicine, dentistry and veterinary science, which is set at $11,800 under Funding Cluster 4 of the Higher Education Support Act. The bill also provides for guidelines which will contain further detail on the operation of the loan, including the process of allocating loans and registering eligible accelerator courses under the program. Places will be prioritised for courses which demonstrate greater engagement with and participation of underrepresented groups, among them female entrepreneurs, Indigenous Australians, people with a disability and community-based start-ups which are working on regional and rural issues. Consistent with other help loans, start-up year loans will be paid back through the tax system once an individual's income rises above the compulsory repayment threshold. This means that people pay what they can afford and they don't pay more if they don't earn more. This removes a significant roadblock to participation in accelerator programs and will encourage a broader, a more diverse range of programs to be available to a larger cohort of participants. Eligible students will be able to receive a maximum of 2 start-up year loans over their lifetime, and students who undertake an accelerator course and who access a start-up year loan will be able to access a range of student payments as long as they meet the other eligibility criteria. These measures will help our bright young innovators to generate the game-changing ideas and jobs of the future. The program will start with a pilot program commencing in July of this year and a full rollout in July of 2024. This bill also amends the Higher Education Support Act to list Avondale University as a Table B provider. Listing Avondale as a Table B provider recognises the university's recent registration as an Australian university by the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency, TEQSA, and will give Avondale greater access to grants under the Higher Education Support Act, such as research block grants. The bill will also amend the Australian Research Council Act 2001 to apply current indexation rates to funding for the 22-23, 23-24 and 24-25 financial years and insert a new funding cap for the 25-26 financial year, resulting in an additional appropriation to the ARC of just over $1 billion. It will ensure that the ARC can continue to support Australia's research sector by funding the highest quality of fundamental and applied research to deliver real cultural, economic, social and environmental benefits for all Australians. Mr Speaker, the measures in this bill further the government's commitment to supporting our higher education sector, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Notice number 4. National Health Amendment. Effective prosecution. Approved Pharmacist Corporations Bill 2023.
Call the Minister.
On behalf of the Minister for Health and Aged Care, I present the National Health Amendment, Effective Prosecution, Approved Pharmacist Corporations Bill 2023 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker, the Labor Party has had a long-standing history of contribution to the legacy of universal health coverage in Australia. The Albanese government is committed to protecting and strengthening our world-class pharmaceutical benefit scheme known as the PBS. The PBS has continually provided affordable access to medicines for all Australians for over 70 years, and is respected and valued for the high-quality, cost-effective medicines it delivers. The Australian government expenditure on the PBS was $14.7 billion in the 2021-22 financial year. For the PBS to maintain its ability to support an increasing number and range of medicines, it is essential that the government protects Commonwealth funds through ensuring its integrity and financial viability. The National Health Amendment, Effective Prosecution, Approved Pharmacist Corporations Bill amends the National Health Act of 1953 to support the effective operation of the PBS. While the majority of pharmacists do the right thing when claiming PBS payments, there is unfortunately a small number that do not. In certain cases, it is a result of inappropriate claiming or worse, fraud. Any pharmacist who has been prosecuted for PBS fraud should not be able to perpetrate further fraud against the Commonwealth. Under the current legislation, an approval to supply PBS medicines can be held by a pharmacist as an individual or under a company structure. Currently, if a pharmacist who is approved as an individual is prosecuted for a PBS fraud-related offence, their approval can be suspended or revoked. However, if that same pharmacist operates under a company structure, there is no ability for that approval to be suspended or revoked. This poses a real risk as many pharmacists increasingly operate their pharmacy businesses under corporate structures. Such a pharmacist, if prosecuted of a PBS-related offence, can continue to supply PBS medicines and perpetrate further fraud. This bill introduces an amendment which will align with the original intent that the discretionary power to suspend or revoke the approval of a pharmacist who's been prosecuted for PBS fraud applies equally to all approvals. This is irrespective of whether the approval is held by an individual or under a company structure. The bill will strengthen protection of the PBS regardless of the business ownership structure. I would like to acknowledge and thank key stakeholders for their input and support for the amendments during consultation on this bill. In particular, the Pharmacy Guild of Australia, the Pharmaceutical Society of Australia, the Pharmacy Board of Australia and the state and territory pharmacy regulators nationwide. The government is aiming to ensure that Australians continue to have access through the PBS to affordable medicines when and where they need them. The proposed changes will contribute to the sustainability and continuity of access to PBS medicines by preventing abuse of the scheme. Thank you.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned, and I call the member for Riverina.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Thank you, Minister. The member for Riverina. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 5. Department of Defence, Kiltarna Training Area Redevelopment Phase 2.
I call the Assistant Treasurer.
Here. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to the Parliament. Department of Defence Coltana Training Area Redevelopment Phase 2. The Department of Defence is proposing to deliver infrastructure and facilities at Coltana Defence Training Area in South Australia. The proposed works will increase the Australian Defence Force training capacity through new and upgraded training facilities and infrastructure and provide an all-weather road network. The estimated cost of the works is $79.8 million, excluding GST. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence from late 2023 and be completed by early 2025. Following its inquiry, the committee has recommended that the House of Representatives resolve, pursuant to section 18(7) of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, that it is expedient to carry out this project. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Moreton, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the Assistant Treasurer. The question is that the motion moved by the Assistant Treasurer be passed. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 6. Department of Employment and Workplace Relations and the Australian Electoral Commission proposed fit-out of new premises at London Quarter, Block 40, Section 100, Canberra City, ACT.
Call the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Employment and Workplace Relations and the Australian Electoral Commission proposed fit-out of new premises at London Quarter, Block 40, Section 100, Canberra City, ACT. The Department of Employment and Workplace Relations and the Australian Electoral Commission are proposing to fit out a new office that will be constructed at London Quarter, Block 40, Section 100, Canberra City, ACT. The new office, which will also be occupied by the Department of Education under a Memorandum of Understanding with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, will consolidate staff from 11 buildings across Canberra. The proposed works will increase operational efficiency, promote greater collaborative work practices and reduce property operating costs. The estimated cost of the fit-out is $149.6 million, excluding GST. Subject to parliamentary approval, the fit-out works are expected to commence in September 2024 and be completed by March 2026. Following its inquiry, the committee has recommended that the House of Representatives resolve, pursuant to section 18(7) of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, that it is expedient to carry out this project. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Moreton, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the Assistant Treasurer. The question is that the motion moved by the Assistant Treasurer be passed. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. I call the clerk. I have to report that the Migration Visa Pre-Application Process Charge Bill 2023 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Sorry, I'll put the question again. The question is that the bill be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say is a division required? Division required. Bring the bills for 4 minutes. Those opposed move to the right of the chamber. Those in agreement with the bill move to the right. Those opposed move to the left. So, division required, yeah.
It was your call. I just did what you said. You're the boss.
It's one of those rare moments where your duty coincides with and be here otherwise. So yeah, everything is well timed. You can make the last 12.
Lock the doors. The question is that this bill be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers with the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers with the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 52. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. This bill has been agreed to. Minister. And I give the call to order. I give the call to the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I call the Leader of the Nationals. Leave is granted. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be read a third time.
I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to impose a charge on the registration of a person as a registered participant in a visa pre-application process and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Migration Amendment Australia's Engagement in the Pacific and Other Measures Bill 2023 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The question is the amendment be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. The Minister for Defence Personnel will cease interjecting, as will the member for Wannon. The Minister for Pacific Island Affairs will cease interjecting, so will the member for Wannon. The member for Wannon does not interject after he's been told not to interject. I'll call, the division is under process, but I'll call the member for Riverina.
Ask the Minister to withdraw the language he just used in Parliament, Mr Speaker. It was most unparliamentary about our Pacific friends.
I didn't hear the interjection. I'll call the Minister.
Withdraw.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 52. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Just can't wait to see Patrick Conroy's barrel.
question is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parks and Riverina as tellers for the no. Parks and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 52. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? I call the member for Wannon.
Leave's granted.
Leave is granted. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Treasury Laws Amendment 2023 Measures No. 1 Bill 2023 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber. A Governor-General's message recommended an appropriation has been reported and the bill has been returned with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 82, noes 56. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. This bill has been agreed to. I give the call to the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Call the member for Wannon.
Leave's granted.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time, and I'd like to thank members who have contributed to the debate. I'd also like to take time to respond to some of the issues that have been raised by the opposition. Schedules 4 and 5 to the bill will enhance the integrity of the tax system and close tax loopholes that allow companies to allocate franking credits to shareholders in a way that is outside the intent of the system. This is hurting the budget bottom line and it's hurting taxpayers. The Coalition used to believe in these things, and that's why the Coalition wanted to do it first. On capital raisings in the 2016-17 MyEFO, the then Treasurer, Scott Morrison, announced, and I quote, "The government will introduce a specific measure preventing the distribution of franking credits where a distribution to shareholders is funded by particular capital-raising activities." And on off-market share buybacks, the then Liberal Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, said on the 26th of August 2019, and I quote, "Share buybacks and capital returns are becoming increasingly prominent. A more positive approach to investment and growth by Australian corporates would not only lead to a stronger economy, but would contribute to the goal of capital deepening." So one of these measures is theirs, and one of them was supported by them. That just shows what rank opportunism we're seeing from the opposition, desperately trying to whip up hysteria about one practice that has almost completely stopped since the then Treasurer announced it, but will almost certainly start again if we don't close the loophole, and the other one that makes up less than 2% of franking credit distributions. These are measures we've consulted on and we've responded to the consultation. Can I particularly make note of a large number of submissions that we should not backdate the capital raising measure to the day that Scott Morrison first announced it back in 2016. In response to those submissions, we've made a change. We listened and we made a change. The measure will no longer be retrospective to previous financial years. These measures are targeted at big companies finding loopholes in our tax system. Big companies that are getting discounted share buybacks paid for or subsidised for by Australian taxpayers. Those opposite knew it, but let me say it again. These changes will have absolutely no impact on the franking credit distribution to everyday Australians. They know it. They know it. It will have absolutely no impact on the franking credit distribution to everyday Australians. And if your constituents are asking you this question, just ask them. How many off-market share buybacks have you done in the last 12 months? The answer will be zero. How many off-market share buybacks have mum and dad investors done in the last 12 months? And the answer will be zero. They know it. The Australian people know it. Let's get on with making the system stronger and operating in the terms that it was intended. Franking credits were a Labor invention. We introduced them under the Hawke and Keating government. It ensures that we have an imputation system to save investors from double taxation. It's a system we believe in and we stand by. We commend the bill to the House.
The question is the bill will now be read a third time. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations, financial services, sustainability standards and taxation, and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Ministers of State Amendment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Reid.
Thanks, Speaker. Before the last election and in the months since, I've been out door-knocking all across my electorate. It's a diverse electorate with a range of diverse opinions. We don't agree on everything, and I think that's good. I like that people in my area have strong views and beliefs that they are happy to share with me. But one thing that I heard loud and clear before the last election was that politics, politicians and the institutions of government have taken a real hit when it comes to trust. Recent research from the Governance Institute of Australia listed the least trusted occupations in the country. Let's take a guess where we ranked in that list. 3 out of the top 4 spots were taken by politicians. Number 1 for least trusted were state politicians. Number 2, all those in the chamber here, federal politicians. Number 3, real estate agents. And number 4, local politicians. This is not a list you want to do well on. These results are worrying because the lack of trust has real impacts on how this country runs. That's why I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on this bill, because it's part of this Labor government's determination to build back trust with the electorate. The bill goes to the heart of what this place does. That is, to the heart of responsible government. Responsible government, 2 words that in many respects are completely ordinary, but which have a fundamentally important role to play in this place and what we do here. When the member for Cook went about appointing himself to 5 additional ministries, he rode roughshod over those principles of responsible government, the very essence of what keeps this place ticking. And worse than that, he helped to burn through public trust, one of the most important ingredients to make our democratic institutions work. So let's rewind a bit to August 2022, when the news broke that the member for Cook, while holding the office of Prime Minister, had gone on a power grab, unprecedented in this nation's history. And can I thank Justice Virginia Bell for her examinations of the facts here. The member for Cook appointed himself the Minister for Health on the 14th of March 2020. A couple of weeks later, he also appointed himself Minister for Finance. 12 months go past and the itch returns, and in April 2021, this time he takes on the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. And as we've all learnt, this is where he bundled the member for Hinkler out of the way so he could make a decision on PEP 11. A month later, the member for Cook took both Home Affairs and Treasury. So for those keeping score, that's one man, 6 portfolios. One of the most astounding things about this episode was the secrecy with which these arrangements were made. At no stage did the member for Cook make the public or this parliament aware of his additional appointments. In fact, in the cases of his appointments to Health, Finance, Home Affairs and Treasury, the member for Cook didn't even inform the relevant ministers. What are the implications of this? David Crowe, the chief political correspondent for the Sydney Morning Herald, describes it succinctly. There was a blurring of responsibility, an absence of transparency and a dodging of accountability. One of the central tenets of the Westminster system is that of ministerial accountability. But how was the parliament supposed to keep the member for Cook accountable for his actions when it didn't even know about his extra responsibilities? How were Australians supposed to keep him accountable for the extraordinary power he had when he didn't publicly disclose those powers? We all come to this place sent by the Australian people to exercise enormous responsibility. I feel that every day, and I know the Minister for Early Education feels that too. We are accountable to the people who elected us to this place. I am accountable to the people of Reid, and I feel that weight of responsibility every day. For ministers, there is an additional layer of responsibility to the parliament and to the public. It is extraordinary that the member for Cook, in his frenzy for power, never thought his appointment to multiple ministries might pose a problem for accountability. Even more bizarre, in his response to the Bell inquiry, the member for Cook tried to make virtue of this secrecy. He stated that because his colleagues didn't know about his appointment, this showed that he restrained from interfering. How generous of him! He still doesn't get it. It wasn't about your colleagues, though they too were understandably furious. It was about this parliament, and more importantly, those people who we are here to represent. And all of this from a so-called Conservative. It was the member for Cook who, in his first speech, proposed a vision of Australia, and I want to quote from his speech here. A vision of Australia that was strong in its sense of nationhood and in the institutions that protect and preserve our democracy. Well, how exactly did trashing the basic norms of constitutional government protect and preserve our democracy? I'll save you the suspense, Deputy Speaker. It didn't. And it doesn't stop there, because with the exception of just a few, notably the member for Bass, so many of those sitting opposite backed the member for Cook's actions. We can all remember their response to this House's censure motion. They rose to their feet, clapping, and gathered around to shake his hand, a bit of solidarity with their old mate at the expense of the country's basic constitutional norms. They had a chance to condemn his actions, and they chose not to. All of them allegedly Conservatives. All of them allegedly interested in protecting this nation's institutions and democracy. What frauds! We will never be lectured by those opposite on the importance of institutions and the preciousness of democracy in this House. Never. Because, with only a few exceptions, those opposite have given up that right. They are and will continue to be a party of radicals, not a party of modern conservatives. And don't be mistaken, this has real practical impacts for everyday life in Australia, because this sort of action is corrosive of trust and corrosive of that important relationship between voters and their representatives in this place. And when trust fails, as we see increasingly all around the world, it can have an impact on people's lives, because a lack of trust breeds cynicism and ultimately degrades the foundations of democracy. According to Transparency International, over the last decade, Australia has slid down the rankings of the Corruption Perceptions Index. Out of a score of 100, in 2012, Australia scored 85, so we were doing quite well. By 2021, that had dropped to 73, a 12-point drop. That is less trust from the public and more cynicism. So even though it's extraordinary this bill even needs to be passed by this House, it's worth examining what it does to ensure such institutional abuses don't happen in the future. The core of this bill amends the Ministers of State Act 1952 to provide increased transparency into executive government appointments. This will require the publishing of appointments and revocations of ministers from ministerial offices as soon as it is practical, not months later, not after an election cycle, as soon as it is practical. It's a simple change, but one that will mean no future Prime Minister can secretly appoint themselves to multiple ministries without the public being notified. And so these changes will have the effect of building on this Labor government's determination to restore trust into this place. It builds on our work to establish a national anti-corruption commission, because this is a government that knows we need to rebuild trust with the public. That trust is fundamental to making this country work, and that trust should never be taken for granted or diminished. And that's why making sure the member for Cook's actions can't be repeated without extensive public scrutiny is so important. To those opposite, I say, back this bill. It will show that you don't endorse the actions of the former Prime Minister who trashed our institutional norms. It will show you support our democracy and its institutions. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for that contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time. And I give the call to the most honourable member for Hasler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The attitude of every member of Parliament towards the democratic institutions and conventions that we work within matters. Every member here receives messages every day from constituents and others telling us about the threats to democracy and freedom from all corners of the world. Democracy begins at home. We all need to work together every day to maintain our democratic system. Within that system, our Prime Ministers are sometimes referred to as the first among equals. The former Prime Minister, the member for Cook, was not content to be first among equals. He quietly became first, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth among equals. This simple legislation is designed to help ensure that this does not happen again, at least not quietly. But let's imagine for a moment what would have happened if every time the member for Cook had been appointed to another ministry, instead of doing it on the sly, he had actually let the Australian people and his cabinet colleagues know about it. There would have been disquiet, incredulity perhaps, disagreement, lively questions times in this place, almost certainly a Senate inquiry, and the odd resignation of an affronted minister. Perhaps more people would have voted against the Liberals last May. We don't know. We don't know because this didn't happen. The real problem here is the secrecy. Members opposite have not managed to come to this, and not yet, but they do need to. Because our system of government requires transparency, disclosures, checks and balances. Even here in this place, every movement a backbencher makes is broadcast in advance to the point where we are never really surprised about who is speaking, when and even for how long. Without transparency, democracy becomes at risk. Freedomhouse.org states that democracy's resilience is inherently connected to the health of its institutions. When nations turn away from democracy, it doesn't happen all at once, but rather it is white-anted through attacks on one democratic institution at a time. In some countries, the executive starts to attack the judiciary or to stack it with their cronies. In others, elections are postponed, promised and delayed again and again. Gerrymanders and other unfair electoral laws eat away at confidence. In some places, journalists are too fearful to criticise their government. Some governments carry out surveillance of their citizens without the safeguards we have here, and in some places, the parliament starts to be ignored by the executive, just here and there at first, with little things, then greater matters. In these places, citizens can end up losing so much of their faith and confidence in their government that they end up having no respect or regard for it at all. So which trajectory did the member for Cook want us to be on? We have an array of checks and balances in our system. They are there for a reason, and members of parliament are their first line of defence. This legislation is here because one person inhabiting a position where everyone would have simply assumed a certain degree of commitment to democratic norms and conventions was shown to be somewhat less than committed to those norms and conventions than he needed to be. The member for Cook is still here. I don't mean here present, but he is still the member for Cook. No one knows why. The good people of Cook do not have a real representative here anymore. In relation to his strange, irresponsible and undemocratic behaviour, the member for Cook stated variously that they were difficult times, that he had himself given secret powers just in case, and they were never used. And then he says, well, he used one, but that was different, and it was in the national interest anyway. It's the sort of intellectual and moral gymnastics that we have become used to from that member, and would have been more just if Australians had been able to pass judgment on this behaviour at the election last May. But they couldn't because he hadn't told them. But I do not want to merely address the failings of the member for Cook. There are more numerous failings to address in this matter. Last year, members opposite had the chance to censure the member for Cook for this behaviour. They failed to do that. The standard we brought past is the standard we accept. I must admit I was a little stunned at the readiness with which coalition members forgave the member for Cook and failed to censure him for what was a flagrant behaviour at odds with our democracy. This failure seemed to come down to one of three factors. Firstly, some members opposite may simply not understand how fundamental the need for transparency, for honesty, is in these circumstances. They need to go back to political school on that one. One of the workshops of the Mackinnon Institute course that I and other new members completed in fact last year challenged us to determine how we discharge our obligations and responsibilities in ways that preserve and guard against the erosion of fundamental values. I can recommend to all members present the excellent professional development series offered by the Mackinnon Institute. Secondly, some members, I'm sure, gave it no thought at all. They simply followed the party line. They thought that party loyalty came before their duty to their electors and to the parliament. Party loyalty is a good and useful thing. On this side of the House, solidarity has been a large part of the ALP's success for over 120 years. Does it come before your duty, though, to the Australian people? No, it doesn't. The third factor appears to be friendship. Some members simply like the member for Cook. He is their mate. They don't want to censure their mate. Well, I'm a new member, but I've got some news for members. We don't come into this place to make friends. We may well make friends, and hopefully that is the case, and friends on all sides. But we have a duty here to the 150,000 souls we each represent, and to the Australian people to do the right thing. We have to separate our personal attachments to each other from our work, both in considering each piece of legislation and in regard to each unparliamentary behaviour that needs to be brought to account. If that means you upset your friend, then you upset your friend. If that means you have to censor your friend, then you censure your friend. I can quote usefully here from a friend of mine, one of my former bosses, once Premier of Western Australia, Mr Geoff Gallop. In his essay published in Australian Parliamentary Review in 2009 entitled The Role of a Member of Parliament, Mr Gallop states, "In fulfilling all of these functions and responsibilities, there is a legal, indeed a constitutional principle involved, the public interest. And it is up to the member to make sense of all of this in a way that is efficient, effective and ethical. And further, they should do all of this in the knowledge not only that the electorate is the ultimate authority, but also with a full understanding of what is right and what is wrong in a way they go about their activities. These are important checks and balances which we ignore at our peril." Before he entered politics in the 1980s, Mr Gallop was an educator, and he teaches still. As members of Parliament, we need to understand our duties. I'm still very much a student of this. It beggars belief, though, that members opposite were unable to bring themselves to censure the member for Cook. There is no real excuse. They had the Solicitor General's advice that the principles of responsible government are fundamentally undermined by the actions of the former government. They had the report of the former High Court Justice Bell, who noted that the lack of disclosure was apt to undermine public confidence in government. They had opinions from respected academics such as Patrick Weller, Emeritus Professor of Politics at Griffith University, who described the undermining of ministerial responsibility and constitutional law, Professor Anne Twomey, who said he was like a ghost minister no one could see. It is a conduct that is contrary to the level of transparency one would expect from a government. They also had the benefit of no end of press, summed up well by reporter Catherine Murphy's conclusion that he disdained parliamentary and democratic conventions that are fundamentally important, conventions that exist to prevent abuses of power. If only there was some authoritative source on such matters that members could refer to, like the House of Representative Practices, 7th edition on page 34. The House of Representatives is the people's house, and the inheritance of responsible government through the cabinet system is the most significant characteristic attaching to it. Members opposite, apart from the member for Bass, who is a credit to her party, ignored all of that. Some members opposite even managed to ignore themselves. The member for McPherson, upon learning that she had been merely the co-pilot as the Minister for Home Affairs, said, "I had absolutely no knowledge and was not told. This undermines the integrity of government." She was quite right. Did she then vote to censure the member for Cook? No, she did not. The member for McPherson stuck up her head up out of the trench for a moment, saw how lonely it was up there and got down in the trench again. There were a few other interesting comments early on from the opposition. Senator Birmingham described the issue as curious, troubling and worthy of some explanation. While the now leader of the opposition, the member for Dutton, had to admit he was unaware as to whether he also may have been merely a co-pilot as Minister for Defence. As Minister Burke noted in his speech on the censure motion, many more gave their reaction off the record. But the Hansard is the record. Members opposite are recorded there failing to censure the member for Cook. Well, they had their chance, they made their call, and they got it wrong. It's a failure, and it's a failure in their duties to this place, to their constituents, and to their country at large. The member for Dixon failed to censure the former Prime Minister. The member for Cook for misleading the parliament. The member for McPherson failed to censure the former Prime Minister. The member for Cook for misleading the parliament. The member for Maranoa failed to censure the former Prime Minister. The member for Cook for misleading the parliament. There were other members who failed, but they can breathe a little easy, as I haven't the time now to name each and every one. But let's look at the bill itself. This bill will make law the recommendations of the Bell inquiry. It merely requires public notice to be given in various ways of who is minister for what and for when. It's a simple bill for an act that seems to do very little. Someone wandering in from the street might look at it and say, why do you need a law to do that? Well, for 120 years we didn't. For 120 years we have managed to get by with Prime Ministers who had enough knowledge of and respect for the institutions and conventions of government in this country so that we didn't need such a law. Now, unfortunately, we do need it. I support the bill.
I call the Honourable Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
I put the motion. All about opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Safeguard Mechanism Crediting Amendment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Wentworth.
Speaker, a few weeks ago I had the pleasure of being at the opening of Sydney Surf Lifesaving Branch Championship down in Maroubra Beach on the southeast coast. The sun was shining, the sky was blue, and there was crystal clear water as far as the eye could see. And between the soft sand running, the sausage sizzle and the amazing performances by people from across Wentworth and the community, I was reminded of the stunning natural environment that we have such a privilege to enjoy. It's an environment that we have a responsibility to protect, for the nippers at the championship, for their children and for their children's children. Protecting our planet for the next generation was one of the reasons why I ran to be a Member of Parliament. It was one of the reasons that so many people lined the streets of Wentworth to wave a teal placard, and it was one of the reasons why Australians across the country, regardless of past political stripes, voted for climate action last May. It is worth remembering this, particularly when we're debating complex and occasionally esoteric issues like the safeguard mechanism. Because in all the talk of carbon credits, of baselines, of offsets, it's easy to lose sight of the real reason we're doing this, of why strong action on climate change is so important. And if we want strong action on climate, getting the safeguard mechanism reforms right is imperative. This scheme only covers 215 facilities in a country of nearly 26 million people. But combined, these polluters account for nearly a third of all of our carbon emissions, and around 40% of this comes down to just 12 fossil fuel companies. Together, a small number of firms are a large part of our emission problem, but this means they must also be part of the solution. And after a decade of dither and delay, these long overdue changes are a step in the right direction. There are many positive aspects. Safeguard facilities have been told they must do a proportional share of the nation's emissions reduction task. That is only fair. Our biggest polluters must pull their weight. The introduction of crediting and trading, which forms the basis of the bill before us, will lower the overall cost of emission reduction. And the government's commitment to consult on a carbon border adjustment mechanism, something the European Union is introducing, is a step towards preparing our economy for the future. It is critical that our businesses have policy certainty and the right financial incentives to invest in the technologies of tomorrow. This is an absolute minimum if Australia is to meet our emissions reduction objectives, and it is the absolute minimum if Australia is to become the clean energy superpower, and that is to be anything more than just a catchphrase. The proposed reforms go some way to achieving this. But let us not pretend that the reforms are anywhere near close to perfect. People in Wentworth know it, and the evidence shows it. In the past few weeks, I've received many letters and emails from people in my community who are worried that the proposed changes don't go far enough. I've spoken to investors and innovators, from manufacturing to finance to clean technology, who say incentives to decarbonise are not strong enough. And I've seen the modelling which shows that the government's proposals present the narrowest path to stated emission reduction goals. And over the course of these discussions, it has become clear that the safeguard reform embody a choice about the kind of economy and the kind of Australia we want in the future. Because we can have an economy that continues to revolve around fossil fuel dependency, an economy in which we open up more and more coal and gas projects, an economy in which we ask our aluminium, our cement, our critical minerals producers to do the hard work on emissions reduction. Or we can have an economy that embraces the industries of the future, that phases out fossil fuels, and that truly seizes Australia's opportunity to be a clean energy superpower. My community wants to seize the clean energy opportunity, and I believe the government does too. But the reforms are not good enough, and so they must be prepared to compromise and to accept sensible improvements to the bill and also to regulations. The first improvement is for the government to legislate the total emissions budget for this scheme. This will enshrine in law that the emissions reduction path for our biggest polluters between now and 2030, and it will provide legislative certainty on this path, in the very same way that this House provided legislative certainty for our 2030 and 2050 targets when we passed the Climate Change Bill. It is particularly important to have this certainty and this guardrail, given the results of the modelling released by Reputex earlier this month. This showed that even relatively small changes in the production of fossil fuels risk blowing out the Safeguard's proposed emissions budget. If the government's estimates of emissions from just 16 well-advanced new coal and gas projects are even slightly out, we could see the budget blown by 35 million tonnes. And that's equivalent to the annual emissions of 1.6 million Australians. We cannot take this risk, and so we need legislative guardrail. That's why I will move an amendment to legislate the emissions budget at a maximum of 1,233 million tonnes between 2021 and 2030. This will lock in at least 205 million tonnes of abatement by the end of the decade, consistent with the government's reduction target. This amendment is consistent with the intention of the scheme, and it is consistent with the government's policy. There is no reason not to accept it, and I hope the government agrees. Legislating the total emissions budget for the scheme is a step in the right direction, but alone it is not enough. And so we must also address the biggest issues raised with me by my constituents and by the experts, which is the decision to allow our biggest emitters to have unlimited access to carbon offsets. And not only that, but to cap the price of these offsets so that coal and gas companies can continue to pollute on the cheap. Reform of the safeguard mechanism might be complicated, but even that doesn't pass the pub test. Nobody is saying that offsets don't have a role to play in climate policy, but the science is clear. They are no substitute for genuine emissions reduction, and so they must be used as a last resort to accommodate the small number of sectors where it's particularly hard to reduce emissions in the short term. There is a fine line between accommodating sectors that are slower to transition and discouraging emissions reduction by those who can. The government's proposal falls on the wrong side of that line. By allowing unlimited access to cheap offsets for all 215 facilities covered by the safeguard mechanism, the government has created the real risk that some will choose to offset rather than abate. The European Union doesn't allow this, the United Kingdom doesn't allow this, New Zealand doesn't allow this, and not even China allows this. The only other country in the world with an emissions trading scheme that doesn't limit offsets in some form is Kazakhstan. The government talks about being back in the international table on climate change. But if this is the plan for reducing emissions, we're at the wrong table. So we need to see change, and that's why I will move an amendment which removes the price cap on offsets so that the true cost of carbon is reflected in investment decision-making, and so our biggest emitters can't just continue to pollute on the cheap. We can't offset our way out of a climate crisis, and so I urge the government to adopt these constructive amendments. Speaker, I also wanted to highlight 3 other areas of concern for people in Wentworth. First, while the safeguard covers our biggest 215 polluters, around 20% of industrial emissions are not captured by this scheme. Given the continued absence of economy-wide price on carbon, I therefore urge the government to commit to lowering the threshold for the inclusion of this mechanism at its next review in 2026-27. Second, while it is right that the government provide financial support to those making investments that will reduce emissions, this funding must not be a further subsidy to fossil fuels. And third, this reform of the safeguard mechanism is only designed to support a 43% reduction in emissions by 2030. We know that this is not aligned with the science. We know we must do better. And so when the scheme is reviewed in 2026-27, the government must commit to a scheme that supports a 75% reduction in emissions by 2035. I also want to address the issue of new fossil fuel projects, which remain a distinct possibility under the government's proposed reforms. Let's be clear. An accelerated transition to clean energy is the best way to reduce our emissions. It is the best way to reduce our power bills, and it is the best way to support our trading partners and become a renewable energy superpower. And so we must aim for a scenario where we do not need any new fossil fuel projects. We should not be exploring for gas at PEP 11. We should not be developing new thermal coal projects, and we should not continue to waste nearly $12 billion of taxpayers' money each year on fossil fuel subsidies. And we should be very clear that every time we embark on a new fossil fuel project, we are asking everyone else to do more. So, for me, our goal must be for no fossil fuel projects, new fossil fuel projects, and it must also be for a smooth and just transition. Because a decade of climate policy, because of a decade of climate policy absence, means that we have been left with a lot of work to do. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Action on climate change. It's one of the reasons I stood for federal parliament. That was a strong desire, and I wanted to see action on climate change. In the last 12 years, I've spent a lot of time in my professional career helping some of the largest companies on the ASX work out what their climate action journey is and how they need to reduce emissions. I remember when the Abbott government attempted to tear down the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the destruction of the Climate Commission. It was when the Abbott government didn't send a ministerial delegate to the Warsaw Climate Summit. Days after that decision, the government doubled down on their policy of denial, destruction and delay, committing to only a 5% reduction in emissions on the year 2000 by 2020. That decision for a 5% commitment came from the fact that the conditions were already in place for a 5% reduction by 2020, thanks to the work of previous Labor governments. It was a commitment to do nothing, and that was only the tip of the iceberg for the denial, destruction and delay by the previous government. When Prime Minister Abbott said that the Clean Energy Finance Corporation should not invest and establish clean energy technologies, it sent massive chills through the clean energy sector. Finally, the previous government had to be dragged to the Nationals, kicking and screaming, to agree to a net zero pledge. But even after that, you have Senator Matt Canavan suggesting that there was still wriggle room. And who would blame him for thinking that when the previous government's policy didn't include a legislated target or allow for voluntary reductions by major emitters? All that the business community wanted was some certainty to help them decarbonise. Australians want action on climate change, and businesses were already stepping up and working to reduce their emissions. Where was the government? It was carrying in its duty to show leadership and fighting internal battles to try and reach consensus that climate change is real. Sometimes you have to ask yourself how far the opposition have fallen when you feel nostalgia for Prime Minister Howard's approach to climate change. He recognised the need for action on climate change. He accepted the science and put first steps in place for a framework to manage our emissions. In 2006, we had Prime Minister Howard come out and say the following: "I think the weight of scientific evidence suggests that there are significant and damaging growths in the levels of greenhouse gas emissions, and that unless we lay the foundations over the years immediately ahead to deal with the problem, future generations will face significant penalties and will have cause to criticise our failure to do something substantial in response." What a great previous Prime Minister. Prime Minister Howard may have come out years later and described himself as climate agnostic, but at least he was pragmatic enough to identify where the community sentiment was at the time, and he made the political calculations to stay out of the so-called climate wars. Instead Instead of attempting to mount a scare campaign and being obstructive and marching headways against community sentiment, I ask the Coalition to join us in supporting this bill. Mr Speaker, one of the first bills passed by the Albanese Labor government was the Climate Change Bill. Australians were sick of delay and the business community needed clear signals to inspire confidence and invest in our transition to net zero. This bill aims to end the climate wars and restore national leadership on climate change by setting legislative targets and achievable targets. These targets create a clear roadmap to our pathway to net zero by 2050. I support the Safeguard Mechanism Bill because it creates a supportive policy framework for industry to meet their legislative climate reductions. It's predictable and known. It gives clear signal to business that they've long asked for and that previous governments have failed to provide. Under this bill, the emissions will reduce by about 4% each year to 2030. It aims to deliver 205 million tonnes of emissions abatement by the end of the decade. That's the equivalent of cutting emissions from Australia's cars by about 2/3 over the same period. Let's remember the theory of the Safeguard Mechanism. The previous government created the Emissions Reduction Fund, and the goal was to get companies to bid into a reverse auction process to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and pitch projects. So while they were reducing emissions in one part of the economy, they wanted to make sure that emissions elsewhere in the economy were safeguarded from increasing. That was the purpose of the bill. However, what ended up happening is that the safeguard mechanism in the previous design didn't actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Instead, baselines were calculated and set to be very generous and not actually help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Setting a half-hearted target is ineffective and might as well be the same as not setting a target. And I can say with my extensive experience in the private sector and dealing with some of Australia's big companies that that was not the signal they were looking for. It wasn't meeting community expectations either. Our bill meets the expectations of people in the heart of Swan. When I was knocking on doors and listening to residents, what they were looking for is a plan to act on climate change. And time again, people said they want action on climate change. In Forestfield, High Wycombe, Belmont and elsewhere, people were telling me that they were so distraught seeing floods in one part of Australia while seeing fires in other parts at the same time. The thing that we know about climate change is the intensity of events will increase. And you can't say that a single event is necessarily related to climate change, but the thing that we know is as there's more energy in the system, the intensity and severity will increase. And our country cannot afford to ignore the impacts of climate change. The Earth's average temperature has risen by about 1.2%. The climate change, the scientific consensus is that it has been human-induced, and the consensus is also that the climate change is resulting in our weather systems being affected. Patterns of wind and rain are changing, and extreme weather events are increasing in frequency and intensity. So we know that the emissions are affecting our climate, and we also know that 30% of Australia's emissions come from 215 different facilities. It makes sense that the government meets community expectations and actually helps these big emitters reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. Our pathway to net zero requires a foundation built on a regulatory framework that incentivises these top 215 emitters for abatement measures, also known as greenhouse gas reductions, and it needs to disincentivise emissions that exceed baselines. This builds on the National Greenhouse Energy Reporting Act. This Act sets out a mechanism to ensure that covered emissions of greenhouse gases from the operations of a large designated facility, which essentially is a facility with more than 100,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent, don't exceed the baseline applicable. Creating a baseline that decreases predictably by 4% each year, this bill empowers the stick that exists in the National Greenhouse Energy Reporting Act, while also disincentivising emissions and also providing the carrot and rewarding and making sure that encouraging emissions abatement measures are undertaken by the 215 emitters. The opposition have spent some time in my home state in WA trying to demonise these effects. I remember when the West Australian had an article about me which the headline was something like Labor star candidate linked to carbon tax, which was not factual, but what the overall community sentiment was this is a person that's an engineer that's worked in climate change action. She knows what she's talking about. Yep, we're going to vote for her because they wanted to see predictable climate change action. Now, with my time working in this professional area, what I would say is that companies understand their climate footprints, they understand their social responsibility, and what they needed is a legislative framework to decarbonise. And the truth is there are many companies across Australia that are very supportive of this. Toll said, "We believe that building upon the safeguard mechanism will promote policy certainty and stability while delivering on the government's climate targets in a way that minimises costs and shares the effort across the economy." Doesn't that sound fair? Rio Tinto said that they support the use of a reformed safeguard mechanism as a part of a suite of policy measures to incentivise genuine industrial abatement. The Australian Chamber of Commerce. Business has been very clear in its support for reforms to the safeguard mechanism. This is the best way to secure planning, investment and innovation that will underpin the decarbonisation of the economy without sacrificing reliability or affordability. Approximately 80% of safeguard facilities are covered by corporate net zero commitments and representing about 86% of the scheme. How do the opposite continue to peddle the myth that this will harm the economy when industry is clearly rallying around this policy? There are so many great examples, and the member for Curtin has also been involved in doing some great climate change reduction work over the years. And one of my favourite examples of greenhouse gas reductions in WA is from Wesfarmers and CSBP. And so they have a nitric acid plant. Nitrous oxide is a greenhouse gas that has a higher warming potential than methane and carbon dioxide. And they actually put a catalyser in their nitric acid plant to basically abate the nitrous oxide emissions, and it significantly reduced the emissions. And they did this because they thought that it was the right thing to do, but they also knew that there was going to be a price on greenhouse gas emissions and that they needed to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And the thing that this bill will do is it will incentivise great industry examples like that. This scheme that has the credit, which is the carrot bit, and the baseline, which is the stick bit, will be a wonderful asset for companies going forward. It provides predictable policy, it provides vision, and the thing that I'd love the opposition to do is let's have bipartisan support, let's do this together, let's give the business community what they want, let's give the Australian community what they want. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Hear, hear. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Swan for her contribution on this topic. And as she mentioned, I take some great pleasure standing here today knowing that nearly a decade ago the member for Swan and I were working on climate change issues. I was working at a big emitter and she was working in a consulting capacity, supporting us on both reporting and abatement, and it's fantastic to be part of that debate today. Back then and now, the thing that was most important to business was certainty, and that is why today I rise to provide my qualified support of the Safeguard Mechanism Crediting Amendment Bill and of the proposed Safeguard Mechanism rules, because certainty is really important here. Australia has already warmed by about 1.4 degrees since pre-industrial times, more than the global average. And if we want to slow the impacts of climate change, such as floods and droughts, bushfires, acidifying oceans, marine heat waves and rising sea levels, we need to reduce emissions. And to meet our current emissions targets of 43% by 2030 and net zero by 2050, the industrial sector must play its part. The industrial sector represents 28% of our total emissions and so should bear the weight of at least 28% of those reductions. Now, I believe that markets are generally good at finding efficient outcomes, and it's government's role to set the rules within which markets can operate to ensure that the efficient outcomes are in line with the public interest. So we definitely need to set the rules so that the industrial sector can effectively and efficiently play its part in decarbonisation. So the question is, will the safeguard mechanism in its current form deliver this? Well, in reality, the most efficient and effective way to do this would be by setting a carbon price. And this is acknowledged by 9 out of 10 economists. It draws on principles taught in Year 10 economics all over the country about the efficiency of putting a price on a negative externality such as pollution. Unfortunately, this is politically unpalatable after the last decade of polarising debate and scare tactics. So instead, we have the safeguard mechanism, a compromise between previous Liberal policy and Labor government election promises. Now, since the introduction of the safeguard mechanism in 2016, it has failed to reduce industrial emissions. Instead, emissions have increased as baseline limits have been set far above actual emissions, due in part to the practice of individual facilities negotiating their baselines with the government. An Australian Conservation Foundation investigation found that even where baselines had been breached, no facility has ever been penalised by the Clean Energy Regulator for a breach. Now, there's no doubt that the safeguard mechanism is imperfect in its current form. Even with the changes proposed by the current government, it permits unlimited new entrants, baseline at global best practice emissions standards, which may be subject to negotiation, and it permits unlimited offsets of potentially variable quality. But the reality is that we need a mechanism in place as soon as possible that starts to turn the ship around. Government needs to provide certainty to business by setting the rules of the game and getting out of the way. We need to do this to ensure that Australian industry is incentivised to innovate and invest in technology that will ensure that we remain competitive in a low-carbon global economy. And the member for Swan mentioned the example from when we were working on this nearly a decade ago of a large emitter investing in a piece of technology that reduced emissions on the expectation that there would be a price on carbon. By establishing a framework for creating safeguard mechanism credits, the bill will incentivise facilities to reduce emissions below their baselines. It's a clumsy version of a carbon price. It does establish a mechanism for carbon trading, even if it does create some inefficiencies. And I have no doubt that we'll look back on this version of the safeguard mechanism as a crude early draft. It doesn't do the brave work needed in shifting our economy away from fossil fuels by limiting new fossil fuel entrants. It perpetuates the idea that we can offset our way to net zero. But it is at least a start. We will need a market for offsets. While offsets cannot be seen as a panacea and as permission to keep emitting, every credible pathway to zero emissions includes at least a small number of offsets, ideally limited to 5 to 10% of total abatement. So we do need to create and nurture this market and incentivise investments in offsets, and this bill will start to do that. In the interests of committing to a path of action rather than endless debate, I urge all parts of the parliament to pragmatically work towards trying and continuing to improve this mechanism, rather than either outright rejection, which makes little sense from the coalition opposition which invented this beast in the first place, or letting the perfect become the enemy of the good, which the Greens have heard a lot about lately. Much of the mechanisms of the regulatory framework will sit in the safeguard rules, which are subordinate legislation and therefore won't be debated in Parliament. But I will take this opportunity to discuss the aspects of the entire mechanism that need to be improved, preferably now, but possibly some down the track, to ensure that this regulatory framework is effective in delivering carbon emissions reductions. One of the biggest issues with the safeguard mechanism in its proposed form is that it creates room for new fossil fuel facilities to be developed. Now, I acknowledge that new entrants into our industrial sector will be required in various industries. We'll still need to make cement, steel and other things, and we can't afford to freeze the profile of our industry as it is in 2023. Baselining new facilities in line with global best practice should mean that they replace less emissions-efficient facilities over time through natural competitive forces. There are more than 100 coal and gas projects at various stages of development across Australia. Many of these are export projects. These projects have no viable role in a clean, climate-safe future economy. The climate impact of these projects would be immense. Now, most of these projects have not yet been financed or received regulatory approval, and most will not be able to go ahead. The additional emissions generated by new fossil fuel projects would have to be absorbed by existing safeguard mechanism projects in order for us to reach our decarbonisation goals. This means that by creating new room in our limited carbon budget, we're shifting the burden to everyone else. This makes absolutely no sense. I'm not proposing that we shut down existing gas facilities. We will need gas as a firming fuel while we transition, but that doesn't mean we need new developments. There are multiple forecasts and experts who show that globally we have enough gas to see us through our transition. We've seen the US commit to the Inflation Reduction Act, potentially a $1 trillion commitment to repositioning the US for prosperity in a net zero economy. This is great for the planet. It will create scale and drive down costs. But we're massively underestimating the impact of this on Australia. By continuing to develop new coal and gas projects, we're free-riding, relying on other countries to do the heavy lifting on emissions reduction while we reap the profits from fossil fuels while they last. We're also reducing the likelihood that we can continue to be as prosperous as we used to be, as sooner or later our fossil fuel infrastructure will become stranded assets. We are accelerating towards a wall. We have a small window in which to transition our economy and play a leading position in green energy. Instead, we're arguing over the details of a scheme that allows us to keep producing fossil fuels. We're even considering subsidising trade-exposed new entrants with access to the $600 million Safeguard Transformation Stream under the Powering the Regions Fund. This makes absolutely no sense. There are various ways the safeguard mechanism can reduce the potential for new fossil fuel projects to better align with the economy we need to build, and I will continue working with the government to find opportunities to do this. The unlimited use of offsets by covered facilities threatens to undermine the integrity of the safeguard mechanism by allowing absolute emissions under the scheme to increase. We cannot offset our way to zero. We must actually reduce the amount of carbon that we're emitting. Offsets should sit at the very bottom of a hierarchy that starts with avoiding, minimising and mitigating emissions. They should be a last resort and used only until mitigation technologies and operational changes can take effect for hard-to-abate but necessary industries. They should not be the primary means of achieving pollution reduction. Allowing 100% of emissions reduction to be met with offsets puts us up there with Kazakhstan, the only other country that allows this. The unlimited use of offsets is even more concerning when you think about it in the context of fossil fuel export facilities. Due to the globally accepted approach to accounting, as a country we have no direct accountability for Scope 3 emissions, or emissions from actually using the fossil fuels that we export. So if we're allowing 100% offsets on fossil fuel projects, we're effectively finding accounting loopholes to continue emitting and contributing to climate change globally. While this may make sense from an accounting perspective, it's hard to see how it's a good idea for the planet. There must be a limit on the use of offsets. There are a number of ways this could be done, and I'll continue to talk to the Minister and the Government about possible approaches. This could be done through a hard limit, a sector-based limit, or a weaker please explain approach that depends on the public to drive accountability. I acknowledge that the opportunities for abatement vary significantly from sector to sector. This makes it hard to set hard caps on the use of offsets, but it may be something we need to consider after the first review in 2026. At the very least, there must be a hierarchy of offsets to make it clear that abatement efforts must come first, followed by real abatement elsewhere in the industrial sector via safeguard mechanism credits, with ACCUs only to be used in limited numbers as a last resort. On the quality of offsets, I'm glad to hear that the recommendations of the Chubb review will be fully implemented. While there are some differences of opinion on the quality of existing credits, the Chubb review recommends changes that will improve the integrity of future carbon methodologies. Given the flaws in the safeguard mechanism model, transparency will be vital. We'll need to be honest with ourselves about whether it's actually working. This includes the need for improved methane reporting. New measurement approaches are available and should be required. This may show that we're emitting a lot more methane than currently reported. As signatories to the Global Methane Pledge, we're starting to acknowledge the vital role methane plays in climate change. But now we need to deliver on the pledge, and improved reporting is a good next step. The bill being debated only relates directly to the creation of safeguard mechanism credits, a necessary step to ensure that all covered facilities are incentivised to abate emissions, even if they're already below industry standards. Many of the changes needed relate to the regulations. Along with other members of the crossbench, I'll be working with the Minister and the Government to find ways to address the issues that I've raised, specifically around new entrants, improving the use of ACCUs and transparency and accountability. The things that I will be specifically advocating for: on new entrants, I'd like to see the definition tightened to ensure new gas projects disguised as expansions by using the same processing facilities will be seen for what they are, new projects. Existing facilities that are planning expansions or extensions to their current operations should be treated as new entrants if their expansion will create a significant new level of emissions. We cannot allow current coal and gas projects to continue to expand and explore and emit without regulation. I'd also like to see better measurement and regulation of methane emissions. There are more accurate measurement methods available, and facilities should be required to use them. A specific methane reduction target would be good to see in due course, in line with our Global Methane Pledge. I will also support any amendments requiring new entrants to meet their baselines and targets without the use of ACCUs. On the use of offsets, I'll be supporting any amendment that implements the Chubb review recommendations into law. I support amendments that create a hierarchy, as discussed, and if facilities do use SMCs or ACCUs, they should be required to report on why abatement was not feasible. Lastly, I'll be pushing for any amendments that improve the transparency and accountability of this bill. This includes beefing up reporting obligations and improving the appointments process. The review in 2026 will need to take an honest look at whether the safeguard mechanism is actually delivering on our targets. In conclusion, there are many ways that this mechanism could be improved, and I'll continue to work with the government and the crossbench to make those improvements. I appreciate the collaborative approach the Minister has taken to working with the crossbench to genuinely improve this mechanism. It may not be perfect, but it's a start. It's vital that we put something in place to give business some certainty so facilities can invest in abatement technology as soon as possible. Turning the economy around is a huge challenge. We need to keep improving the mechanism, and I urge government to keep trying.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you. I rise today to contribute to the debate on the Safeguard Mechanism Crediting Amendment Bill 2022. Deputy Speaker, this government cares about action on climate change, as any responsible modern-day government should. Last year, we did what those opposite pondered about for so long and not only committed to our goal of net zero emissions by 2050, but we legislated it. These changes to the safeguard mechanism are the next step in this journey. An enhanced safeguard mechanism is a crucial building block for Australia's progression towards net zero. Deputy Speaker, what we are proposing is nothing radical, and it's certainly nothing big business should be intimidated by. This bill simply require Australia's largest industrial facilities to reduce their emissions gradually and predictably, in line with our national targets. There is no demand for instant, significant changes risking the feasibility of the business, but rather gradual, predictable, achievable changes that are beneficial for business and beneficial for the emissions reduction. This bill addresses one element of the reform, crediting. It aims to support and encourage industries to unlock emissions reductions where they are most efficient. Some businesses are even ahead of the pack and have low-cost opportunities to reduce their emissions available to them now. These businesses are ready to go and could reduce their emissions faster than required by the safeguard mechanism, and we want to encourage this as much as we can. Businesses should go after the opportunity that already are available to them to reduce their emissions. And to help encourage these businesses to do this, this bill enables these businesses to be issued with tradable safeguard mechanism credits. But we also recognise that not all businesses have these opportunities for emissions reductions available to them just yet. But these businesses with more limited options could buy these credits to help them meet their required emissions reductions. Deputy Speaker, this is also about making sure that Australian businesses are keeping up with their competitors in the international market. This bill will give the businesses encouragement to use the newest technology, including technology that will assist them in emissions reduction, that in many cases is already being utilised by their competitors in many parts of the world. It is a bit like weight loss, Deputy Speaker. Some of us have a goal to lose weight, and all our government is doing is providing an incentive and trying to help out along that journey. This bill lowers the cost of reducing emissions, it makes it more achievable, and it helps increase the ambitions of businesses to do so. This is a scheme that is balanced, it is a scheme that is effective, equitable, efficient, and more importantly, it is very simple, Deputy Speaker. This is a scheme that will assist businesses to grow and meet their targets of emissions reduction at the same time without hindering their operations. But, Speaker, as a member who represents an electorate home to 10 large emitters, which comes part of the parcel when your electorate is in the heart of the mining industry in New South Wales, I must address this very one important point. We hear a lot of chatter from those opposite about what this bill might mean for the mining industry. But, Speaker, that's all it is chatter. Because let me assure you, Speaker, and let me assure that this House and the mining communities in my electorate, I will never stand in this place and support anything that poses harm to the mining industry or its workforce. Deputy Speaker, I was a miner, my mates are miners, and much of my electorate is made up of mining communities. Let me make one thing clear. I support the mining industry, and more importantly, I support the miners in it. I want their jobs to continue and provide them with secure employment for decades to come, and as long as there is a market still demands for coal, I want the last piece of coal burnt on this planet to be from the Hunter, as it's the cleanest coal in the world. Speaker, contrary to the chatter coming from those opposite, this bill is about supporting the mining industry. It is about supporting mines in my electorate to continue their operations, not stop in any way in which does less harm to the environment. This legislation is about supporting mines to meet their own net zero goals, which they all have by 2050, Deputy Speaker. Goals they set on their own accord, goals no government forced them into making. And before the desperate voices from the no-alition interject, I'd like to mention that I've spoken to all the major mine owners in my electorate, and they don't feel threatened by this legislation. They just want to know the details of it, which will be coming out in the near future. So if the companies themselves, Deputy Speaker, don't feel like this bill will negatively impact on them, don't listen when those in the no-alition begin to yell and shout with their scare campaigns trying to convince voters that this bill will be bad for mining. By introducing this bill, we are in no way saying or indicating that the way mining operations are conducted now is bad. Mining has given us our modern world, which all of us enjoy. Every single person in this country should be grateful for mining, and it will continue to play a vital role in the coming decades. This is about acknowledging that we can conduct mining better and encouraging this to happen. Deputy Speaker, these reforms have been supported and even called for by peak bodies like the Australian Industry Group and the Business Council of Australia. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has stated that business has been very clear in its support for reforms to the safeguard mechanism. This is the best way to secure the planning, investment and innovation that will underpin the decarbonisation of our economy without sacrificing reliability or affordability. It seems as though the only ones opposing it are those in the no coalition. But of course we can't forget that this was actually first proposed by the former government. Yes, that's right, Deputy Speaker, the same bunch of people who now seek to oppose it. It was initially a recommendation by the 2020 expert panel, which the then government accepted. When announcing the safeguard mechanism in August of 2021, the member for Hume, then Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction, said, I quote, "The Morrison government knows the best way to reduce emissions across the economy is to drive innovation and technology, and we are doing this without imposing new costs that would hurt businesses and communities or destroying jobs." But now, Speaker, in a shocking plot twist, the honourable member has turned against his own policy. Now I have trouble making up my mind on things from time to time, mostly when I'm looking at the menu of a burger shop. It's quite hard. But this is really quite ridiculous from the member of Hume. Does he support the safeguard mechanism that he first introduced, or does he not? This is their own legislation that they now are voting against. Deputy Speaker, sometimes I really wonder how those opposite manage to stand up without having a backbone. So if you are in my electorate, in the Hunter, and you hear someone from the opposition saying anything negative about this legislation, remember this one thing. Don't listen to the hypocrites whose values change depending on what's most likely to win them votes. Deputy Speaker, to finish, I have to give special mention to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, who has been a huge support for myself and the Hunter electorate. The Minister has been there for me to speak to whenever I've needed and sought assistance to do with this legislation. Any time a stakeholder in the mining sector has come to me with a voice of concern or has had a question regarding this proposed change to the safeguard mechanism, the Minister has been available for me to go to straight away and act on straight away. He has listened to the concerns and views of myself and the mining industry in the Hunter, and I know that he is committed to ensuring that this legislation will not harm the workforce in the mining industry in the Hunter Valley. For this I thank the Minister. I commend that bill to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Griffith.
Speaker, as it stands, the safeguard mechanism, which, by the way, is a reheated Tony Abbott and coalition policy, literally locks in a massive expansion of coal and gas. In fact, not only will it make the climate crisis worse, but it will guarantee that we fail to keep warming anywhere below 1.5 degrees. So what would that look like? Not only more bushfires, storms, floods, heat waves, but collapses of food systems, increases in sea levels and a tide line capturing, in my city of Brisbane, often entire suburbs, especially if we hit above 2 degrees of warming. But the material consequences are already being felt. The recent floods and bushfires have devastated communities, taken lives, and they are the direct result of a warming planet. Now, in 10 to 20 years' time, if this bill is enacted unchanged, we are going to continue to see more bushfires, more storms, more communities devastated by floods, hauling out furniture, and time and again often being asked to pay for the consequences of a climate change crisis caused by big multinational corporations who often pay nothing in tax. That's what's at stake when the scientists and experts say we can't open new coal and gas projects. It's not the Greens, it's not some political line, it is the science, it's the basic facts of the matter. That the International Energy Agency, for instance, has been very clear. If we even want a 50% chance of reaching net zero by 2050 and limiting warming below 2 degrees, then the world can't open a single new coal and gas project. Instead, this government has proposed a climate plan that could allow 117 new coal and gas projects. All they have to do is buy cheap offsets that would account for a fraction of their enormous, often tax-free profits. Just last week, the Environment Minister approved 116 new Santos coal seam gas wells in Queensland, active till 2077, which sort of makes a complete mockery of the net zero by 2050 target the government often touts. But it gets worse. Just one new giant gas project Labor is hoping will start in 2025, Woodside-Scarborough-Pluto climate bomb, will wipe out all of the emissions of the emissions reductions of the safeguard mechanism to 2030. Just one project. And there are still 5 more massive gas projects that the government forecasts to start before 2030, when the world is meant to have halved emissions and thus hopefully limit warming below 1.5 degrees. It's just worth underlying this. Just one of these gas projects will literally produce more emissions than the safeguard aims to save, and there are 5 of them. And when it comes to the offset, there is now significant evidence that those 75% of Australian carbon credits are not actually resulting in real emissions reduction targets. Credits being claimed and sold for not clearing land that was never going to be cleared anyway are counted as emissions reductions. We've heard the Prime Minister boast that the safeguard mechanism has been endorsed by Shell and Woodside as if it's a good thing. Of course they would support it. It allows them to make monster profits of oil and gas without changing a thing and buying a few fake accounting trick offsets in exchange. So what's just driving this self-destructive behaviour? Because if you do talk to the experts and scientists, you do know that we can't open new coal and gas mines if we want any chance of limiting warming below 1.5 degrees. So why do that? Well, we know that in the most recent election, Labor received more donations from fossil fuel corporations than even the Liberals and Nationals. Corporations like Woodside and Santos, who benefit to the tune of billions of dollars as a result of decisions made by Labor in this place. And the member for Macnamara might think this is a joke. Look, you can hear, if you don't watching at home, the member for Macnamara is laughing and joking about that. Laughing and joking about that when the City of Melbourne, the one that he apparently lives in and cares about, was hit by a flood that was made worse by climate change. Yes. How dare he? And 68% of the emissions covered under this safeguard mechanism came from corporations that donated to the Labor Party's election campaign, nearly $1 million. Corporations with major projects on the line like Santos, Woodside, Whitehaven Coal, Glencore and Tamboran, as well as peak member bodies like APPEA and the Minerals Council, donated generously to both major parties, including the Labor Party. Now, I've seen Labor MPs get upset when we point that out. But why else would large multinational corporations make large donations to the major political parties, including Labor, if not to exert influence? And really, they get angry about it, but the people that should be angry are the Australians and future generations who are being sold out for a couple of $1 million in donations to fossil fuel corporations who make billions of dollars in profit and often don't pay a single cent in tax. One of the other lies and myths that's perpetuated by both sides of politics is that Australia can't really make much of an impact tackling climate change anyway, when we know that Australia is actually the 3rd largest exporter of fossil fuels in the developed world. In the world, in fact, the only 2 countries that export more fossil fuels than us are Russia and Saudi Arabia. The biggest impact we can have on climate change is stop opening new coal and gas mines and exporting that around the world to be burnt, driving terrible climate change. Now, the tragedy is that one of the lies that both sides of politics tell is that if we stop new coal and gas projects and we make sure that we engage in a sensible transition out of existing coal and gas, that somehow this would exert livelihoods. The only livelihoods that would hurt are the CEOs and shareholders of these massive multinational corporations who are currently raking in massive profits and often not paying a single cent in tax. In the last reportable tax year, the top 20 fossil fuel corporations in Australia made $150 billion in revenue. They paid $30 in tax. Now, an alternative to this is making those corporations pay their fair share in tax, using that revenue and wealth to fund a transition that includes investment in manufacturing, health and hospitals and schools, and making sure that we invest in housing and public and affordable housing, and making sure that the lives of every Australian are improved over the next 10 years as we transition out of coal and gas. Once again, we hear it would be great, by the way, as the member for Macnamara continues to laugh and chuckle through this, just without thinking about the consequences to the members of an electorate, that at the next election he can explain to his members of the electorate why he supports opening new coal and gas mines and why he supports new coal and gas mines opening from massive multinational corporations that have donated to the Labor Party. Really, I think the question that Australians need to start asking is who are they represented by in this place? Because the decisions that both major parties make time and again in climate change benefit the bottom line of their major corporate donors and not the material lives of the millions of Australians who are crying out for a government that actually starts to represent their interests.
Thank you. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. If member speech is interrupted, they'll be granted leave to continue. When the debate is resumed, are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We all had the opportunity to meet with members of our law enforcement, border force and AFP, and most importantly with some of the animals that helped them perform their important role, and I very much appreciated that opportunity. And it gives me the chance to also highlight the Royal Society for the Blind, who have recently slightly rebranded with a new name, See Differently, who operate in my electorate in Gillis Plains, training guide dogs to assist those with vision impairment. And I really do want to take the chance to give them a great shout-out for all the wonderful work that they do, and look forward to supporting them in the way in which they're rebranding for the next era of the great things that they do to help those with vision impairment. Obviously, the guide dogs are a significant part of what they do. They also run a manufacturing facility at the same site in Gillis Plains in my electorate, which again is an opportunity for people with vision impairment to work for them and earn an income and do things that are appropriate for their capabilities, given the vision challenges and support that they need in the workforce. And probably most importantly, to finish, they also, of course, do excellent work in other workplaces to help workplaces be more suitable for people with vision impairment. So thank you for the work that they do, and the best of luck to them in the next chapter of their brand.
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, on the 23rd of February I had the privilege and pleasure of attending the Connect Macquarie Park Innovation District's Sydney World Pride celebration. The fantastic Mark Ames invited local businesses like Optus, Sanofi, and of course we had Unions New South Wales, so we could hear how they were making their workplaces more inclusive for their workers and their customers. We also heard from guest of honour, a former Bennelong resident, Ken Davis. Ken is a 78er, one of the heroic activists who marched in the first gay and lesbian Mardi Gras 45 years ago. Ken shared with us a powerful story of activism and solidarity. In 1973, a young man, Jeremy Fisher, was expelled from his college at Macquarie University in my electorate of Bennelong because he was gay. After an approach from the Student Union, the Builders Labourers Federation responded by putting a total ban on all construction work on campus unless Jeremy was allowed back. Way back in 1973, they saw the injustice of what the college did. They stood together in solidarity and they won. Bennelong had Australia's and possibly the world's first ever pink ban. The construction workers voted in favour of the ban because they knew that discrimination against one is discrimination against all. Those workers knew that human rights are workers' rights, just as workers' rights are human rights. We have come a long way since then, but there's still more to do, both here and overseas. Let us rise to the example set by those in 1973 and respond to discrimination with activism and solidarity.
Thank you. Member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Only a couple of days ago I had the privilege, I think, to attend a Friends of Ukraine event here in Parliament House, hosted by Senators Katrina Bulc and David Van. We had the ambassador in, Vasyl Marashenko, who was a very impassioned man and gave a great a great explanation of where they are at the moment in this terrible war with Russia. We also were privileged to have the co-chairs of the Foundation of Ukrainian Organisations in Stefan Romany and Katrina Argaral. I hope I've got those somewhere near right, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it was particularly Katrina's address that moved us, I think, because she spoke of her grandparents in Ukraine at the moment, living in a 13-storey apartment block on the 10th floor with no electricity, no gas, no water and no lift. 85-year-old, her mother, who was dodging air raid sirens to try and fit some shopping in, and her 6 family members who are fighting on the front at the moment against the Russian invasion, none of which were farmers 12 months ago, were soldiers 12 months ago. It is, for her, every day is a struggle to know how they are going and what we can do in Australia to help them. And it was wonderful. We had a good roll-up. It showed that every corner of this parliament, every corner of the nation supports Ukraine.
Thank you. Member for Tangi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Community safety has always been a high priority for my constituents, and having been a police officer, I take it very seriously. This is because crime is a concern that transcends age, gender, race, religion, as well as electorate boundaries. Last year, the WA Labour government brought back the safety and security rebates for WA senior cards member, which has been ripped out by the previous Liberal government. The $400 rebate has benefited so many of the pensioners in my electorates. I came to learn last year that the idea to reinstate the rebate was credited to a constituent of mine in Leeming. His name is Bob Tedo, who pushed and campaigned for its return. Bob, thank you for coming to contact me. I want to express my deepest gratitude because this is what community activism is all about, sharing ideas to benefit for the people. To my constituents, I want to let you know that you can do the same. Write to my office, come to my coffee catch-up, share with us what you want to happen in the government. I'm here to serve you. Together for Tangney, we can make things happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today I would like to shed some light on the work being done by Jolene George, a mother of autism children, a local who lives in my electorate of Fowler, and the founder of Help You Cope, an organisation that provides support for mums whose kids suffer from autism spectrum disorder. Jolene established Help You Cope to give local mums the chance to get together over a cup of tea and talk to each other about their experiences with autism. I want to recognise Jolene's work in providing a safe, open and caring forum for parents who might feel alone, judged and misunderstood when caring for children with autism spectrum issues. And we all know that a burden shared is a burden halved. I have seen how autism can impact a multicultural, multilingual community like Fowler, where non-English speaking families struggle to comprehend the complexities of navigating the health system. They're often wracked with guilt and blame because they can't provide adequate support for their children living with autism, and often they don't understand what's happening. It's through the generous work of people like Jolene George that we can help to normalise the conversation about autism within our multicultural communities, especially at a time when we are seeing a rising rates of autism in our children. Right now, it is estimated that 1 in every 100 Australians have some form of autism. We need more people like Jolene George who are working hard to remove the stigma associated with autism through acceptance, support and education.
Member for Holt.
Deputy Speaker, I am very pleased to share some incredible good news from my electorate with my colleagues in this place. Last night, the Devon Meadows Cricket Club All-Star Girls team won the Under-14s Grand Final. Though I could not be at the Grand Final due to the sitting, I think the next best thing to being there in person is to immerse their victory in our nation's Parliament. A massive congratulations to the team. Ella, Indiana, Shiana, Alicia, Isabella, Ella, Jasmine, Addison and Hope, and Club President Mick Floyd. I am sure I speak for everyone in Holt when I say we are all so proud of your achievement. The Devon Meadows Cricket Club has been going strong since they were established in 1969, with the club now fielding several senior and junior teams, including, of course, the amazing All-Star Girls team. I am confident that these young ladies' success will inspire girls across my electorate of Holt to get engaged and participate in our local sporting clubs. Once again, congratulations, girls. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Brisbane.
Deputy Speaker, last month hundreds of renters in Fortitude Valley were told to leave their homes in the Utopia apartments. Rebranded as Kui, landlords are evicting their tenants to convert existing rentals into short-term accommodation. These predatory landlords are allowed to put profits over their tenants' rights to a secure home because the government continues to prioritise housing as an investment and not a human right. Meanwhile, renters are locked out of buying their first home and are struggling to keep up with increasing bills. And I hear from community members who have been pushed out of their home by unaffordable rent increases, forced to attend countless inspections with dozens of other applicants. Over 50% of my electorate are renters, nearly 60% now, but there are less than 1% of properties available to rent. And at the same time, new housing construction is set to fall to its lowest point in over a decade. The loss of rentals in the Utopia building is another blow to tenants trying to find a safe place to live. Now, the government's housing bill does nothing for renters. It does nothing to stem the housing crisis, and it does nothing for the evicted tenants in the Utopia apartments. The Greens will keep fighting for a national rent freeze, and we will keep fighting for a doubling in Commonwealth rent assistance. We will keep fighting for renters, and I will keep fighting for you.
Member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about the dedication of groups including Rotary in supporting communities in times of need. Yesterday I attended the launch of a photographic exhibition presented by the Rotary Club of Perth called Eye Contact, which showcased the photos of Perth photographer Phil England. These touching and at times confronting large-scale portraits capture not only the faces of homeless Australians, but their dreams, hopes and fears. The exhibition is a conversation starter and an advocacy campaign, encouraging measures and policies to end homelessness. I applaud the tireless work of my local clubs, the Mindarie and Wanneroo Rotary Clubs, who also volunteer on Christmas Day to host the Wanneroo Christmas Day lunch for those who are on their own on Christmas Day. Equally so, the Joondalup Wanneroo Ending Homelessness Group is a collaboration between the two local governments. JWAG is something I was pleased to help establish many years ago during my time serving the community at a local government level. I am proud to be a member of Rotary and a Paul Harris Fellow. And now, as part of the Albanese Labor government, I am so very pleased that we care for Australians and are working to fix the housing crisis. This is through a package of legislation that will deliver the single biggest investment in affordable and social housing in more than a decade, and includes a commitment of 30,000 new social and affordable.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been significant animal health regulatory changes made to the live sheep industry. A moratorium of shipments to the Middle East during the Northern Hemisphere summer. Increased space up to 38% more than 2017 for each animal on ships, as well as improved ventilation requirements. The introduction of independent government observers to monitor the effectiveness of ex-border shipboard arrangements, a heat management plan to identify ways to mitigate potential risks, phasing out older ships and upgrading others in response, automatic environmental sensors to log daily temperatures and humidity on each deck, and investigation into any voyage where the mortality rate is 1% or more. That's pretty good news, you'd think. I think that's pretty good news, noting the member for O'Connor is in the House here with me today. So, Labor's determination to shut down the live sheep trade, I believe, and I think it's all for all of us to see, is yet another anti-WA Albanese government decision. I know that Labor think that this is a vote winner for the East Coast city dwellers and is simply to please the uneducated activists. But the live sheep trade is important to Western Australia, and it's very important to Western Australian farmers. It is worth at least $100 million to our economy. The question is, which important Western Australia industry will the Albanese government come after next?
Last Friday I had the honour of hosting a forum with my friend the Attorney-General in the Ipswich suburb of Leichhardt. The forum focused on the voice to Parliament and came about when respected local Aboriginal elder Arnie Vera Short approached me to help explain the voice to local elders. I did one better and brought the Attorney-General to Ipswich. Up to 100 people were there from the local branches of Labor Party, members of the community and, of course, local First Nations people. It was a very successful meeting, and everyone pledged to support the Yes campaign, and I recommit myself to support the Yes campaign in Blair. Thanks to the Leichhardt 1 Mile Community Centre for hosting a light breakfast. A big thank you to Centre Coordinator Kim Tutor, along with Dakota, Emma, Arnie Vera and all the staff and volunteers. I want to thank local elders who came along and we discussed issues like the voice in depth, a host of other issues like child safety issues and the collapse of the UPLA Funeral Fund. I want to acknowledge some of the local aunties who make such a great contribution in Ipswich. Auntie Cheryl Thompson, Maria Baker, Ellie Conway, Aileen Orcher, Rebecca Marr, Ruth Moffat and, of course, the deeply loved Vera Short. I want to thank also Labor Indigenous Network aunties Isabel Tarago and Rhonda Kelly, who came from the northern suburbs of Brisbane, to make sure they were backing in the local Aboriginal elders. Thank you very much. Let's get this done to people of Ipswich.
Thank you. Member for Deakin.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to update the community on a number of very important projects funded by the former coalition government that are soon to be completed. The first is the SportLink redevelopment in Vermont South, which is going to assist the Whitehorse Netball Association, and anybody associated with SportLink will see that it's taking shape. The roof is on, the courts have been upgraded to ensure better lighting and a better outcome for spectators as well. The SportLink redevelopment is due to be completed in March and will very soon have our young netballers enjoying this new facility. The Cheong Park Pavilion upgrade, which I kicked off with a $500,000 grant a few years ago, is now completed, opening up formally in April and is assisting the Croydon South Football Club, Croydon South Cricket Club and, of course, U3A Croydon will be able to get some use out of it as well. The Dorset Recreation Reserve, which I think will be the best soccer facility in the eastern suburbs, is very soon to be completed, providing Croydon City Arrows and our local Burmese community with an outstanding new facility. And finally, the Heatherdale Pavilion, which I kicked off with a $2 million grant, is going to assist the Heatherdale Cricket Club and Heathmont Jets Junior Football Club, and we're very excited to open it.
What a great local member. To attend the annual Parliamentary Friends with Rare Voices Australia. Rare Voices Australia is an organisation that advocates and educates us about those who live with rare diseases. There are over 7,000 rare diseases in Australia and an estimated 2 million Australians living with rare disease, being around 8% of our population. Through this event, we had the privilege of listening and learning from all those who came here. I was proud to be at the event because we are dedicated to supporting those who live with rare diseases and continuously work with them to improve education and policy around health. We know, Labor knows the importance of having affordable medication, and while we would hope and ask pharmaceutical companies to actually show some compassion with some of the treatments available for people living with rare disease, we know that governments often have to step in to help relieve some of the burden. And we have stepped up by fulfilling our election commitments that we made to the people at the last election. At the event, I was able to catch up with my long-time friend and fierce advocate, Nicole Miller. Anyone that's ever met Nicole Miller knows how passionate she is about supporting people with rare diseases, but also how passionate she is about getting a quality health care for everyone. I also had the pleasure to meet with passionate Australian PCD President Carolyn, who was a friend and a former constituent. She's now in the seat of Hawke, and we talked about the issues they're facing in education, but also the inability to get medications that actually help them live a better quality of life and contribute to society. So thank you to my friend, the member for Macarthur and the member for Kooyong for doing such great work.
Thank you. Member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to a great friend, Con Taparis. Con was the owner of the Greengrocer Cafe and Bike Shop in Goulburn, a place that I know many people in this place have frequented. Whilst riding his bike on Crookle Road on the edge of Goulburn recently, he was killed in a tragic accident. Con was one of a kind, driven, determined, prodigious work ethic. When he committed himself to something, it was always 100%. He had a great mind and he built up his business in Goulburn through periods of terrible adversity, most recently the pandemic and the fire in 2016. Like so many other small business people, he was a real innovator. Con contributed enormously to our local community and the cycling community more generally over a long period of time. But most of all, Con loved his family. His two talented boys, Eli and Costa, will continue to remind us of his father every time we see them. Con's wife Lana has always been an important part of the business, as has his father Ellie. The greengrocer is a truly family business in every sense. I know Goulburn will miss him. I can't imagine how much his family will miss him. I will miss him enormously. There will be a hole in my heart every time I jump on my greengrocer bike. Rest in peace, Con.
Member for Macon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, more than half of Australian homeowners have a mortgage loan. The average home loan is around $600,000. This week's 10th consecutive Reserve Bank cash rate increase, if passed on in full, will add to the financial pressures of homeowners with a loan, many of whom are already struggling. Over the same period, depositors with the major banks did not see their interest returns keep pace with the Reserve Bank cash rate increases. I note there is an ACCC inquiry into this anomaly. Last financial year, the four major banks made $28 billion in profits. This year, they are projected to make $33 million in profits, which will be a record. Adding to community resentment, while the major banks increase mortgage interest rates and don't pass on in full interest rates on deposits, they continue to close branches, remove ATMs and cut services. Australian banks have the benefit of Australian government guarantees on deposits. I call on the banks to stop profiteering, show some corporate social responsibility and not add the latest cash rate increases onto home loans just so they can boost their already very healthy profits.
Thank you. Member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I speak today on a petition which has been put together by the residents of Anglesea, who have voiced their concern over the erosion at the hugely popular Point Road Night Beach. Now, anyone who's been to Anglesea will know the Road Night Beach. It's a magnificent beach, magnificent waves, people walk along it. It is the midpoint of the Surf Coast Walk. It is just one of the most wonderful beaches in my electorate. Consultants have commissioned 2 reports, both in 2015 and 2020, providing recommendations for a series of works to be done to protect the beach. But the community are gravely concerned by the inefficiency of the Great Ocean Road Coast and Parks Authority in taking those reports and doing some work, looking after the beach, looking after the boat ramp, looking after the car park. This needs to be done. There's Moona Tree woodland listed under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act, which is threatened, which is also at risk because of the erosion. The community of Anglesea wants some action taken. 697 people have signed a petition, and I seek leave to table the purported petition on the Point Road Night erosion protection works.
Thank you. Is leave granted for the document to be presented?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. The document will be forwarded to the Petitions Committee for its consideration. Will be accepted subject to the confirmation by the committee that it conforms with standing orders. I give the call to the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, rivet workers who refuel planes for Qantas went on strike. They didn't strike because they wanted to, but because they were left with no choice. After enduring the worst of the pandemic and keeping Australia moving throughout, they've had 3 years without a pay rise. And after a year of good faith bargaining on their part, their employer refuses to agree to fair pay and conditions. Now, Qantas accounts for roughly 60% of Rivet's refuelling work. Despite Qantas reporting a $1 billion half-year profit, the workers refuelling their planes have not received their fair share. The aviation industry has suffered immensely over the past few years. Those impacts have been made worse by industry leaders devaluing their own workforce, by sacking their long-term staff and trying to rehire them on dodgy contracts with worse pay and worse conditions. As Australians get back into travelling, we need an aviation industry that meets the demand and the standards that we expect. To do that, we need good, well-paid union aviation jobs back. Rivet workers are courageously taking a stand for their industry, for their families and for all of our rights at work. Thank you to National Secretary Michael Caine, to my great mate Assistant Secretary Mem Suleiman, along with TW officials Desio, Marcos, Dean Sloan, Ash Stewart and Rivet delegate Ross McCulloch, who have been leading the campaign on the ground.
Member for Ford.
Mr. Speaker, and I've spoken many times in this place about the importance of education and the major impression that teachers make on their students right across this great country. Last month I had the honour of attending the commissioning service for the new school principal at Coomera Anglican College. It was an honour in many respects, one because it involves education, but secondly because their new principal is only the second in almost 30 years of the school's history. Coomera Anglican College was founded in January 1997 and caters for students from prep right through to grade 12. Founding principal of the college, Dr Mark Sly, has stepped aside after more than 26 years in the top job. When Mark helped launch the school all those years ago, cleaning toilets and mowing lawns, it was all part of the job of the school principal. And when the school began, there were only 60 students on the roll, a handful of teachers and support staff, and an empty paddock where the school now stands. Mr Patrick Innes-Hill comes to Coomera Anglican College after roles at a variety of schools across the Gold Coast and in New South Wales. His vision is to enable all the students at Coomera Anglican College to make a real difference in the world. I look forward to working with Principal Innes-Hill in the future, and I'm sure that everyone at the school and in our community wishes him all the best in this new chapter as the principal of Coomera Anglican College.
Member for Parramatta.
Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Party likes to think of itself as the party of business. But on issue after issue, business is showing leadership and leaving the coalition behind. On The Voice, companies like Wesfarmers are taking the field to support The Voice, while the coalition is sitting on the sidelines, can't even decide whether they support it. On climate, businesses are moving forwards towards net zero with concrete plans and targets, while those opposite are moving backwards and failing to offer business the certainty they so badly need. On gender equity, Deputy Speaker, many businesses are achieving gender equity in their executive ranks and boards by setting clear targets and making leaders accountable, while those opposite fall further and further behind community expectations. Speaker, those opposite like to think of themselves as the party of free enterprise. Well, enterprising businesses are freely walking away from them every single day. Businesses are walking away from them on The Voice, they're walking away from them on climate change, and they're walking away from them on fairness and gender equity. And, Speaker, it is sad to see a party lose and be outgrown by its core constituency. But the reality is, if the coalition doesn't even understand business, they've got no business standing in the way of the government's progressive agenda.
Member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 8 long years ago, the Queensland State Labor government, under Anastasia Palaszczuk, watered down the state's youth crime laws. Queenslanders have been paying the price ever since. Thousands of victims later, community rallies, begging for change and sustained political pressure, the Premier has finally admitted she got it wrong. After a couple of weeks ago, the state Labor government adopted our policy to introduce breach of bail as an offence for young offenders. It's a policy they have said over and over again won't work. Now, at 5 minutes to midnight before an election, we have a backflip of incredible proportions. It just goes to show that when the community is united, relentless, we can drag even the most useless government to action. But how many thousands of frightening home invasions could have been avoided if this arrogant Premier hadn't held out on this? How many break-ins and stolen cars could have been prevented? How many lives could have been saved The people of Townsville deserve better from their state government. Unfortunately, this move won't solve all of our city's crime woes. Labor still won't remove detention as a last resort from the youth justice legislation. That means a magistrate has to go through at least 10 other sentencing options before sending someone for detention. And what is the federal Labor government doing? Cutting the Safer Communities program, raising the age of criminal responsibility. Labor is failing.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over the past week, those opposite have been doing the rounds of friendly media, claiming the sky will fall in because we are adjusting concessional tax rates for super accounts worth more than $3 million. But of course, the vast majority of Australians, 199 out of 200, have much less than that in their accounts. Most Australians have $150,000 or less. They would love to be getting less taxation discount if they had a balance of $3 million or more. I want to send a clear message, Deputy Speaker, that to the people of my electorate, we are on your side. We're on the side of the people in the electorates. We are on the side of families in Deloraine and Bicheno and Dodgers Ferry who want more access to social and affordable housing. This government is on the side of older Australians in Longford and Swansea who want stronger Medicare. We are on the side of families in Gagebrook and Perth and St Helens who want cheaper medicines and who are enjoying cheaper medicines as a result of this government. This government is on the side of young people in Bridgewater, Sorell, Campbelltown, Cressy and Prospect Vale who can now access fee-free TAFE courses and more places in regional universities. We are on the side of teenagers in Brighton and Westbury who want to go to university and who can access incentives to study teaching and medicine. We know whose side we are on.
Has expired. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the honourable member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer and concerns the government's new super tax. I refer the Assistant Treasurer to his answer yesterday to the member for Grey. Was everything in his answer accurate, and does he need to inform the House of any detail that was inaccurate or misleading?
The call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I thank the honourable member for a question. As I recall, to the best of my recollection, I was asked.
Order. Order. Members on my left.
I was asked.
Order. Members on my left. The minister is entitled to be heard in silence, just as the member for Bass was.
Thank you. I was asked by the member for Grey about a hypothetical situation with a small self-managed superannuation fund that had a farm in it. I made the observation that under the existing law, under the existing Superannuation Administration Act, that trustees have obligations. Indeed, under section 52B of the legislation, trustees have existing obligations. They have obligations to have regard to the liquidity of assets within their fund, the diversity of assets within their fund, and the ability of the fund to discharge their obligations, including taxation obligations, Mr Speaker. I stand by the answer that I gave yesterday.
Give the call. Order. Give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. What is the importance of working with our partners in the United Kingdom and the United States to acquire nuclear-powered submarines?
Give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question. Very shortly, the government will be announcing with the governments of the United States and the United Kingdom the optimal pathway by which Australia will acquire a nuclear-powered submarine capability. And this will bring to a conclusion the 18-month process under the banner of AUKUS, which was commenced by the former government. And I would like to acknowledge the member for Cook, and I would like to acknowledge the Leader of the Opposition, because this is a moment that we want to be and that we know is a bipartisan moment of huge significance to our country. It is difficult to overstate the step that as a nation we are about to take. Australia will become just the 7th country to have the ability to operate a nuclear-powered submarine. We have never operated a military capability at this level before. This will be a massive industrial endeavour, which will see thousands of jobs created over the coming decades, but much more importantly will contribute to the technological advancement of our wider economy. And clearly, these submarines will have the capability to operate at war, but the true intent of this capability is to provide for the stability and for the peace of our region, for the Pacific, for Southeast Asia, for the Indian Ocean, for the broader Indo-Pacific region. Because the defence of Australia doesn't really mean that much unless we can have the collective security of our region. And as a trading island nation, any adversary can do a whole lot of harm to Australia without ever setting foot upon our shores, which means as a nation we are deeply invested in the global rules-based order, which has underpinned the stability, the prosperity, the incredible economic growth of East Asia. And so the totality of our strategic intent is to defend that rules-based order. And so I want to say, at this moment, to our neighbours and to our friends around the world, that as Australia invests in its defence, as we acquire this nuclear-powered submarine capability, we do so as part of making our contribution to the peace and the stability of our region and of the world.
On indulgence,
Thank you,
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, the Acting Prime Minister gave me the courtesy of letting me know that he would make a statement in question time today on what, as he rightly points out, is a very significant step for our nation. I too want to pay tribute to former Prime Minister Morrison, without whom AUKUS wouldn't have been a reality. The approach to the United Kingdom in the first instance and through the United Kingdom to the United States was the vision of Prime Minister Morrison, and I pay tribute to him, the work that the National Security Committee did through endless hours of discussion, and the work of the then Foreign Minister Marise Payne and others sitting around the NSC table. The work of those who make us most proud, those in uniform at Russell and in posts, particularly in London and in Washington, threaded this together. The work of our ambassador in the United States, Joe Hockey and Arthur Sinodinos, also, of course, the work of George Brandis in the United Kingdom, all played integral roles. And our desire from the very first day of our discussions with our dearest partners in the United States and the United Kingdom was to achieve capability for our country that would underpin the security that we require in the current age in our region for generations to come. And as the Acting Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence rightly point out, our neighbours should hear the very clear message that this is about providing peace and stability for our future and for theirs. And Australia is a friend and partner, and a valued friend and partner to people within our region and across our partnerships, including the Quad, including our Five Eyes partners, and that will always be the case. We are not an aggressive nation. We're a nation that strives for peace, and we've gone to the aid of allies and people who share our values, including most recently in Ukraine. So I commend the work of the Defence Minister, the engagement that he's had with our very important partner in Lloyd Austin and Ben Wallace, two people for whom I have a great deal of regard and with whom I worked very closely, and their systems, the support that they've provided us, people in the White House, some of whom would want to be recognised, others who I suspect are happy to fly beneath the radar, that made this a reality for our country. This is an effort where the Australian public can see the two major parties in this country working together in our nation's best interests. We will support the decisions of the government under AUKUS, and we will fight to make sure that the outcome is achieved as quickly as possible.
Call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer, Minister for Financial Services. If a family farm or business asset is held in a self-managed super fund as part of a diverse portfolio meeting liquidity requirements, could increases in the asset value during the financial year see that family pay additional tax on the paper gain under the government's superannuation changes?
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Finance. Order. Order. I remind the House that questions will be heard in silence. The Minister hasn't begun. I don't know what you're interjecting on, but I give the call to the Minister, the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the Leader of the National Party for his question. I can't be clearer. Yes, it is true that there are going to be a very small number of individuals, funds, who are going to be paying more money under this arrangement. Yes, there is. This is. We wouldn't be doing it otherwise, and the object of the change is to ensure, on the one hand, that we maintain the integrity of our superannuation system, and on the other hand, we also make a contribution to the $1 trillion worth of debt that those opposite have left us. Now, in relation to any self-managed superannuation fund, that has assets in excess of $3 million, the earnings on those assets under $3 million will continue to attract the concessional tax rate of 15%. The earnings on the assets above $3 million will still attract a very concessional tax rate, but not as generous as existed before the change.
The member for
That's
Page,
the point. That is the point,
Leader
Mr.
of the
Speaker.
Nationals.
And I'm asked about cash flow.
Members on my left. The member for Barker and the Leader of the Nationals.
These are very simple concepts.
The member for
Mr.
Page
Speaker.
is warned.
Very simple concepts. About earnings above $3 million, a concessional tax rate, but a tax rate of 30%. Earnings on assets below $3 million, 15%.
Order.
It is still concessional. The reason that we are doing it is to ensure the integrity of the superannuation system and to plug the $1 trillion worth of debt that this mob over here have left us.
Order. Order. The House comes to order. I'll hear from the member for Groom. Will cease interjecting immediately. Give the call to the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. How has the National Reconstruction Fund legislation been progressing through the parliament?
Give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker.
Order.
Thanks to the member for Lyons, and I'm happy to report this is a big day, a great day. Great progress made on bringing in the National Reconstruction Fund, one of the greatest investments in manufacturing capabilities in living memory, and driven by the Prime Minister's vision of a future made in Australia, that this is a country that should make things, that a country that makes things makes great, secure jobs. 85% of the jobs in manufacturing full-time, very important. And Australia is a land of plenty, as we know. We've got the resources, both natural and human, that are the envy of the world, and the government wants to put those to work, unlock our nation's full potential, and working across government to improve skills, deliver research, secure natural resources. And with the passage of the NRF through the House, we're on the cusp of transforming Australian manufacturing. Something to be proud of, something that people here are very proud of and willing to fight for, something that those on the crossbench believe in and recognise this is something worth fighting for. But we had to, in trying to progress the legislation, Speaker, we had to deal with the Coalition. The Coalition, who...
Order. No, I'll deal with this. Order. Just reminding, the Minister can resume his seat. I've ruled on this previously. The Coalition are to be referred to by their titles, including their coalition name.
And I totally withdraw. But what we did have to deal with was Liberal and National parties who haven't used the time going into opposition to reflect, to think about doing things differently, but instead, you know, blowing off the old Tony Abbott handbook, just doing exactly what Tony Abbott does, saying no to everything.
The Leader of the Nationals.
Saying no to everything. And can I just say, on behalf of an anxious nation, Leader of the Opposition, please don't become this generation's Tony Abbott. Stay away from the swimwear. Don't be eating them raw onions. Remember the difference between repository and suppository. Very important to do, because it is important that you do not morph into that. And we remain committed. And I say this to you, Leader of the Opposition. We remain committed working with the coalition on this if you're interested. But you cannot, in all seriousness, friends, you cannot claim to be the party of the working class and then vote against Aussie manufacturing. You cannot vote against blue-collar jobs. You cannot vote against making sure that people do well. No party of the working class votes against manufacturing at all. You have a chance to redeem yourselves, and you can. We'll work with the Senate, we'll continue this, and we will deliver a great nation-building piece of legislation.
Before I call the member the member for Gippsland and Fadden will cease interjecting immediately. I'm pleased. I'll just ask the member for Brisbane to take his seat. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are representatives from Kidney Health Australia, including Australians living with chronic kidney disease. On behalf of the House, I extend a very warm welcome to you all. I'll give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Confronted by rising inequality and the cost of living crisis, the government has made a welcome shift on tax breaks for the super wealthy. But if the government can shift on superannuation, will you shift on the Stage 3 tax cuts, which also disproportionately benefit the super wealthy?
Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. Call the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Brisbane for his question. As he knows, as the Acting Prime Minister knows, I think everybody in here knows our position on that hasn't changed.
Order. Give a call to the member for Swan.
My question is to the Treasurer. Why is the safeguard mechanism the preferred model for business and investors?
The call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Swan for her characteristically considered contribution to the debate on the safeguard mechanisms today, drawing on her deep experience in the private sector before the good people of Swan, in their wisdom, sent her here to work with us in this place. Mr Speaker, the safeguard mechanism is all about cleaner, cheaper, more reliable, increasingly renewable energy, which is all about creating new jobs and new industries at the same time as we maximise our areas of traditional economic strength. And for too long in this country, our big employers and investors haven't had the certainty that they need to invest in this cleaner and cheaper energy, which will power the future of our economy and power future prosperity as well. The energy transition is absolutely critical to the future of our economy. That's something that we recognise, the member for Swan certainly recognises, and the business community recognises as well. And that's why it beggars belief that those opposite the so-called party of business, as the member for Parramatta said a moment ago, are voting against their own safeguard mechanism for base political reasons. And they do this in the face of overwhelming—
Order. The Treasurer will resume his seat. The Treasurer will resume his seat. The Minister for Infrastructure will cease interjecting, and so will the Minister for Climate Change, so I can hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, the question was why is the safeguard mechanism the preferred model for business and investors? I'll give credit, it's a tight question. No reference to the opposition, no reference to alternative policies. The Treasurer should be brought back to the question.
Resume your seat. The Treasurer is halfway through his answer. Ask him to return to the question. Give him the call.
Mr Speaker, Australia's business community, including the biggest employers in this country, support the safeguard mechanism. In today's financial review, the President of the Business Council urges the parliament to support the legislation, says the safeguard mechanism is the best shot that we've got for providing the certainty that business and investors need. In the same article, Origin Energy Chief Executive Frank Calabria says it's a mechanism that industry can work with and it does create certainty. Andrew McKellar of ACCI says we are strongly urging that there is a bipartisan approach on this and that we get a reasonable outcome that will encourage investment. Innes Willix of AI Group says that it is essential policy infrastructure. The AI Group's Tennant Reid said it is greatly desirable for the bill to pass. Business is urging this Leader of the Opposition and the Coalition to back the safeguard mechanism in this parliament. And it's not an unreasonable request, Mr Speaker, given it is the former government's policy in the first place. For too long, Mr Speaker, in this country, the opportunities of more, cheaper, cleaner and reliable energy have gone begging in our economy because of the pig-headed approach of those opposite and all of the uncertainty and investment uncertainty and policy uncertainty that has created. This Leader of the Opposition is proving that he is more negative than Tony Abbott, more divisive than the member for Cook, and he's showing that both of them, all of them, are willing to trash the reputation of those opposite as being the party of business. If those opposite vote against this legislation, they're voting against cleaner and cheaper energy and the future prosperity that.
Give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr Speaker, sorry. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer and concerns the government's new super tax. Can the minister advise the House of how many primary producers and small and family businesses have been identified in Treasury modelling as being impacted by the government's new super tax?
Order. Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, just for context in answering this question, the average superannuation balance for a retiree today is $150,000. $150,000.
Order.
For women, around about $130,000 to $140,000. For men, around about $180,000. So I've got to say in this debate, I'm enjoying the focus on superannuation, I've got to say. But I've got to say,
Order.
From the party which aspires to be the representatives of working people, they have a laser-like focus on the interests of multimillionaires. A laser-like focus on the interests of multimillionaires. Not one, not two, but 3 questions in a row focused on the interests of half of 1% of Australians.
Order.
This is the person
the Treasurer
who wants
the
to
Treasurer will
be...
resume his seat and direct your remarks through the chair. I'll hear from the member for Capricornia on a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. We want to know how many small and family businesses have been identified by Treasury modelling.
Order. Order. The Assistant Treasurer has been going for 1 minute. The question was very tight. I'm going to ask him to return to the question about the number. Order. About what he was asked about, and I'll give him the call.
So I'm asked about the impact, Mr Speaker, of the government's very reasonable, very modest superannuation proposals, which are supported by over 65% of Australians, including the majority of Liberal Party voters and many on the other side. If you want to know what the impact is, it's about 1% of Australians, and about 1% of Australians. And yes, of course, given that this won't come into effect for another 2 years, we will engage in a meaningful consultation, including with the farming sector, to ensure that any unintended consequences, including of the type that the member for Capricornia is alluding to, and that the other members have alluded to, we will engage in meaningful consultation with all of these groups to ensure that unintended consequences are not falling upon them. But let's be very, very clear. When you've got $1 trillion worth of debt
Order.
You can't twiddle your thumbs, and we won't be twiddling our thumbs.
Resume your seat, member for Adelaide. Has the Assistant Treasurer concluded his answer? Yes. All right, next question. Order. Members on my right. Members on my right. Members on my left. When the House comes to order, I know it's Thursday. I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government taking action to put downward pressure on energy prices? What has been the response to these actions?
Order. 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 Members on my left. The Minister will resume his seat. Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. I'll issue a general warning if this behaviour continues. I could not hear the member for Adelaide. I want to hear questions in silence, because if I get questions or points of order, I need to know what the question was. I think that's pretty clear. Give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government taking action to put downward pressure on energy prices? What has been the response to these actions?
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question about the government's action on power prices and the response. And we've heard some of the response just then, Mr Speaker, from those opposite. The response from those opposite who see this as a laughing matter and something to play politics with, Mr Speaker. But Australians know that governments around the world are dealing with high power prices, and the Albanese government is dealing with high power prices and dealt with them last December, Mr Speaker. And we saw the same response from members opposite then, when they came in and voted in this chamber against lower power prices, Mr Speaker. When you walk through these doors, when the bells are ringing, you're making a choice, Mr Speaker. You're choosing a side. This side chose lower power prices, Mr Speaker. That side chose higher profits and higher power prices, Mr Speaker. Because we acted to cap gas prices and working in concert with the governments of Queensland and New South Wales to cap coal prices, Mr Speaker. And this is having an impact. This is having an impact, and it will have an impact in what we will see next week. We know that at the time of the budget, we made very clear, transparently, that the Treasury was expecting a 36% increase in power prices in 2023-24. Now, when you're faced with such evidence, you have a choice. You can hide it. You can change the law to keep it secret, Mr Speaker. Or you can, option A, or option B, you can be transparent about it and you can take action to fix it, Mr Speaker. We chose B on this side of the House. Others have previously chosen other options, Mr Speaker, but I don't intend to dwell on such matters, Mr Speaker. I intend to dwell on what we are doing and the impact it's having. And since that intervention in December, we have seen the forward wholesale price of electricity fall by 46% in Queensland, 41% in New South Wales, 48% in the honourable member's home state of South Australia, 48% in South Australia, Mr Speaker, and 34% in Victoria. These are reductions which this side of the House and the crossbench voted in favour of, and the opposition voted against, Mr Speaker. That's what they voted for last December. They might as well. The Shadow Minister likes to hold up a sign. He might as well hold up a placard. What do we want? Higher power prices. When do we want it now, Mr Speaker, is what the Shadow Minister for Energy is promoting. That's what they say on that side of the House, Mr Speaker. The increases we will see in next week's draft default market offer will be tough, Mr Speaker. But we know, and the Australian people know, just how much higher they would have been in the absence of decisive action by this government, Mr Speaker, and how high they would be if those opposite had their way, Mr Speaker. They had their choice last December, they made their choice last December, and they made very clear whose side they're on.
Before I call the member for Bonner, there's far too much noise on my left. A general warning is now issued. That noise continues, people will leave the chamber. I want to hear from the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer and concerns the government's
new super tax. If an Australian who owns an asset through his or her superannuation fund receives a tax bill because of an unrealised gain in 1 year, but this asset is subsequently revalued, resulting in a loss, will that Australian be eligible for a refund of the tax paid?
Refund.
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer. The Assistant Treasurer has the call.
I thank the honourable member for his question. It's a good question. It's why, when we have announced the policy to ensure that we can maintain the integrity of superannuation and superannuation tax concessions, which are costing the budget in excess of $50 billion a year, more than we spend on Medicare, more than we spend on the NDIS, significant budget expenditure. It's why, when we announced this policy, we put in place a lengthy period for the implementation of it and a lengthy period to ensure that we can consult on some of these details, including details which go to the question that the honourable member has asked about the capacity to bring losses forward or backwards. We will consult on the specific design implementation of these issues, as any government would, and indeed as the previous government did when they introduced their $6 billion worth of taxation changes to the superannuation system.
Order. I'll hear from the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help end domestic and family violence?
Good question. Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Canberra for her question and also her advocacy over many years towards ending family and domestic violence. Now, we know that this issue of family and domestic violence doesn't just impact individuals, it doesn't just impact families, but it impacts whole communities. On average, every week, Australian police deal with 5,000 domestic violence matters. That's one every 2 minutes, which means, Speaker, before I finish this answer, one of those calls is likely to be made. This is unacceptable, and we are working to turn this around. Along with states and territories, our national plan to end violence against women and children, which was released in October, set a vision to end violence in one generation. As I said at the time, and as I've said since, it's an ambitious vision, but with all of us pulling in the same direction, it's achievable. And I would like to thank across this parliament for the support that has been shown to actually ending this terrible scourge. Our government is making women's safety a national priority, and we are providing the focus and national leadership needed to deliver change. We've invested a record $1.7 billion for women's safety to support the implementation of the national plan. This investment is in all of the 4 domains of the national plan, from prevention, early intervention, response through to recovery and healing. Alongside that work, our government has already taken steps to ensure women are not disadvantaged in the workplace as they deal with the impacts of family and domestic violence. We never want a woman to have to choose between their economic security, their job or their safety. This is why we've successfully introduced 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. We also know that family and domestic violence is one of the leading causes of homelessness for women and children, and that's why we're providing $100 million for up to 720 additional safe places for women and children leaving violent situations. Of course, our government is also committed to supporting 1800-RESPECT, which supports people impacted by family, domestic and sexual violence. And we are working to improve this service to cover sexual harassment at the workplace, as well as support through SMS and video calls. Now, I want to, in my final few seconds, say that for anyone who is concerned about their behaviour or that of someone they know, I would encourage them to contact the Men's Referral Service on 1300 766 491. And for anyone experiencing sexual, family or domestic violence, help is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from 1800 RESPECT. You can call 1800 737 732 anytime or visit their website.
On indulgence, I'll call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to associate the coalition with the fine words of the minister. It's an abhorrent crime type and it's massively underreported, so the figures read out by the minister don't represent the true picture, as we all know. And I just commend the minister for the action that she's taking. We've supported every measure that she outlined in her speech, and it builds on a very significant investment that we made when we were in government, particularly over the course of COVID, where people were confined in small spaces in one-bedroom units and environments where they might otherwise be able to spend time away from during the hours of work, etc. And there are many, many aspects to this. The work of the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation is an incredible success. The work that they do there, the children that they save, and I just, in addition to the advice that the minister's provided, direct people to their website because it's a great resource for a conversation at home with your children, with your young daughters, and we will support every measure that the government puts forward to end this scourge in our country.
Give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer. Can the minister identify any Act of Parliament that currently has a provision to impose a tax on unrealised gains?
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister of Financial Services.
I thank the honourable member for his question. The object of our change is to ensure that we maintain the integrity of our scheme.
Members on my right, the Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. The House will come to order.
The objective of is to maintain the integrity of our superannuation system.
The member for Bowman will leave the chamber under 94A.
That as we implement our reforms to the superannuation scheme, we will have.
The Assistant Treasurer was asked a very specific question. I'm asking him to address the answer.
Yeah.
Order. Members on my left.
This is a new reform, Mr Speaker. This is a new reform. There is no doubt about it. And it is absolutely true that we are doing things in a different way.
Order. The Assistant Treasurer. I'll call the Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, the Assistant Treasurer has responsibility for tax law.
Resume your seat.
Well, clearly its relevance, Mr Speaker. And
okay,
the point
resume
of
your
order.
seat. Yep, I've addressed the issue. I've asked the minister to be relevant. He was within seconds of me giving that direction. The Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs will leave the chamber under 94A. A general warning has been issued. It applies to all members in the chamber, and members will be referred to by their correct titles. Order. I ask the minister to return.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is a new reform. We are doing things in a different way. I'm asked by the honourable member if there is.
Order.
I am asked by the honourable member if there is another part of the taxation law where unrealised capital gains are taxed. Yes, there is. Corporations tax.
Give a call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Government Services. What has the Royal Commission into Robodebt revealed about the harm the former government's unlawful Robodebt scheme inflicted upon the most vulnerable Australians?
Give a call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
I thank the member for his question. Analysis of data provided to the Royal Commission into Robodebt reveals that a majority of Robodebt victims were women. In fact, at least 226,780 Australian women were served unlawful debt notices over 4.5 years by the former coalition government. These are their stories. Angelica. Angelica says that soon after she had a Robodebt raised against her, she had to deal with the grief of her father passing away. She says she didn't have money in the bank and had a daughter to think of. My depression became very bad while dealing with the robo-debt. I wanted to kill myself. I started drinking heavily, a couple of bottles of wine each day. Caused liver problems. I had to go to hospital and my doctor wasn't happy with me. I started seeing a psychologist. To this day, I still get anxiety when I think about my robo-debt. The government should care about people who are struggling, people who have depression or money troubles. They shouldn't make their lives worse. Then there's Isabella. She received a robo-debt at a particularly difficult point in her life. I was living day to day when I was hit with a robo-debt. I was homeless due to fleeing from family violence. What little money I was receiving from Centrelink payments went towards my food and my medication. Then one day there was less money in my account when I was expecting for my New Start allowance. I thought it had been a mistake. I called Centrelink. I was not met with concern for my well-being. Said they told me I had a debt and needed to prove I didn't owe money. And in a submission to the Royal Commission by a woman who wishes to remain anonymous, she explains how she was a young single parent working when she received her robo-debt. I cried myself to sleep for 2 weeks, thinking about where my daughter would go if I went to jail. I contacted her father for help financially after never receiving child support from him while she was fully in my care.
Order. The member for Lyons.
He then decided to take me to court and obtain shared custody of my daughter. Robo-debt caused my self-depression, anxiety and financial stress, which resulted in me having my daughter taken from my full care. To say robo-debt ruined my life is a complete understatement. These are stories that were never heard by the coalition when they were in government. Like a lot of members on this side, I've represented people who have been injured at work. Compensation is important as expected, but it's never the full story. Accountability matters too. The Royal Commission cannot reverse the pain of these three brave witnesses. It can't bring back loved ones, but it can make sure that those who did the wrong thing answer for it. It can and it must make sure that no government ever unlawfully bullies vulnerable Australians ever again.
The call to the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change. This week, New South Wales has again been besieged by bushfires, while the Northern Territory and Queensland have had serious flooding. Genuine climate action requires us to rapidly reduce gross emissions. The safeguard mechanism in its current form does not guarantee this. Minister, what would you say to the people of North Sydney who are saying this legislation will allow Australia's biggest polluters to buy their way out of responsibility by purchasing unlimited carbon credits?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for North Sydney for her question and for her engagement, as late as today, the engagement that she has had with me on the safeguards mechanism and the reforms. The first thing I'd say to the honourable member is that the most important thing we can do as a parliament in coming weeks to ensure on-site abatement in the facilities covered is to pass the safeguard crediting mechanism bill, because the safeguard crediting bill actually provides a huge incentive for facilities covered by the safeguard mechanism to reduce their emissions, because if they reduce their emissions by more than the baseline, they get a credit which they can use in future years or sell. Mr Speaker, that means that there is an incentive for them to invest in technology to reduce their own emissions. Honourable members opposite used to believe that. This side of the House still believes that. That is the first thing we can do to encourage on-site abatements. The second point I'd make more broadly is that the safeguards reforms put these facilities on a very important pathway to net zero, Mr Speaker, and provides an ongoing incentive for them to invest in abatement. It is important for them to have flexibility in how they do so, because we are requiring a 4.9% reduction each year, and different facilities will have different technologies available to them at different times. The 215 facilities cover a wide range of industries. The airlines are covered, aluminium smelters, fossil fuel extraction, and many others. So I understand the intention behind the honourable member's question, but these are the key points. And the final point I would make is this. The government last year commissioned the Chubb review of Australian carbon credits to ensure their integrity after questions were raised. Now, not everybody loves everything that's in the Chubb review, but the Chubb review, conducted by the former Chief Scientist of Australia, Professor Ian Chubb, supported by the Honourable Dr Annabelle Bennett, AC Casey, and Dr Stephen Hatfield-Dodds and Arag Nagoring, has done a very exhaustive review and recommended changes which even the critics acknowledge would be world's best practice governance going forward to ensure the integrity of ACCUs. I do not accept that carbon credits are some form of lesser abatement, Mr Speaker. I do agree we need a focus on on-site abatement, but whether it's Indigenous savanna burning or the other methods, there are real and very important projects supported by Australian carbon credit units. They will be supported even more by the rigorous safeguard mechanism that I will be putting before the House and in the regulation and in the Senate, and I would welcome the support of all honourable members for these important measures, and I remain available to honourable members who wish to discuss improvements in good faith.
The call to the honourable member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security. How is the Albanese Labor government improving cyber security for all Australians?
Call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Minister for Cyber Security.
Thank you, Speaker, and could I thank the member for Gilmore. She is the most passionate advocate for her community, and it's a huge privilege to sit with her in the Labor caucus. Speaker, I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to speak a little bit about the huge volume of work that is happening in cybersecurity within the Australian government at the moment. Speaker, I've said that Australia is about 5 years behind where we need to be on cybersecurity, so the first task of our government is to try to play catch-up and get us up to where we really should be by 2023. But, Speaker, the future is going to hold a lot of differences to this really important policy space. We've got very dangerous geopolitical circumstances that we face in our region. We have a very fast-changing technological environment, including things like AI and quantum computing, which will really change the complexity and speed at which cyber attacks occur. And, of course, Speaker, our lives are increasingly being lived online. So these three trends are going to combine to create a very difficult challenge for us to confront in 2030, and the government is very focused on making sure our country is prepared for that. Speaker, as part of the cyber consultations for the cyber strategy, I joined the Prime Minister a couple of weeks ago at a roundtable of business leaders. And if I can distill the comments that were made in that, it comes down to this. There is enormous demand from the business community, big and small, for government to show leadership on this, and I think a sense of genuine relief that we have a Prime Minister who sees the urgency for us to address this really critical problem facing our country. Speaker, last year we had the two biggest cyber attacks in Australian history in Medibank and Optus, and I think the consequences of the cyber slumber that we had been in was laid bare for all to see. There were enormous consequences from those attacks. Literally millions of Australians had data stolen from them, shared in some circumstances. Speaker, it became really clear through those attacks that we had a patchwork of policies, laws and frameworks that simply were not keeping up with the challenges presented by the digital age. Voluntary measures and poorly executed plans are not going to get Australia to where we need to be by 2030. Speaker, the ANAO has found that 3/4 of government agencies do not meet the most basic cybersecurity obligations. I desperately wish that those on the other side of the chamber had done more about this in the decade that they were in government. But like in so many of the portfolios behind me, it falls to us to clean up this mess. Now, since we were elected, we've declared 82 systems of national significance. We've set baseline security standards for critical infrastructure sectors. We've set up a collaboration between the ASD and the AFP. We've seen the Attorney-General reform privacy laws and undertake a serious review of the Privacy Act. And importantly, Speaker, the PM announced a couple of weeks ago a new coordinator for cybersecurity across the Australian government. Speaker, I'm really proud to be a part of a government that's taking this so seriously for the future. Thank you.
The call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question goes to the acting Prime Minister.
Order.
Will electricity prices go up by 20% over winter?
Give the call to the acting Prime Minister.
Well, whatever happens with electricity prices in the future, they would have gone up a lot more if those opposite had had their way last December. Because last December, those opposite were given an opportunity to vote on behalf of the household budgets of the Australian people by supporting a $1.5 billion package, which is working. If you look at the forward electricity prices, as they were announced in February. They are half what they were in November.
Order.
So those opposite are the ones who stand for increased electricity prices.
Will pause. Prime Minister, the acting Prime Minister was asked about electricity prices. He is talking about electricity prices. I'll hear from the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On relevance, the question was tight. Will electricity prices go up?
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. Call. I want to hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I'd suggest that the member making that point of order knew it was out of order and was simply standing up for the purpose of trying to get an extra grab in. There was nothing there that was added to the ruling that you'd made immediately before he stood up.
Look, I'll deal with this issue before I call the acting Prime Minister. It was pretty clear when the acting Prime Minister was talking about electricity prices and the question is about electricity prices, that point of order was out of order. And I think the member knows that. He's on the MPI. So I'm going to call the acting Prime Minister, but if he interrupts again, he won't be here for the MPI. Call the acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So be it the failure of those opposite to act on behalf of Australian household budgets last December, or be it the fact that over the course of their government they had 22 failed energy policies because they found themselves down this bizarre cul-de-sac of climate change denial, which meant they were utterly paralysed in doing anything about electricity prices. Both mean that the party of higher power prices is the Liberal Party, and they stand condemned as such.
Order. Give the call to the member for Reid.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese government doing to set up Australian higher education, including international education, for the future?
The call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend the member for Reid for the question. International education is the biggest export that we don't dig out of the ground. It makes us money, but it also makes us friends, and in the world we live in, that's important. This is a $40 billion industry that was smashed by COVID, basically cut in half. It's coming back now, but there's a lot more work to do. Think about this. There are 500 million people in India under the age of 23. 500 million. And the Indian government has set a target to get half of all young adults into tertiary education by 2035. That's massive. That's nation-changing stuff, and they want our help, including Australian universities setting up campuses there in India. Overnight, the Prime Minister announced that Deakin University is the first overseas university approved to set up a campus in India. That's a big deal. An Australian university has become the first in the world approved to set up a campus in India, and hopefully the University of Wollongong will be next. It's good for Australia, it's good for India, it shows how good our universities are, and it shows how strong and deep the partnership is between our two countries. It builds on the agreement that I signed in Delhi last week that will make it easier for students in both countries to study in our countries and have their qualifications recognised in both countries. That's the broadest agreement of its kind that India has ever signed with another country to date. Here at home, we're working on our own higher education plan, the Universities Accord, and a big part of that is making sure that more Aussies get a crack at going to university. At the moment, about 1 in 2 young Australian adults have a university degree, but not if you come from a poor background. Only 20% of young adults from a poor background have a uni degree, or rural. Only 20% of people from the bush have a university degree if they're in their 20s or 30s, only 7% if they're Indigenous Australians. We've got to change that. The first step there is the 20,000 extra uni places that we've funded to help people like that, people from poor backgrounds in the bush, Indigenous Australians. One of those 20,000 is a bloke called Dylan. He worked as a labourer last year building the new Western Sydney University campus in my neck of the woods in Bankstown. And this week he started there as a student. At the same place he helped build, he's now studying to become a school teacher, something that won't just change his life but will change the life of thousands and thousands of people in the years ahead. That's the power of education, the most powerful cause for good right around the world. And I'm sure I'm joined by everybody here in wishing Dylan all the best of luck, and everybody starting university this year all the very, very best of luck for the future.
Give the call to the member for Kennedy.
Acting PM. Australia applauds O'Brien's copper string. After 20 years, PM Rudd's national energy grid. I built the other grid line in 2 years, but humility precludes me spotlighting such extraordinary achievement. Units, owner-occupier, Thread Irrigation, HIPCO is scheduled for 16 other towns, 500,000 people into golden but empty Australia. Untold prosperity for 5,000 farmer contractor families. Will 30 million be budgeted for HIPCO to draw up tenders, or it is another 20 years?
The call to the Acting Prime Minister.
I think so. Thank you, Speaker, and can I thank the member for his question, and can I spotlight his extraordinary achievement, and in doing so acknowledge his advocacy a little shameless, and acknowledge his advocacy on behalf of his electorate, but more significantly on behalf of regional Australia. And it's really important that that is done, because the story of our nation is not just written in Brisbane and Sydney and Melbourne. It is written in places like Mount Isa and Rockhampton, in Newcastle, and indeed in Geelong. And as an inhabitant of regional Australia, I understand how important it is that we are doing everything we can to provide opportunities for people to make their lives and to raise their families in regional Australia, and that's at the heart of what you are describing in your question. And there is huge opportunities that I know the honourable member is describing in terms of his own electorate where that development can occur. I want to say to him that on behalf of the Albanese government, regional Australia is front and centre in how we see the development of our nation, and we will continue to engage with him on this. As to the question of the budget, you'll have to wait until the second Tuesday in May and the words of the Treasurer about what is ultimately committed there. But I can absolutely say that the Treasurer, the Prime Minister, myself will continue to work with you to make sure that we are delivering the development and the benefits in regional Australia that you are such a keen advocate for.
Give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians. What does the latest data on Closing the Gap show, and what practical actions are being taken by our government to improve outcomes for Indigenous Australians?
Good question. The call to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Lingiari for her advocacy for her community and her passion around these issues. Mr Speaker, Mick Dodson was the Social Justice Commissioner between 1993 and 1998. And one of the quotes from Mick has stayed with me ever since that time. He talked about a type of industrial deafness that had descended upon us as Australians about the dreadful social justice statistics when it came to outcomes for Aboriginal people in this country. And I think there is something true in what he says in terms of those statistics washing off us, washing over us and flowing on. And the latest Productivity Commission's data is in fact an example of what I hope everyone will listen to. Some of the Closing the Gap targets are going backwards, and I know many people are frustrated by this lack of progress. I know that I am. On the existing data, 11 targets are now not on track and 4 are on track. The one that really concerns me, that has where the statistics have gone backwards slightly, is the healthy birth weight of babies. It has gone backwards, and this is a major concern when you think about all the things that need to sit underneath a baby being born at a healthy birth weight. It is not good enough, and I know everyone in this House agrees with that. And we do need to do things differently. That means listening to communities about the solutions that work best for them, not what we think as politicians, not what bureaucrats think, but what actually communities are saying. The Closing the Gap implementation plan launched last month is a practical way forward. It lays out a plan for us to achieve the targets and priority reforms set out in the National Agreement. It includes more than $400 million for additional spending by this government, safe and reliable water supply, better buildings in remote housing, improving food security, and of course boosting family violence and prevention legal service providers that I know the Leader of the Opposition is most concerned about. One bright spark is the Northern Territory Police have advised that the violence-related activities has fallen by 30%, and so has domestic violence since the implementation of the alcohol restrictions in the Northern Territory.
The call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer and concerns the government's new super tax. Can the minister explain to the House whether the capital gains tax discount ordinarily applicable for assets held within superannuation is available for either realised or unrealised gains under the government's new super tax?
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the Leader of Opposition Business in the House for the question. Of course, as all honourable members, and particularly the member for Ford would know, as a non-licensed financial advisor, I can't give financial advice either here or anywhere else. But
order.
But I do
members on my left.
the opportunity.
Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. I want to hear from the Leader of the Opposition. The Minister will pause. He's 30 seconds in. I want to hear the point of order from the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr Speaker, I've been here 22 years. I thought I'd heard it all. Can you just
resume your seat? That is not a point of order. Order. We just had that conversation from the member for Fairfax. It's highly disorderly. The Leader of the Opposition knows it. We can. Oh, no, I'm not finished. We cannot have question time in that way. That is the last time the standing orders will be abused. Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you. As I was saying, I was being invited to give financial advice, but what I can say, in the general, Mr Speaker, is the capital gains discount is available when there's a capital gains tax event.
Give a call to the order. Give the call to the member. Order. Members on my right. The member for Deakin and the Assistant Treasurer. There is a general warning at the moment. If that continues, you both won't be here. Give the call to the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australians who are seeking treatment for melanoma?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Ageing.
Oh, thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Tangi for his question and for joining me at the Southlands Pharmacy in Willetton last month. We were able to talk about the fact, firstly, that he campaigned so hard at last year's election on a promise to deliver cheaper medicines, and secondly, that he has delivered on that promise. In July, we slashed the maximum price that pensioners and concession card holders would pay across a given year for their medicines by 25%. In September, we cut the price of more than 2,000 brands of medicine, putting $130 million back into the pockets of hard-working Australians. And in November, the Minister for Social Services gave access to the Seniors Health Card already to more than 10,000 self-funded retirees around the country. And, Mr Speaker, as members of this House know, on the 1st of January we delivered the biggest cut to the price of medicines in the 75-year history of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. Already, in just the first 2 months of operation of the new price, the price of 3.2 million scripts have come down, delivering $36 million in savings to hard-working Australians. Mr Speaker, we are also working very, very hard to make sure that Australian patients have affordable access to the most modern, most cutting-edge medicines available anywhere in the world. Since July, we have made 65 new or amended listings to the PBS to cut the price of the most modern, most effective medicines from sometimes tens and tens of thousands of dollars just for one course of treatment to just $30. And, Mr Speaker, last week I announced the expanded listing of Opdivo and Yervoy, particularly to be used as a combination therapy for recurrent stage 3 or stage 4 malignant melanoma. As members know, Australians tragically lead the world in melanoma diagnosis rates. I hear some interjections about melanoma diagnosis. I don't think that's particularly appropriate, because all members of this House know that Australia leads the world in melanoma diagnosis. And this new treatment that would otherwise cost patients more than $10,000 for a course of treatment now costs just $30, giving new hope to patients like Natalie. Natalie was diagnosed with melanoma when she was 23 weeks pregnant, and she had to delay her treatment to protect the health of her baby. And tragically, just 3 days after birth, she was advised that her cancer had spread. But now, with this new treatment, she's able to tell us that she has a bright future ahead. Mr Speaker, cheaper medicines aren't just good for the hip pocket and the household budget, although they are that. They're also good for your health, and ultimately they save lives.
Call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Is it true the Minister has taken time out from the task of tackling rising energy prices to hold discussions with Western Sydney Mayor Frank Carbone ahead of Mr Carbone announcing he would not run as an independent candidate in the New South Wales election? Did the Minister discuss any federal government funding or support with Mr Carbone?
Order. Members on my right. We'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I refer you to the list of prohibited questions on page 553 of practice, the first dot point.
I'm ruling that question out of order. Give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for Australians, and what challenges does the government face?
Give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for his question? And, Mr Speaker, this week the government's paid parental leave scheme passed the Senate. Yeah. Today the National Reconstruction Fund legislation passed the House of Representatives. Yeah. And on Tuesday we took another step towards recognising our First Nations people in our Constitution. And every one of these was about honouring our commitments that we made to the Australian people at the election last May. And it builds on the promise we made in relation to cheaper medicines, which now are in place. It builds on free TAFE, which has now occurred. It builds on legislating the cut in emissions reductions, which we've now done, and it builds on increasing the minimum wage, which we have now achieved. At every step since the last election, we have been completely committed to honouring the commitments that we made to the Australian people to ease the cost of living and to increase the productive capacity of our economy. But, Mr Speaker, this week we've also learned a little bit about the opposition. An opposition which refused to stand up for manufacturing jobs. An opposition which refused to support building houses for the most vulnerable women. An opposition which has not moved 1 inch in taking meaningful action on climate change, and an opposition which last December voted against support for household budgets. But we have learnt what the opposition actually cares about, what really gets them going, and that's maximising the concessions on the earnings of the 1/2% of Australians who have more than $3 million in their superannuation. That's what ignites their passions. That's what flames their soul. That's the moment when they say that the government is breaching the covenant on political and civil rights. That's where they say the government is burning the Magna Carta. And the fact that they have decided to fight on that ground says everything about how they have completely lost touch with the mainstream of Australian people, but not just that, with their own party. Mr Speaker, of the 14 people who previously led the Liberal Party before the Leader of the Opposition, the seats of 11 of them are no longer in their pile. If you want to look at a political party which is completely disconnected from their roots, it's that party opposite. I always understood they were about national security and managing the economy, but they were the most inept national security government in our history, and they were one of the most profligate, high-taxing governments that we've seen. They were a rabble. We were elected to fix their mess, and that's what we are doing.
Order. 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 Members on my left. I call that just before members leave. Just before members leave. Order. I want the House to come to order. A short statement to make. I want to update the House regarding the flag above Parliament House. As I stated to the House yesterday, I understand and recognise the importance of the Australian national flag. I'm pleased to advise the process has been expedited to replace the flag. Weather permitting, protocols will be put in place to replace the flags within the next 2 days. Furthermore, I've requested a review into alternative options and contingencies should this ever happen again in the future. Order. And I call the just while members leave. While members leave the chamber, I ask them to do so quickly and quietly so I can do papers, and I call the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I received a letter from the honourable member for Fairfax proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's failure to deliver on its promise to reduce energy prices. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. There's no doubt that every government comes to office having made promises. The coalition came to government and it made some promises. Greater access to medicines, delivered. Lower taxes, delivered. Lower unemployment, delivered. More funding for infrastructure, delivered. More funding for mental health, delivered. More investment for energy assets, delivered. But, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government, with its promises, has a very different track record. Let's have a look at the track record of the Albanese Labor government after only about 9 months in office and ask whether or not they've delivered or they've broken their promises. They promised cheaper mortgages. Broken. They promised lower inflation. Broken. They promised no changes to superannuation. Broken. They promised no changes to franking credits. Broken. They promised no new taxes. Broken. But here's my favourite of all, my favourite broken promise so far. Favourite because it exposes the rank hypocrisy of the Labor Party, but it's not a favourite in terms of me enjoying it, because the Australian people are the ones who feel the pain. The Albanese government promised the Australian people that household power bills would be reduced by $275. Has that been delivered or has it been broken? Broken. Absolutely broken. Every single member opposite, every single member on the government benches were very happy in the lead-up to last year's federal election to share social media posts of the Prime Minister committing to the Australian public that he would ensure their power prices came down by $275. Every single member of the Labor Party, every single senator. And yet here they are today, still knowing they have a broken promise, and they will not deliver that. So instead of delivering a $275 reduction in power bills, the average power bill since they came to government, Deputy Speaker, has increased by $700. So think about that, an increase of $700 for households. You promise a decrease by nearly $300. You deliver an increase by $700. And what's the variation? What's the difference? $950. Thank you very much for the member for Fisher. That is nearly $1,000. Members on the government benches are dumbfounded. They're not good at the detail. They're not good at the maths. But that is a variation of around about $1,000. So, in other words, you have already cut short. There's a shortfall in what you promised the Australian people and what you are delivering, by $1,000 already after only 9 months in office. In the midst of a cost of living crisis of all times, Deputy Speaker, this government makes purposeful decisions that in fact drives up the price of energy. Now, I mean, from our end, from the coalition's end, did we seek to get energy prices down? We sure did. Absolutely. And in the last term of government alone, we did. The last term of government alone, we saw energy bills coming down for households by 8%. For businesses, under the coalition, they came down by 10%. For industries, they came down by 12%. The coalition delivered lower energy prices. The Labor Party promised to go even further, but prices are skyrocketing. But then, Deputy Speaker, today became another day of revelation. We read this morning that power bills are going to go up yet again over winter. They will increase by 20%, an additional 20% from where they are today. This is where power bills are going over winter. Now, let's not forget, just before Christmas, the Prime Minister recalled Parliament. After having power prices blown out, he made a second promise to the Australian people that he would fix it. Power prices would be coming down. Relief would be flowing as of April this year. It's not going to be happening. And now we find out it's going up even further by 20%. So, Deputy Speaker, we can stand in this chamber and we can bang the table on this. But in truth, the ones who really count on this are the ones at home. You know, we don't know who's listening to this, but there's bound to be senior citizens, probably the same senior citizens who have contacted MPs in this office, I bet both sides of the chamber, and they're struggling. They are genuinely struggling to put food on their table. We're talking about seniors that a lot of them don't know if they're going to be able to turn the heating on, and this is in winter. This is Australia, for crying out loud. We're one of the most prosperous nations on earth, but we have our most vulnerable worrying about whether or not they can put heating on in winter because Labor's power bills. This is so concerning for families. Businesses, I mean, I was speaking to smelters and steelmakers the second half of last year who are telling me they might have to close up shop and move, relocate to China and India because of the power bills.
Exporting jobs.
And what was the answer from the Labor Party's policy suite to this? They decided to introduce a carbon tax. They've decided to actually make it more expensive for manufacturing businesses, risking a loss of businesses and closures. This comes down to a fundamental divide, Deputy Speaker, between the way that the coalition looks at the world and the way that Labor looks at the world. You see, on the coalition side, we absolutely get the need to reduce emissions, and that's why we smashed all our targets out of the ballpark. We reduced emissions by over 20% on 2005 levels, right? Yeah. The Labor Party are already falling behind their own target. They took a target, they legislated, they never did any economic modelling for it. But we struck a balance because we knew that in order for us to tackle that challenge, you can't hurt the Australian people. You can't botch the Australian economy. And that is precisely what Labor is now doing. And it is on them. The amount of times we have said, do not go down the path you are going. On this side, the coalition, we back industry, we back enterprise, we back technology, we back the innovative genius of Australians. But the Labor government, they believe in big government, big unions and big taxes. And at no point has this socialist-like approach helped reduce power prices and make life easier for Australians. And yet, the minister responsible of all days, when we find out this morning that power prices are going up by 20% over winter, the Labor Party had a Dorothy Dixer in question time where the minister was given an opportunity to show off about power prices. I do not know of any government that has been so removed from the reality that people are feeling at home. We had the minister celebrating the fact that power prices are going to go up even higher. This is a minister who has not done one day of work outside politics in his life. Not one day of work outside politics in his entire life. He does not get how it works in the real world. But of course, he sits across the table in cabinet there from a Prime Minister who, by the way, has never done a day's work in his life outside of politics. And they look across to the Treasurer, who might know the numbers, of course. The Treasurer has never done a day's work outside politics in his entire life. But the Prime Minister talks about a new era in energy policy, that the Treasurer is redefining capitalism. The Minister for Energy thinks that what is it? That's right, it's the new industrial revolution. So ushering new eras, redefining capitalism, a new industrial revolution, and not one of them know how the real economy works. And this is why, Deputy Speaker, Australia is in the problem state it is today. Every single time it's the Australian people that pay. They're paying again under Labor. $275 is what you promised. The Australian people expect it to be delivered, and so does the coalition.
Thank you. Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In Australia, the last 6 Liberal leaders have lost their jobs in one way or another because of climate policy. We saw the Howard government thrown out in 2007, in part because of inaction on climate. We saw the Morrison government turfed out in 2022 because of inaction on climate. We saw the double defenestration of Malcolm Turnbull because they just couldn't cop his approach to climate change. And as Malcolm Turnbull has put it, the Australian Liberal Party just isn't capable of dealing with climate change. And it doesn't have to be this way, Deputy Speaker. If you look around the world, everywhere except Australia and the United States, Conservatives are taking action on climate change. The UK Conservatives have committed to a fully decarbonised power sector by 2035, a zero-emissions vehicle mandate established the UK Green Investment Bank and have put policies in place that if members opposite were sitting in the House of Commons, they would have all voted against them. They instead, in this place, brought to us 22 failed energy policies. They saw 4 times as much dispatchable power leaving the grid as coming back in. And if those opposite want to know their failures on climate, they need look no further than the crossbench, where the members for Wentworth, North Sydney, Mackellar, Kooyong, Goldstein and Curtin are now independent. And yet those opposite have decided to put in place the member for Fairfax as their climate spokesperson. Trent Zimmerman has said there's a driving desire in the communities I represent for greater action on climate change. And yet the coalition has gone from climate deniers to nuclear fanatics faster than uranium decays into thorium. Now, there's lots of questions about nuclear, its cost, its safety, its location. But the one big question is, if you're such fans of nuclear power, why didn't you do anything about it in 9 long years in office? Those opposite are voting against their own safeguard mechanism. They're voting against a 43% emissions reduction target. They're voting against a tax cut for electric vehicles. They're voting against electricity price relief. And business are shaking their heads. You've got the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Industry Group, the National Farmers Federation, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, all saying, why on earth is the coalition living in the dark ages? And we've seen the member for Fairfax choosing the Hiroshima Peace Park and Fukushima power plant as the backdrop for promoting nuclear energy as the panacea to Australia. This snollygoster thinks that the answer to Australia's power problems is nuclear. And perhaps this is the member for Fairfax's lowest moment in politics, which is frankly saying something for a bloke who lost an election to Clive Palmer. The coalition are living in Peter Pan's Never Never Land. They'll never support real action on climate change because they don't want to grow up. Now, we on this side of the House took action to take some of the sting out of higher power prices. We weren't willing to have Australian businesses go to the wall and pay wartime gas prices because of Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine. We've seen evidence of the impact of those changes. The AEMO quarterly report said, quote, "Following these announcements, ASX Cal 23 electricity futures prices fell steeply for each of the mainland states through to the end of the quarter." Treasury analysis reported that forecast wholesale electricity prices have dropped by 44% in Queensland, 38% in New South Wales, 32% in South Australia, 29% in Victoria. And so this is the record of those opposite. First, they helped create the problem with their decade of energy policy chaos. Second, they kept power price increases a secret until after the election. And then third, they tried to block direct energy bill relief for households and businesses. That is the coalition's trifecta. If those opposite had their way, households would be paying $230 more on their power bills than they would otherwise have to. And that is why the coalition are the parties for higher power prices. $230 more in power bills if they had had their way last December, when we brought back the parliament in order to put in place direct energy bill relief, which will put downward pressure on power prices and downward pressures on inflation. We're working with the states and territories on the delivery of the energy bill relief package, working with their timetable to ensure that the relief is in the May budget and starts flowing not long after that. Those opposite are complaining about when the energy bill relief will flow, which is a bit rich given that they didn't want any electricity bill relief at all. Their view is that there should be no direct relief to households. We on this side of the House are committed to the power of renewables. In Denmark, offshore wind is providing a vast share of the energy needs of that country. Australia has a much larger coastline, and there's much more potential for us to benefit from offshore wind. Just one spin of an offshore wind turbine, as you know, Deputy Speaker, produces as much energy as 24 hours of rooftop solar. Not even Vladimir Putin can stop the wind blowing and the sun shining. Those opposite seem to think that we can't have renewables, they say, because the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine. They must be flabbergasted that they can get water out of the tap when it's not raining outside. It must be a real mystery to them. Turns out that batteries can do for the grid what tanks do for the water system. Advances in battery technology are going to benefit Australia and allow Australia to develop an industry that will benefit the world. With half the world's lithium, we have huge potential to be a major battery producer. We've embarked on a major task of revamping the Australian energy generation system. Right now, renewables are just 30% of production, and under our plan they will be 82% by 2030. That will make electricity cheaper, because the marginal cost of renewables is close to zero. But it will also make us less vulnerable to geopolitical threats. We saw right here in the ACT, which is 100% renewables, that we were the only jurisdiction last year where electricity prices went down. Went down by 1%, but still went down. And that is because the ACT, at 100% renewables, was not vulnerable to Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine. We know if we don't act on climate change, that Australia is the advanced country most vulnerable to the effects of unchecked climate change. Estimates from the scientists suggest that the atrocious black summer bushfires we saw in summer 2019-20 could become the norm by the 2040s, and that 2019-20 could be a good year by the 2060s. That's if we do nothing. And that is why it is in Australia's national interest to act on climate change abatement. We know our Pacific neighbours are vulnerable. You won't hear members of the Labor Party, unlike the Leader of the Opposition, making jokes about how climate change affects the Pacific. That had a real geopolitical impact on Australia's influence in the Pacific, because climate change has a real impact in the Pacific. We know if we don't act that the dangers of volatility in Australia's electricity grid could cause crises bigger than the 1970s oil crisis. And that's why Labor is committed to an EV charging network, to community batteries, to the Marinus Link, to the Climate Council of Australia, to our energy apprentices, to ramping up the Safeguard scheme. We are working with business, we are working with the community in order to ensure that Australia tackles climate change and puts downward pressure on power prices. Those opposite, after 9 failed years, 22 failed energy prices, have now become the hucksters of Australian politics, with a climate change minister who is as miserable as a bandicoot, who sits there spruiking nuclear and failing to move with the times, failing to acknowledge the benefits of the renewables revolution for Australian households.
Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's one person walking around this parliament at the moment who's very, very happy, and that is the Greens leader. Because even though the Prime Minister's off watching the cricket in India, the Greens leader has done a dodgy deal with Labor to get through the National Reconstruction Fund. And why is he happy? Because there's no coal or gas as part of that legislation. So he's had a win. Earlier this week, we heard the member for Brand answering questions in question time, the Minister for Resources, and the Greens were absolutely into her for all they were worth. And you saw this bit of a lover's tiff between Labor and the Greens. Things were going a little bit rocky, but they've patched it up. Oh, they've patched it up with some dodgy backroom deal, because that's what Labor and the Greens do. And the economist we just heard from, the minister at the table, was talking about the fact that politics was all his first part of his contribution was all about the politics. All well and good, and he was talking about the Liberal leaders who he claimed had to go because of climate policies. Well, emissions came down under the coalition. We met, we beat all of our international obligations, and we didn't bankrupt the economy whilst we did it. We didn't send businesses to the wall. We didn't force farmers to stop growing food and fibre whilst we were lowering emissions. We did it in a practical, balanced, sensible, methodical way, the coalition way. But this mob opposite, what they want to do is push power prices up. And I didn't hear from the member opposite, from the minister at the dispatch box, talking about the mum who's going to be worried this winter about how she's going to pay the power bills at home. I didn't hear the member opposite talk about the truckie who's going to be worried about whether he's going to or she's going to be able to put their road freight transport out there to make sure that they can continue to deliver the goods around Australia, even though they're going to pay 10% more at the bowser, even though they're going to pay a hell of a lot more than that when they turn on the power switch. This is reckless, reckless politics by those opposite. But they're always about the politics. They're always about doing dodgy deals with the Greens, never about the family, never about the small business, those operators who are worried about whether they're going to be able to make ends meet. And we heard in question time today from the Minister for Education. He mightn't have realised, but he was talking about higher education. And I thought it was the best answer, to be honest, in question time today, if not the whole week. And he talked about the fact that we can make money out of higher education without having to dig something up out of the ground. He belled the cat. He absolutely did, because he acknowledged by that very phrase that we make money by digging things up out of the ground, and we've been doing it for decades. And I tell you what, digging things up out of the ground has paid for a lot of schools, has paid for a lot of hospitals, has kept the lights on, has kept us and made us one of the great nations of the world. But those opposite, with their reckless abandon for making sure that they want to keep power prices low, have absolutely ditched on households, ditched on small businesses. And it wasn't that long ago that Labor were out there, in fact it was prior to the last election, on 97 occasions, a Bradman-like number. 97 times the Prime Minister said that they were going to reduce power prices by $275. $275. We haven't heard that number come out of the Prime Minister's mouth since, and for good reason, because we heard today that power prices are going to go up. And when are they going to go up? They're going to go up in the coldest months, winter. How are people going to pay for their power bills when prices are just going to go up by as much as 20% when they were going down under us? And the fact remains, this is going to send a lot of businesses to the wall. This is going to make it so hard for families who are already struggling with cost of living pressures. This is not good. And each and every one of those Labor members opposite, they are no doubt getting constituent calls about what they're doing. Well, they ought to be honest and look those people in the eye and say, well, we're going to be closing power stations. We're turning our back on coal and gas. We're turning our back on the very industries that keep the lights on, that keep the power prices low and that keep the country running. I say shame on Labor members. They ought to think long and hard. And that $275 reduction, it was a great big fib.
Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, here we go, another day, another MPI where those opposite feign outrage at the problems that they created. Another day and another MPI where they fail to acknowledge the plans of this government to fix the energy policy failures that they left the country with. All those know that we are taking urgent action to shield Australian families and businesses from the worst of the Liberals' energy price spikes. And I hope that member for Riverina goes to his constituents and tells them how they voted against energy price relief when we came back here in December last year into this place and put a price cap on limiting coal and gas prices and providing targeted energy bill relief, which was backed by every premier in every state and territory, Deputy Speaker. And we know that since that announcement of that price intervention, forward prices have dropped significantly from what they would have been under the Liberals, And meanwhile, those opposite voted to make power bills for families hundreds of dollars higher than they needed to be. They voted against targeted energy bill relief for thousands of Australian households and businesses. They voted against energy bill relief for pensioners and families doing it tough, and they voted against energy price relief for small businesses and manufacturers. Those over there think it's fine and dandy for Aussie manufacturers to shut as they get slogged with the spiralling gas prices from Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And we've done more than our energy price relief plan, Deputy Speaker. We've just rolled out our small business energy grants. These grants will support businesses to upgrade and replace inefficient equipment to improve their energy efficiency. These grants are available right now, from $10,000 to $25,000 for small businesses and medium businesses to help them upgrade their facilities. They'll enable industry to reduce their energy prices, manage energy costs and viability in the long term. This will help contribute to Australia's energy emissions reduction target of 43% by 2030. And get this, the objective of this program is, listen, to reduce power bills for small and medium businesses. And then, of course, there are this government's huge investments in renewable energy, not only directly by the government but also from the private sector, because of the certainty that we've provided to the energy market. Now, I'll let the opposition on a little secret here, Deputy Speaker. The cheapest form of energy right now, what is it? It's renewable energy. Everyone knows it, the world knows it, Australians know it, but those over there refuse to accept it, Deputy Speaker. To put downward pressure on energy bills, Australians need to invest in the cheapest form of power today. And since we've come into power, Deputy Speaker, large-scale wind and solar farm investments have grown 50% in 2022, totalling 4.3 gigawatts of new cheap power to follow. The second half of last year also saw a step-up in rooftop solar investment by families, with over 300,000 small-scale rooftop systems adding 2.8 gigawatts of power as well. And all we saw from those opposite is energy chaos. ARENA is investing $176 million in 8 large-scale batteries, and then, of course, we have the $400 million investment in community batteries, which will help those store energy overnight and use free power at night. We're investing in renewable energy because it's cheap and it's good for the planet. And contrast that to what those opposite want to do. They want to revive nuclear. They've been talking about nuclear energy in this place since 1955. Senator Spooner in this place spoke about it in 1955. Not a peep about it in their last 9 years in government. They dangle this radioactive carrot every couple of years, Deputy Speaker, and they just bring it up and all talk about it, all talk, no action. Let's have a look at what they're talking about. The small modular reactors, 2 reputable organisations have costed them at $5 billion a reactor. We need 80 across the grid, they predict. That's $400 billion for their nuclear folly. I mean, it'd be cheaper to go to Wakanda and mine some vibranium than it would be to invest in nuclear power. We had Kooyong forever. They're now going Wakanda forever. The solution for cheap energy is investment in renewables. Those opposite want to go nuclear, and it will be bad for our country.
Member for Cowper. I gave you the call.
Thank you. I didn't hear, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to bring this MPI down to the granular level, and the reason that we're here, and that is about our people. Our people and those people who run businesses in our electorates. And I cannot believe for one moment that the members sitting opposite haven't spoken to their constituents on this very issue about their power bills going through the roof. I don't believe for one second that you haven't had emails or telephone calls saying that my bill has gone up 20%, 40%. We'd all have examples. But for some reason, and that reason would be a broken promise of $275 on 97 occasions said by the Prime Minister, that you're not bringing those stories to the fore. Cynthia and Alan Ross from South West Rocks in my electorate, they're two pensioners. They live frugally. They don't go out spending money at the pub, putting it through the pokies. They live frugally because they're on the pension. And recently, we saw an increase to the pension of $44 a fortnight. They just got notification that their electricity bill is going up 44%. 44%. That equates to $11 a week for them. So it automatically takes away half of that increase from the age pension that they receive, automatically. Imagine their terror when they heard that the bills are going to go up another 20% in winter. That's not us saying that. There's a report in the newspaper today from Origin Energy. 1st of July, 20%. So you can wipe out that increase to the age pension to Alan and Cynthia Ross in South West Rocks. And worse is yet to come. Then talk about the businesses. Peter Ferros, he owns the Dorrigo Hotel. Dorrigo's not awash with money. He gets his regular clients in there. He called me recently. His bill, he had to renew his contract. His bill is going up $25,000. $25,000. What does that mean? He might have to lay off workers, lay off staff. And these are just examples around the country. And as I said, I do not believe for one moment that these examples aren't happening in the members' opposite electorates. It's happening in all our electorates. If that's the price that the Dorrigo Hotel has to pay, imagine what those people living in Dorrigo are having to pay. And I can tell you right now, Dorrigo gets very, very cold in the winter. So people will be rugging up with blankets and jumpers rather than switching on that air conditioner, because 20% come the 1st of July goes straight onto your bill. Add that to the cost of living pressures. I'm more than happy to say I actually go and do the shopping at Coles on a Sunday. I know what things cost, and I have seen in the past 12 months
it's all going up.
It's gone up by 30%. I can guarantee you. People are out there hurting, and when they're lied to by the Prime Minister, we're going to save you $275 a year, that hurts. It hurts, because they believed him. That is why he is the Prime Minister. He broke that promise to the Australian people. And they're out there hurting. Labor's sticking their head in the sand about power prices and the cost of living, pointing the finger at the coalition when, in reality, we pushed prices down. We pushed electricity prices down. So you can hurl headlong into ideology, but on the street, that granular level, those people who we represent, those businesses we represent, are hurting, and the Prime Minister broke his promise.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government was elected on a mandate to deliver immediate cost of living relief to millions of Australians struggling due to the mess left behind by those on the other side of this chamber. This includes rorts, which are too many to name, and $1 trillion of coalition debt. As a nation, we are also faced with crises at home and across our shores, which impact our economy. First was the global pandemic that put severe pressures on the supply chains across the world. On the other hand, a year-long war in Europe due to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, which is creating havoc in energy markets around the world and pushing electricity prices higher at home. I understand the impact higher energy prices are having on households and businesses, and I wish the previous government had been aware of the risk of playing games with our nation's domestic energy policy. Instead, it was left to those who did nothing but leave a decade of chaos and delay behind. Last December, we took action to take some of the burden of higher power prices to support families, small businesses and Australian manufacturers. After nearly a decade in government, one would expect the opposition to be more aware of the way the government's policies work, but I guess the expectation only holds if they took action during those 9 years. Unfortunately, the impacts of the government's policies are rarely felt overnight. It will take some time for the benefits of the Albanese Labor government's benefits to fully flow through, but there are encouraging signs that our action is starting to work. We are seeing a big reduction in price increases that were forecasted for 2023. After seeing a decade of energy policy chaos, the opposition voted against action on power prices and tried to block direct energy price relief. That's correct. The very same opposition that accuses the government of failing to deliver reduction on energy prices actually failed to support reductions on energy prices. They can talk the talk, but they can never walk the walk. If the opposition had their way, power prices would even be higher and households would get what they got over the past decade of inaction: nothing. They are hopelessly out of touch to think that Australian households, businesses and manufacturers should not get the support they need and deserve. The opposition's record is stellar in leaving no stone unturned to make life harder for honest and hard-working everyday Australians. First, they helped create the problem with their decade of energy policy chaos. Then they kept power price increases a secret until after the federal election last year. Finally, they tried to block direct energy price relief for households and businesses. If we had let them get their way, families across this country would be paying over $230 more on their power bills than they would otherwise have to, without a cent of extra support. We are taking urgent action to shield Australian families and businesses from the worst of these energy spikes. Since the announcement of the intervention, forward prices have dropped significantly from what they would have. According to the latest AEMO Quarterly Energy Dynamics Report, energy feature prices began trending down in November in anticipation of the government's intervention. We will have further announcements in the near future about the remaining elements of the plan, including targeted rebates for consumers and small businesses. We are wasting no time in delivering a stable policy framework to reduce volatility in the market, put downward pressure on prices and encourage increased investment in transmission. I applaud the Albanese Labor government, particularly the Prime Minister and the Climate Change and Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, for providing effective and efficient energy price relief for all Australians. I thank the House.
Thank you. Member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the most simple premises of Australian public life is that you only make promises you both intend to and you are capable of keeping. As a new candidate in 2022, I, like my friend here, the member for Menzies, endured the most rigorous of processes to ensure that every single promise I made for the betterment of the lives of the good folk of Flinders could be funded and implemented within the responsible boundaries of a future coalition government. It was a process that was thorough, if not bordering on torturous, but it meant that both I and, more importantly, my constituents could be confident that whatever I said I could deliver, I would actually deliver under a returned coalition. So it has been with some shock that I have observed the callous indifference to the promises made to the Australian people by the Australian Labor Party during the 2022 campaign, and nowhere is that disregard more stark than in energy prices. Last year, the Prime Minister, then Leader of the Opposition, promised all Australians that their energy bills would go down. His promise wasn't broad or in general terms. It wasn't a throwaway, they'll be less under Labor, nor was it a blah, 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 I don't know what the number is. It was a very precise promise, a calculated, clear and categorical promise. Electricity prices will go down by $275. $275. Not $200, not $250, but $275 on the money, not a penny more and not a penny less. And it wasn't something he said once, a slipped remark, a hasty promise, a tongue-twisted moment of forgetfulness. He said it 97 times. 97 times. Part of me is tempted to stand here and to say it 97 times, or find 97 different ways of saying it so no one misses the intent. Electricity prices will go down by $275 under Labor. Labor will reduce your electricity prices by $275. You'll save $275 on your electricity bills under an Albanese government. Albo's going to underwrite your electricity bill by $275. Need a break from your electricity bills? That's okay, because we are going to pay the first $275 in 2023. That's 5. Technically, to be on par, I've still got 92 to go. But instead of delivering anything like a $275 or even $2.75 reduction, the Prime Minister has delivered the most expensive average wholesale electricity prices on record. And this week we have heard it's going to get worse, with expectations that the Australian Energy Regulator will announce a 20% increase in the default market offer for electricity prices next week, to take effect on 1 July. Now, I am perplexed, and if I am perplexed, the Australian public has every right to be absolutely flabbergasted. I have a vague recollection of being recalled to Canberra last December. We had risen for the end of the parliamentary year, said our farewells, and we'd all return to our electorates to care for our constituents and provide support across their activities in the lead-up to the Christmas break. And then the PM called us all back to Canberra for a single sitting day on 15 December. It cost more than $1 million to bring us all back, and the Parliament passed the Prime Minister's Treasury Laws Amendment Energy Price Relief Plan Bill 2022. At the time, the ABC described the outcome as follows. Gas prices will be capped for a year in an effort to restrain runaway electricity price increases after last-minute meeting of Parliament before the year's end. Oh, goody. You could be fooled for thinking watching the news that night. And then the letters started to come from power companies across the nation to our kitchen tables, telling us we faced 30% increases in the next year. Dear Elizabeth, on 1 February 2023, your natural gas rates are going up. We understand this isn't the news you want to hear, or perhaps expected to hear, and we're here if you need to talk to us. What's happening at a glance? We estimate it will cost you an additional $730 a year, $900 a year, $1,000 a year. I got an email from a pensioner, Eddie, in my electorate, dated 11 January. I would like to express my concern re the recent price increase as advised by my service provider. On the information provided by them, I have calculated the current charges for domestic supply will increase, in my case, by 39.6% effective February 2023. A couple of days later, I got an email from Joe and Julie in my electorate. It read, "We just received notification from our gas supplier advising of the new charges for gas supplied to our residents. Based on past usage, it is estimated that our cost of gas will increase by $667.62, representing an over 50% increase. These increases are as a direct result of the ALP, state and federal, demonising gas, and in particular the Andrews government's ban on all types of gas exploration in Victoria for the last 8 years." On the money, Joe.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If the member for Fairfax wants to talk about failure to deliver on energy, then maybe he needs to pick up a mirror and have a really good hard look into it. By doing that, he will see there is a trail of mess and mismanagement that was left behind by his former government and its 3 prime ministers. Reconstruction in the wake of the Liberal national destruction won't happen overnight. It will take some time. But I can reassure the House and the member for Fairfax Fairfax that in the Illawarra this Labor government isn't wasting a second in making the investments we need to rebuild the grid, lower energy prices and create the jobs of the future. These investments include $10 million to establish an Energy Future Skills Centre located at the University of Wollongong, so we have the skilled workforce to build the grid of the future. $2.5 million for a renewable energy training facility at the Wollongong TAFE, which will include upgrades to equipment and teaching aids. Investing more than $1 million in a University of Wollongong study, finding ways to keep Australia's grid secure through the renewable energy transformation. Investing in an Australian-German collaboration to reduce the cost of green hydrogen production and support cutting-edge technology in the industry, including close to $9 million to Hysata to work with Fraunhofer IPT to develop a new capillary-fed electrolyser to deliver low-cost hydrogen in Port Kembla. All of this in addition to the New Energy Apprenticeships program, which will support Australians to train in the jobs of the future and help power Australia's path to net zero emissions. Apprentices training in eligible occupations in the clean energy sector can now attract up to $10,000 in direct support, helping them to manage the cost of living while they train in the sectors essential to Australia's transition to a clean energy economy. But wait, Deputy Speaker, there is more. This government is taking the lead on driving household electrification by committing $224.3 million to support 400 community batteries to store excess energy from rooftop solar generation. One of these batteries will be in Warrawong, in my electorate, which is one of the lowest socio-economic areas. This is a great win for people in Warrawong. That's over 500 households, a suburb with some of the most vulnerable people who will benefit from the Labor government's investment in a community battery. That's households that wouldn't be able to access clean energy technologies. They will be supported to gain the benefits of rooftop solar and other technologies, helping them to overcome the upfront capital costs of electrification. We have also committed $100 million for the Community Solar Banks program, which will support 25,000 households to access the benefits of community-scale solar, rooftop solar and clean energy technologies. These are real investments and real actions which are supporting Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets of a 43% reduction by 2030, net zero by 2050 and 82% renewables into the grid by 2030. This is real and tangible action on climate change that those opposite refuse to take for far too long. But what are the Liberals' lists of investments to rebuild the grid, lower energy prices and create the jobs of the future for the Illawarra? Well, Deputy Speaker, they are outlined here. Nothing. But don't worry, the Greens Party isn't much better. Their climate and energy plan and their job-for-job guarantee looking after coal communities completely overlooks the Illawarra. The Hunter got a look in, the Latrobe Valley got a look in, Gladstone got a look in, the Bowen Basin got a look in. Even Collie and southwest WA is there. But the Illawarra doesn't even rate a mention in a Greens Party plan for the future. Clearly, with the Liberals and the Greens parties, there isn't any respect for the workers of the Illawarra. The steel workers, the miners, the manufacturers, the educators, the innovators who are going to help us drive Australia to rebuild the grid, to lower energy prices and create the jobs of the future. After nearly a decade of neglect, the Albanese Labor government is roaring ahead, making up lost ground and getting on with the job. We are taking immediate action to shield Australian families and businesses from the worst of these energy price spikes. The plan is about taking some of the sting out of higher power prices to support families, protect local industries and save jobs.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This issue, it may seem like an entertaining exercise for us to shoot invective across at each other, and it's good to see that new members are getting on their feet and doing that, and maybe we can't call ourselves new anymore. We're into the new year. But we must never forget that what we do and say in this place affects real people. real people and real businesses. And I'm going to give you an example of one, Deputy Speaker. In my electorate, there is a small business, or maybe a medium business, called Fratelli Engineering. And Fratelli, for those who speak Italian, means brothers. It's a family business that was formed in 1996. And we hear from those opposite that you want to make things here again. Well, guess what? Fratelli Engineering makes things here. It employs 20 people, many of whom have physical and mental disabilities, who work for a family business. But for the first time ever, that family business is now seriously questioning whether they can stay open. They've been there since 1996, and I spoke to the owner, Sam Leo, in this debate just before coming in here, and I said, what would you like to say to those opposite? And he said this, and I didn't prompt him. He said, I trusted you. I trusted that you would help bring power bills down. And trust matters. And trust matters because it goes to the heart of integrity. And we're in opposition here, and that means we must reflect upon lessons learned from that election last year. And integrity was one of them. Integrity was one of them. And you may say that that's just about a corruption commission, and we've heard a lot about that, and that was supported by this House and in the Senate. But it's not just about corruption commissions. It's about what we do and what we say, and it's about trust. And at the core of trust are promises. And you can look at promises in two ways. You can look at a promise in a contractual way, in that there are consequences that may lead to a cause of action in a court. And that's not what we're dealing with here. We're not dealing with promises that Australians can take you to court over. If we could, I would encourage Fratelli Engineering to go to the court and have all of you as the first, second, third, and how many of you there are as the respondents. But we're talking about a moral obligation and a moral commitment. And we can argue that that's an even more important commitment for integrity and for trust. There's no cause of action, but it's about a moral consequence. Because people like Sam Leo and the pensioners that we heard from many of the other speakers who may seriously question whether they can keep power bills, they can turn the heating on, keep themselves warm and look after themselves and their family. They're going to make decisions this year, make decisions because they relied upon what was promised. Now, I don't know about those opposite, but I had a visit from the Edelman Trust Barometer, and they spoke about a survey they did in this country about institutions and trust. And there's some alarming conclusions, and I encourage those opposite, if you have not read this, to listen to what I'm about to say. No institution is trusted by Australians anymore, and our institutions are out of balance. Government and media fuel a cycle of distrust, and they are seen as a source of misleading information. We are more divided today than we were in the past. And globally, this is a global survey. This is a problem not just for here, but we must focus on what we can do in this country. 45% of Australians surveyed think we are more divided than in the past. And when we think about our social fabrics, they say that 61% said this. The lack of civility and mutual respect today is the worst I have ever seen. 61%. And the question of the social fabric that once held this country together has grown too weak to serve as a foundation for unity and common purpose. 54%. So this is a problem that we must all face. And leading up to an election, political parties make promises because there is a reward if that promise is believed, and the reward is that you get to sit there and you get to occupy the blue carpet offices. But people rely upon what you say. And it's not just what the Prime Minister said, it's also what some of your candidates said. And I'm going to single one out that happened in my electorate. The Labor candidate in the seat of Menzies, in a quote to the Warrandyte Diary, said, "You would match, as a government, the fixing of Five Ways intersection, where a young girl died." Now, people in my electorate, they relied upon that promise that was made. And then when I went to visit the minister about that matched commitment, guess what? It wasn't matched because the candidate didn't submit the paperwork. Well, guess what? Australians know you don't submit the paperwork, and they're on to you.
Thank you. Member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Governments around the world are dealing with higher power prices, and Australia is not immune. We're dealing with higher energy prices as well, and it's painful and it's tough on the family budget. And in this circumstance, what Australians want is two things. First of all, they want action, and secondly, they want honesty. Unfortunately, they didn't get any of those things from those opposite when they were in government. They didn't get action. Instead, they had 4 gigawatts of generation leave the system and only 1 gigawatt come back in. And they certainly didn't get honesty. They certainly didn't get honesty. They hid the information that energy prices were set to rise. Deputy Speaker, we have had decades of denial and delay from this side, across 4 Liberal leaders. Leader number 1, Tony Abbott. Tony Abbott said the science of climate change was crap and that climate change was probably doing good. That was Tony Abbott's hot take on climate change. He had a few corkers. The second leader, Deputy Speaker, Malcolm Turnbull. Malcolm Turnbull described Liberal policy as an environmental fig leaf to cover a determination to do nothing. That's what he said about his own party. In 2009, he said about his fellow members of the Liberal Party, they do not believe in human-caused global warming. After he left politics, Turnbull said that his biggest regret, and it was a long list, Deputy Speaker, I assume, he said that his biggest regret was a failure to secure meaningful climate policy. And who did he blame for this regret? He didn't blame Labor, he didn't blame business, he didn't blame any stakeholders. He certainly didn't blame himself, characteristically. He blamed his own party. Then, Deputy Speaker, we had Scott Morrison, the member for Cook, who brought a lump of coal into the parliament. He said the coalition's policy is for coal power stations to run as long as they possibly can. Thank you for that important interjection. He stood up in front of the world at COP26 and claimed that the government was acting on climate change the Australian way, Deputy Speaker.
That would be taking no action.
Which meant doing nothing in his world. What he meant was the Australian government way at that time. The leader number 4, Deputy Speaker, Peter Dutton, who thought that the devastation of rising sea levels in the Pacific was a joke. Shame. Joked about the risks of climate change in our important neighbours in the Pacific. This is decades of disgraceful denial and disgraceful delay. They had 22 different climate change policies and they didn't deliver one of them. And, Deputy Speaker, the saddest thing about this chaos is that it has left them so isolated. The Liberal Party likes to think of themselves as the party of business. They think that's their natural constituency. But on this issue, business is leaving the Liberals in the rear-view mirror. On this issue, business is acting. They are putting in place targets to get to net zero. They're putting in place concrete plans. They're putting in place renewable energy. And what they need is certainty. What they're crying out for is certainty. They've been waiting for decades for certainty, and it has not come from the so-called party of business. In fact, the Liberals' climate policy is kryptonite for their core constituency. Businesses are walking away from them on climate, just like they're walking away from them on the Voice, Deputy Speaker, just like they're walking away from them on fairness and gender equity. It is sad to see the Liberal Party, the party that thinks of itself as the voice of business, to be so distant from business. It must be embarrassing for them to see that their own constituency is so far out ahead of them, leaving them behind in its wake. Deputy Speaker, if the coalition doesn't understand businesses' position on climate, they don't understand the position of conservation groups, they aren't in touch with mainstream Australia, then who is their climate policy for? By contrast, we've taken strong action. We've been working with the states and territories on the delivery of the Energy Bill Relief Package. We've been taking action to limit coal and gas prices. We've been taking action to increase renewables in the grid. And we've been taking action to ensure that we get a sensible target that can be delivered, and delivered in a way that will support jobs, support growth and support Australian industry.
Thank you. The discussion has now concluded. And I have a message. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an Act to amend the Therapeutic Goods Act of 1989 and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to a bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
So the question is that the amendments be considered immediately. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I understand it's the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. I give the call to the Minister. Assistant Minister.
I move that the amendments be agreed to. Deputy Speaker, the Therapeutic Goods Amendment 2022 Measure No. 1 Bill 2022, or the bill, amends the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989, or the Act. The measures in the bill are intended to improve patient safety, support timely access to therapeutic goods, reduce regulatory burden and strengthen post-market compliance and enforcement activities. The bill, as originally introduced into the House, included a measure to clarify that the natural justice hearing rule is not required to be observed in relation to the release of therapeutic goods information. This is because an obligation to observe the natural justice hearing rule prior to releasing information could directly prevent or delay the release of health and safety information to the public or relevant stakeholders. Delaying the release of this information could risk the health and safety of patients, frontline healthcare workers and the public. The government amendment to this measure will limit the exclusion of the natural justice hearing rule in relation to the release of information to the public under section 61(5)(c) of the Act to release of information that is in the interests of public health or safety, or where the information relates to the safety of one or more therapeutic goods. These amendments balance the provision of natural justice rule with the need to ensure the timely release of health and safety information to the public. If the bill were to specify that natural justice hearing rule is only required in relation to the release of critical or urgent safety information, this would present a risk to the safety of Australian patients, health professionals and the public, as some safety information may not be available to them in a timely manner. The release of safety information is necessary to prevent harm and even potentially death. In some instances, TGA safety information is combined with information from other sources, for example state and territory health departments, in order to recognise that the information concerns health or safety issues. Overall, the release of therapeutic goods information under the Act is a critical element of Australia's regulatory framework for therapeutic goods, as its use underpins community and healthcare industry awareness of the safe use of therapeutic goods, compliance and enforcement activities, and cooperation with international regulators to bring new treatments to Australia as quickly as possible. I thank the Senate for their support of this amendment, and I commend the amendment to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Safeguard Mechanism Crediting Amendment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I'm giving the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak to the Safeguard Mechanism Crediting Amendment Bill 2022. As I've said many times in this place, there are few issues that were raised with me more often on the campaign trail than climate change, and not just climate change itself, but more specifically the previous government's failure to not only take the issue seriously, but their actual standing in the way of climate action. My community was so frustrated at the denialism, the head-in-the-sand approach they saw from the previous government as they watched 1-in-100-year floods happening month after month in the eastern states and powerful storms wreak havoc in areas that had never seen them before. They were frustrated at the failure to talk about the issue with any sense of reality. Their failure to deliver on just one of the 22 failed energy policies. Their failure to reckon with arguably the greatest challenge of our times, a complete policy vacuum. Even my South Australian colleague, Liberal Senator Simon Birmingham, burst out of the blocks the morning after the election to concede that the former government should have taken more serious action on climate. Which brings me to the current position of those opposite. After the election, we heard noises from the opposition that they got it. That climate was a key issue and played a huge role in the loss of so many of their heartland seats. And yet here we are, a Liberal national coalition in this place actively opposing and criticising sensible, achievable climate policy that is backed by business, backed by industry, and is in fact an enhancement of their own policy. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a part of a broader climate change policy that this government is committed to implementing. As I remarked during the debate of the Climate Change Act 2022, which enshrined our commitment to reach 43% reduction in net emissions by 2030, we need to take action in a way that brings the community and business and industry with us. That bill, which was passed by this parliament on the 8th of September, lays the critical groundwork needed to deliver our promise on real climate change action. And make no mistake, that target is an ambitious target. It is going to be difficult to get there. We should have started a decade ago. So we need practical measures that will move us towards 43% by 2030 and then towards net zero. An enhanced safeguard mechanism, something this bill will allow, is essential to supporting Australia's transition towards net zero. It will help steer Australia's largest industrial facilities smoothly on the path towards reducing their emissions gradually and predictably, in line with our national targets. This bill supports a crucial element of the safeguard mechanism, crediting. Issuing businesses that have ready-to-go low-cost abatement opportunities with tradable safeguard mechanism credits incentivises climate action and is a way of tangibly rewarding those who are future-ready and able to reduce their emissions faster than required. Australian businesses and their investors know the world is changing. Anyone in this place who is serious about engaging with their community knows that business knows this too. Those opposite might try and play them for fools, selling them a fantasy in which nothing is changing and no action is needed to be taken, but Australian business and industry isn't buying it. They can see what's happening all around us. They know that following through with credible targets is necessary, not just to remain competitive, but to innovate and thrive in a dynamic market. And that's why the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has backed our net zero target and said that in order to achieve it, changes to the design of the safeguard mechanism are essential. It's why BP, not exactly a climate hero, sorry BP, supports reforms to the safeguard mechanism to provide incentives for large emitters to reduce their emissions. And it's why the Clean Energy Council and Energy Efficient Australia both would support reforms to the safeguard mechanism to drive innovation in new technologies like green hydrogen. Many businesses operating facilities covered by the safeguard mechanism have already made long-term climate commitments that surpass Australia's targets. These reforms will provide a strong investment signal to them, as well as an effective, equitable, efficient and simple scheme to bolster their action. Deputy Speaker, we simply can't afford another wasted decade. This is always how real action on climate change was going to be achieved in the first place, by finding a sensible middle ground, by finding something workable that maybe everyone doesn't love. That is perhaps too much to ask in a democracy, but it's something that people can live with, that they can work with, something that will reduce the emissions and that will give industry certainty. Above and beyond everything else, the people of Boothby last year voted for action on climate change, and it was real action on climate change. Action that meant groups for whom too long have been pitted against each other, industry and environmental advocates, people in cities versus people in regions, could find a reasonable, sensible solution that brings us all on the journey to net zero, one that protects Australian jobs and Australian competitiveness. And I say to those opposite, both to our left and to our right, are you really going to once again vote against real climate action? To those on our political right, I'm quite stunned that after the election of 2022, after the fires, the floods, the cyclones, droughts with increasing frequency and intensity, the dire warnings, the scientific consensus, industry, business and agriculture calling for climate action, that those opposites simply refuse to engage on this issue. It's the defining challenge of our time, and the Leader of the Opposition and those opposite simply have nothing to add, nothing to contribute. They will even oppose this policy, a policy based on one that they implemented, albeit in a toothless form, in government. I cannot tell you how many people I've had approach me and continue to approach me across Boothby, people telling me that until last year they had only ever voted Liberal. And until last year, Boothby had not been held by the Labor Party for 73 years. But I've had people of all ages, all walks of life tell me that while they had only ever voted for the Liberals in the past, they just couldn't this time. They couldn't live with themselves because of the obstinate, irrational, anti-science climate change denial position of those opposite. And they still haven't got the message. There are plenty of reasons why the last election results were the way they were, and many with more political experience than I have analysed the results. But from my observations, a decade of neglect and denial on a whole range of issues, from a failure to ease pressure on cost of living, to a lack of integrity from the top down, to their appalling failures in the treatment of women. But a lack of action, indeed a failure to even take the threat of climate change seriously, was to my mind a driving reason they lost so many seats. And so what are they doing differently? Nothing. Catherine Murphy from The Guardian has described the Leader of the Opposition as a microwave Tony Abbott. Now, of course, I would never say such a thing, but she is referencing what is becoming increasingly obvious to all. The Opposition's standard response to everything is just to oppose everything, irrespective of whether it's good for the country. To those on our political left, I too want more ambitious climate action, and I'll push for it wherever I can. But I did not come here to stand in the way of the possible, to stand in the way of the first steps. It may not be perfect, almost nothing that comes through this place is, but that is the nature of democracy and it's not something to be ashamed of. But this action will drive down emissions, and that's important. It will be the proof of concept that we can drive down emissions and support business, industry and agriculture, indeed even create more opportunities for them. It will mean Australia can hold our head high on the world stage, and it's a huge step in securing our environment for future generations. It's well past time to take real action on climate change, and I'd like to finish by just reading a few of the submissions to the consultation. The Investor Group on Climate Change. A reformed safeguard is essential to Australia's competitive advantage. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. With the new climate change legislation committing Australia to reduce national emissions by 43% below 2005 levels by 2003 and achieve net zero by 2050, changes to the design of the safeguard mechanism are essential. The Grattan Institute. The federal government has a mandate for reform and it should seize it. Toll. We believe that building on the safeguard mechanism will promote policy certainty and stability while delivering on the government's climate targets in a way that minimises costs and shares the effort across the economy. The Australian Aluminium Council. The focus of policy design for the safeguard mechanism should be on establishing a framework to maintain industry, jobs and competitiveness while also decarbonising through the period to 2030 and beyond to achieve net zero by 2050. The success of this policy will not be measured by 2030 alone, but in the transformation of Australia's industry in the biggest clean industrial and economic revolution this country has ever seen. BP. Quick sip. BP reaffirms its support for reforms to the safeguard mechanism to provide incentives for large emitters to reduce their emissions in support of Australia's emission reduction targets. We support the goals of the 2015 Paris Agreement on climate change and believe ambitious climate policies like the safeguard mechanism reforms will be essential to enable the world and Australia to meet these goals. We look forward to working with the government as the reforms are finalised. Clean Energy Council. A strong emissions reduction policy for the industrial sector can also be a catalyst for the development of new net zero industries such as green hydrogen, green ammonia and green metals. The Energy Efficiency Council. We strongly support the government's proposal to enhance the safeguard mechanism by declining facility baselines. Overall, the EEC believes the reforms to the safeguard mechanism should make a substantial contribution to Australia's emissions targets and jumpstart the transition to achieving a net zero economy no later than 2050. Rio Tinto supports the use of a reformed safeguard mechanism as part of a suite of policy measures to incentivise genuine industrial abatement. Origin Energy is supportive of developing a policy framework that is consistent with ensuring safeguard facilities deliver a proportionate share of national emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement, having regard to the relevant contributions of all sectors of the economy. Woodside, a fair, robust and transparent safeguard mechanism can support the reduction of Australian emissions, as well as encourage businesses and industries to further innovate and adopt smarter practices and technologies in line with our collective emissions reduction targets. APPEA. While the safeguard mechanism is not an economy-wide approach, appropriately designed, it can form part of an economy-wide package of measures that encourage low-cost abatement while supporting economic growth. AGL. We strongly support the strengthening of the safeguard mechanism to meaningfully contribute to these climate targets and to meet Australia's overall emissions reduction task. Carbon Market Institute. At its core, the enhanced mechanism should be designed to drive industrial decarbonisation in order to strengthen Australia's competitiveness in a carbon-constrained global economy. Mr Speaker, this is a bill that has the support of business, of industry and of the community. It is the first step in our way forward to 43% by 2030 and net zero. It not only offers us the opportunity to decarbonise, it offers us the opportunity to transform our industry. I commend the bill to the House.
It being 4:30, I propose that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
According to the Butterfly Foundation, 1 million Australians are currently impacted by or living with disordered eating. I've had constituents reach out to me with their concerns about the prevalence of eating disorders and seeking help for treatment of their children. Globally, 1 in 5 children and adolescents have signs of disordered eating. There is shockingly a high volume of Australians who are impacted by the complex and dynamic disorders. Less than a quarter of those people are receiving the help, support and intervention they need. More needs to be done to extend the existing targeted mental health support and treatment to those who need it. My team and I have engaged with experts in the youth mental health space, and I wish to thank organisations such as Reach Out, Professor Pat McGorry, Professor Marie Thiessen, the Society for Mental Health Research, for their work in this space and for sharing their insight with us. Disordered eating can be incredibly varied, and the symptoms may not always be apparent. While anorexia is the most talked about disorder, binge eating and bulimia are actually the most prevalent. We need to break down the stigma around these and enhance public awareness of these ailments. Symptoms can be incredibly subtle. We need to know the warning signs, including meticulous calorie kilojoule counting, ritualistic eating times or routines, excessive exercise, fear of eating in front of people, fixating on safe foods only, including strange combinations of foods. Every member in this parliament represents people in their electorates who are living with eating disorders. It's our responsibility to urgently address the rise in cases and, just as importantly, the amount of treatments that are available. Genetic vulnerability, psychological factors and socio-cultural influences have all been identified and leading causes of disordered eating. Some areas of our community that are at higher risk than others. For example, in sports, athletes have a higher prevalence of disordered eating, and up to 45% of females and up to 19% of male athletes experience disordered eating. The National Eating Disorder Collaboration has been working with the Australian Institute of Sport to tackle this issue, which was exacerbated when training programs shut down during COVID. But we saw that impact our youth in general as well during COVID, because those lockdown periods meant that young people turned to what they thought they could control in circumstances where so much was beyond their control. And unfortunately, we've seen a dramatic increase in numbers. Since the beginning of the pandemic, some hospitals have recorded between an 80 to 104% increase in children with anorexia. It's also well known of how impactful social media can be on young people. Young people are bombarded by perfect people with perfect bodies and perfect lifestyles. The constant exposure to significantly filtered and edited images does indeed warp our perception of what is authentic and what is augmented. There are treatments that can help, although some eating disorder journeys can take a long time towards recovery. And we know that these impact not just those that are impacted directly, but their families, the wider circle. It often means parents taking time out of the workforce. It means disrupted studies and ability to work and to support the rest of the broader family. We know there is a severe shortage of mental health workforce, and the workforce treating eating disorders is factored into this. General practitioners are generally the first point of contact for treatment, but again there is a shortage here, which is widely acknowledged. Currently, Australia only has one dedicated residential treatment centre for eating disorders in the entire country. Reach Out's research suggests that friends, family and the internet are where young people are turning when seeking mental health support. A simple Google search can often be the first step to connecting with a service that can make a profound difference to someone's mental and emotional well-being. So more attention should be given to digital connection and interaction with mental health services. These innovations, whether it be telehealth or Reach Out's peer chat program, see really promising results in access to services. Some people prefer discretion, anonymity and comfort of accessing support in their own time from their own homes. So I welcome the commitment of $20 million by the previous government to creating creative treatments for eating disorders, and encourage further focus by this government to increase access to services.
The questions the House to now agenda. Give a call to the honourable member for Bean.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge one of my constituents, Christine Dwyer. Christine has been a member of the Canberra community for over 40 years and has spent many of those years volunteering for organisations like Meals on Wheels and the Canberra Hospital ICU. However, it's the informal service she gives to the Canberra community that I want to acknowledge today. Christine is a friend to all, but particularly a friend to the elderly in Canberra. She has supported many elderly Canberrans who have no family here to their end of life. She does this not just for friends of many decades, but for strangers who she makes into friends. She takes them to coffee, to lunch, to doctor and hospital appointments. She has helped move them to nursing homes, thoughtfully taking care of household possessions and affairs. Tasks that are not easy, that most of us will only ever do for our parents. But Christine steps in when there is a gap and a need. She is a true friend who knows how to ease the burden of loneliness in old age, mostly with visits and cake and listening. She has sat with so many friends in their final hours and given them companionship and peace. She has also been a constant presence for friends who are caring for their own elderly family members, offering an understanding shoulder to cry on when this task gets too heavy. And she has supported children who've lost their mothers too early, children who are now young adults, but who have had Christine watch out for them and mentor them throughout their lives. Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Canberra community, and on behalf in particular of Trish, Christina, Olive, Constance, Betty, Carol, Margaret, Harry and the many others we do not know about and who are not here to say it for themselves. Thank you, Christine. Mr Speaker, it was great to participate in and support the Epilepsy ACT Walk for Epilepsy on Sunday morning with Fiona Allardyce and ACT Minister for Health Rachel Stephen-Smith. Epilepsy ACT makes a significant difference in the lives of families living with epilepsy. Over 2,340 people in the ACT currently with a diagnosis of epilepsy. Hundreds more will receive their diagnosis this year. Speaker, Epilepsy ACT brings hope to those living with or impacted by epilepsy throughout Canberra and the region. They provide psychosocial supports, education and training and policy advocacy work to ensure the voice of people with epilepsy is heard. Last year, the Albanese government announced more than $250 million in funding to support 258 exceptional health and medical research projects through the NHMRC across 3 different funding streams. This includes funding for a team of researchers to investigate therapeutic targets for epilepsy. In 1/3 of people with epilepsy, currently available therapeutics do not control seizures. As recurrent seizures have significant impacts on patients and their families, there is a clear need for new anti-epileptic drugs. Speaker, I'm proud to be a government funding programs that encourage important medical scientific innovation and to support organisations like Epilepsy ACT that do so much for Canberrans living with epilepsy. Speaker, February was a busy month in my electorate of Bean with the launch of my 2023 Bean Retiree and Seniors Kit. This booklet contains high-quality, up-to-date information on services that are available to meet the needs of senior citizens living in Bean. Speaker, for the first time in 3 years, we were able to launch this booklet in person rather than online. It was great to meet so many of the senior constituents of Bean, the people who have made our electorate the place that it is today. It was also great to see the attendees of the event asking questions and connecting with the services that are available to them in Bean, such as the new aged care specialist services offered by Services Australia. I would like to thank the staff at the Woden Seniors Club and the team from Communities at Work at the Tuggeranong Community Centre for all the assistance they gave in organising these events. I would like to thank the community groups, local organisations and government representatives who joined us at this event. I was impressed with the depth of knowledge shown by service providers and organisations on the issues faced by the elderly today and their ability to assist constituents with the problems that they are facing. And Speaker, as we finish this week, I thought at the beginning of the week that sorry was the hardest word for the opposition to say. But clearly, in fact, when we should be backing Australian know-how, the only know-how that the opposition seemed to have was knowing how to say no.
Member's time has expired. The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As another parliamentary sitting week draws to a close, I want to update the House on my progress to hold the government to account on the promises they made to my electorate of Bowman. During last year's federal election, the Labor opposition made $4.6 million in local sporting and community commitments to organisations within the Redlands. These clubs and associations have been waiting anxiously for news over the subsequent 10 months to find out if and when these commitments will be honoured by the new government. Despite a long campaign of letters, media pressure and speeches in this place, it was only this week when I finally got confirmation from the government that funding for these commitments will come from the $349.9 million contained in the budget under the Investing in Our Communities program. I note that these commitments were made for this parliamentary term, but this funding stream is over 5 years, extending not just beyond this term of parliament, but beyond the Ford estimates. Given the uncertainties of the world and our economic situation, I worry that funding commitments made beyond the budget cycle offer little certainty to these organisations within the Redlands. Given we are 10 months into this 3-year term and the government is yet to engage with these groups on the delivery of these projects, I have little confidence that these projects will be delivered before we next go to the polls. But I will be working with these groups to try to expedite the delivery of this funding over the coming months. But let's look at the entire quantum of funding for my electorate. If you look at the total funding for closed grants programs contained in the budget, which are earmarked to deliver the government's election commitments, projects in Bowman represented a mere 0.341% of the total funding within these two streams. When I put that into an Excel spreadsheet, the calculation actually comes up as zero. I have to change the settings to actually find that number. I stand here as one of 151 members of this chamber. My community should be receiving a 150th of the share of funding. Instead, we received just a 1 in 293 share. So why does my community get about half of what we're due? Is it something to do with the fact the Liberal Party has held the seat of Bowman for the past 19 years? I think we all know the answer to that one, Mr Speaker. I also wanted to update the House on some big commitments made by the former coalition government for projects within my electorate, which the new government is required to honour in order to complete these projects. The previous federal government announced $3.4 million over 4 years to deliver a new head-to-health facility in the new satellite hospital that's being built at Wynham Creek in Redland Bay. When I wrote to the minister to ask what's happening with this funding, I was informed that they're going back to the drawing board. They're going back to ask the state government and the primary health networks to resubmit their proposals for this funding. I've written to the minister again last month and no response to date. Despite my continual request for an update on this program, there's been no word and no clarity on the future of this funding from this Labor government. We've also got the Redland Hospital Stage 1 expansion project. Back in May 2019, the federal Liberal and Nationalist government committed $30 million to this project. I understand that $13.2 million is yet to be paid and is expected to be payable upon acceptance of a progress report for that project. I'll be working to ensure the federal government is held to account on honouring this commitment and the state government is held to account in delivering this project. I'm sure, Mr Speaker, if you could pass that message on to anyone you know within your networks who control the purse strings at the Queensland government, that would be greatly appreciated. Another concerning silence from this government is on the future of projects contained in the South East Queensland City deal. The promised implementation plan was due at the end of last year and has failed to materialise. For my community, the City deal contains a commitment of $41 million for the Dunwich Harbour upgrade on North Stradbroke Island, along with other projects that would be suitable for funding under the City deal's livability and planning funding pools. This year is supposed to see the first annual progress report for the South East Queensland City deal. I can only imagine that the progress report is currently a blank page because we haven't seen any progress from the new government in delivering these projects or even in outlining who is going to pay for what. Unfortunately, this is becoming a pattern for the new government. They promise one thing before the election and pursue quite a different agenda afterwards. We know what has happened. We know what is happening to all these national promises that have occurred. I won't run through them now due to time, but what I will continue in my efforts to hold the government to account on the promises that they've made to my community.
Time has concluded. The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to talk about the difficulties that too many Australians are having in accessing bulk billed GPs and general practice more generally, and the need for strong action from the government in this area. After 10 years of inaction from the coalition, the Albanese Labor government has taken the reins of a health system in crisis. And that's not surprising. We know that the coalition government have a pathological, ideological obsession with gutting our universal healthcare system. We know it always falls to Labor to ensure that our healthcare system has the funding it needs. Because Labor knows that healthcare is a human right that should be universally available and not just there for those who can pay. And while the problems left to Labor are wide-ranging, today I want to focus on the particular area that impacts my community of Canberra deeply, and that is bulk billing. When the Coalition came to power in 2014 under Health Minister Peter Dutton, who doctors voted as the worst health minister in living memory, GPs were under immediate attack. In the horror 2014 budget, they tried to impose a $7 tax on every single Australian who wanted to see a doctor. And they tried to impose a $5 tax on every PBS script filled. When Labor blocked that radical agenda in the Senate, Mr Dutton imposed a 6-year-long freeze on the Medicare rebate, making it harder and harder for our doctors to bulk bill. The results today are abundantly clear. In my community, the ACT has the lowest GP bulk billing rate in the country. According to the 2023 Clean Bill report, only 5.1% of GPs in Canberra bulk bill. That's compared to a national average of 42.7%. The result of this means that every time one of my constituents needs to see their doctor, they'll be out of pocket around $50 for a 15-minute consultation, or $66 for longer consultations, or more. This is unsustainable, and for people with chronic conditions, this is a crippling cost. One of the key reasons for this frighteningly low rate of bulk billing was the 2020 decision of the former government to remove the ACT and Queanbeyan doctors from the eligibility criteria for rural incentives. That means that doctors were paid 34% less when they bulk billed children and concession patients. Naturally, as a result, our bulk billing rates plummeted further. And while I obviously understand that Canberra is not a rural area, when it comes to bulk billing, my constituents cop some of the worst outcomes in the country. My constituents justifiably want to see this change. In my 2020 Canberra Community Survey, 416 Canberrans listed healthcare as one of their top issues. And when asked to expand, the vast majority of those said that the lack of bulk billing was their key concern. Jonah V said, "It's impossible to find any bulk billing GPs in the ACT. Every time I go to the doctor, we get charged a gap of $60 to $80 for a 15-minute consultation. This is a huge hit to our family budget." Zoe said, "Due to the Medicare freeze, bulk billing GP practices simply don't exist in Canberra anymore." Morgan in my electorate wrote to me about being slugged an out-of-pocket cost of $95 to see his GP and $200 for imaging services. And these are things I hear all the time. This needs to change, and I'm so heartened with our progress on reforming healthcare in Australia already. On the 1st of January this year, we delivered the biggest cut to the price of PBS medicines in the 75-year history of the scheme, slashing the price of a general patient scripts from $42.50 to just $32. And in just the first 2 months this year, the prices of more than 3.2 million scripts have already come down, delivering more than $36 million into the pockets of hard-working Australians. I've also been heartened to hear Minister Butler talk about the need to fix bulk billing in Australia, and I want to thank the Minister and his office for his engagement with me on this issue so far. And I continue to urge him to consider the needs of my community here in Canberra if a regional solution is proposed, because Canberrans can't afford the Coalition's bills anymore.
The question is the House now adjourned, and I give the call to the honourable member for more.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Self-funded retirees make a significant contribution to our nation and its finances. However, their interests are often overlooked by government, and they become the targets for revenue raising to prop up budgets. The recent announcements of the increases in tax and superannuation is a prime example. Despite stating that there would be no changes to the taxation arrangements on superannuation before being elected, the Prime Minister has gone back on his word. The Finance Minister has since exposed the impact on the Prime Minister's broken promises on super by admitting that up to 1 in 10 Australians could be affected by Labor's changes to super, not just the top 0.5% initially claimed. The government has not only broken its superannuation promises to Australians, but has been deliberately tricky and misleading about how many people will be affected by the superannuation tax. In contributing to the adjournment debate, I wish to advocate for the interests of fully and partly self-funded retirees living in my electorate who have made prudent sacrifices to provide for their retirement. I wish to thank Mr Ron De Grucci, OAM, representing the WA Self-Funded Retirees Incorporated and the Superannuated Commonwealth Officers Association of WA Incorporated, who met with me last week to discuss the 2023-24 pre-budget submission in detail. The first recommendation in the submission is that the pre-1 July 1988 taxation arrangements for 1922 PNG, CSS, PSS ComSuper pensions be treated in the same manner as all other superannuation schemes. The second recommendation is that pensioners in receipt of the Centrelink age pension be allowed to engage in paid employment with no corresponding reduction in their pension amount. Thirdly, that the mandatory minimum drawdown percentages of superannuation funds applicable to people over the age of 60 be reviewed with the intention of lowering them. Fourthly, that the work test applicable to retirees for personal concessional contributions to superannuation be abolished. The fifth recommendation is that retirees be enabled to transfer funds into superannuation at the prescribed contribution levels, irrespective of their age. The sixth recommendation is that Australian citizens over the age of 65 and with a disability recognised under the current NDIS legislation be accorded the same benefits, both financial and otherwise, as are accorded to those people under the age of 65. The simplest way for this to happen is for the NDIS legislation to be amended to include those aged over 65. If this is not practicable, then the aged care legislation should be amended so as to produce the same desired outcome. The seventh recommendation is that the Medicare and Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme safety net thresholds for single retirees be restructured so that access to them becomes available at 65% of the levels applicable to couples and families. The eighth recommendation is that the seniors and pensioners tax offset, currently at $2,230 for singles, be adjusted annually to account for increases in the cost of living, and that the SAPTO rebate shade-out income thresholds should be increased immediately so as to be equal to the Medicare levy low-income threshold. They should then be reviewed annually so as to always be equal to the Medicare levy low-income threshold. The final recommendation is that the components of a retiree's income derived from an untaxed superannuation scheme and from other sources be assessed separately for taxation purposes, as is the case with a retiree who derives an income from a taxed superannuation scheme. I commend the 2023-24 pre-budget submission by the WA Self-Funded Retirees and Superannuated Commonwealth Officers Association of WA to the House. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Patterson.
Thanks, Speaker. One of the most important things anyone can do is deliver on their commitments. At the last election, I committed to my community that an Albanese Labor government would work to end the chaos on the M1 at Raymond Terrace and deliver the M1 Pacific Motorway extension to Raymond Terrace. One of the biggest frustrations in my community, and it is often referred to as the last choke point on the Pacific Highway, or the M1 as we now know it, between Sydney and Brisbane, is the Hexham crossing. It's coming south, an old bridge, and going north, a flyover that no longer serves the volume of traffic that we see. Many locals say it should have been done 10 years ago. Well, it wasn't, but an Albanese government is delivering on our commitment to do it, and we are doing it now. And true to our word, our federal government is delivering on the commitment, contributing $1.68 billion of the $2.1 billion project. The New South Wales government will invest $420 million. And since the election when I first ran for Parliament in 2016, I've campaigned fearlessly for this piece of road. And I really want to welcome and say thank you to everyone in our community who has joined me and the Labor Party on this hunt to get the road fixed. I also want to thank the Infrastructure Minister, Minister Catherine King, for supporting the project and for committing with me last year to ensure that we would fast-track the M1 at Hexham. Well, we've done that. We are delivering on that important commitment. Minister King understands the importance of delivering the Hunter region's biggest ever infrastructure project. I want to thank her and her team for working so hard alongside me and our community to see this project become a reality. Sadly, the New South Wales Liberals were complacent on this project in the past, not progressing it as quickly as they should have, but at least we've got them moving now. In December last year, with the New South Wales Government, we announced the contractor John Holland Gamuda Australia joint venture as the contractor for the southern section of the project, covering 10 kilometres extending from Black Hill to Tomago, and Seymour White Constructions to deliver the northern section, completing the 5-kilometre section that will bypass Heatherbrae. Once complete, the extension will create more safe and efficient journeys by bypassing 5 sets of traffic lights, removing about 25,000 vehicles daily from key congestion and merging points between Newcastle and Maitland. This exciting project, and it really is worthwhile having a look at it on the website, will deliver a 15-kilometre extension to the M1 Pacific motorway from Black Hill to Raymond Terrace, including a 2.6-kilometre long bridge over the New England Highway and the Hunter River. It will be a magnificent stretch of road, and it's going to save so much time not only for our locals who are just trying to commute from Maitland to Newcastle or back the other way, but for people who are trying to drive somewhere between Sydney and Brisbane, truck drivers, transport drivers, people who are just sick of being stuck at this one point in the road. In fact, I had someone from Sydney, when I told them where I was and where my electorate was, said, "Oh, when are they going to fix that Hexham stretch? It's dreadful. I'm sick of being stuck there. Every time we try and go north, we're stuck at Hexham." It is the last choke point, and the Albanese Labor government is doing something about it. Also, the surrounding network is going to be upgraded, including the Hexham Strait widening of around 6 kilometres to the Pacific Highway Maitland Road to 3 lanes in each direction between the Newcastle Inner City bypass at Sandgate and the New England Highway at the Hexham Bridge. I'm really proud to be delivering on this Albanese Labor government commitment to deliver a safer, more practical, faster road network, not only for people trying to get north and south, but also for our local community who are just trying to get to work or get the kids to school or get to our beautiful Port Stephens or Vineyards area. Bring on the M1 extension to Raymond Terrace.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Monday, the 20th of March 2023 at 10 a.m.